Footy from the Flat is starting. Footy from the Flat is starting.
You see my hands? We are live, baby. Jesse, I have a question straight up for you. Who's your favourite player in the 2025 draft?
Well, as you know, Dylan, I'm a big coming man, big on coming. As for your question, I think that's a horrible intro. I am actually a big Sam Cumming fan. I love Sam Sullivan Roby. I've grown to love Dersman now that he's basically a West Coast Eagle.
Yes.
I always probably pay attention a little bit to the WA boys. There's a little bit of a bias there. So I do like Farrow, even if I've possibly argued against him.
Are there any other WA boys that you like?
Charlie Banfield.
Charlie.
I actually do like him though.
Williams.
Bias aside. Tyler Williams, yep. Kobe Evans. All these club-tied West Coast Eagles.
I was going to say, do you like any of the guys that aren't club-tied? We're talking Curtin, Swadling, Rodriguez.
Rodriguez was a player I was big on at the start of the year. It seems like he's fallen away. He was certainly someone I was keeping my eye on, thinking he might be West Coast first pick this year at the start of the year. That was the profile that he had, at least from WA perspective.
I remember way back, like pre-season coming into the year, and this does always happen with those guys because they get particularly from the non-Victorian states, guys get exposure before the Victorian guys, I feel. So they come into the season with maybe a little bit more on their heads. But he was, like, some people had him not only amongst that top 10 group, but they had him as, thinking he could potentially be the number one pick.
Yeah.
Which seems crazy to where he is perceived to be now.
That's true. Yeah. No, and strangely, like, he's performed well. Like, I think he was WA's MVP in the champs. So
he was, yeah.
It's interesting how things play out in a player's top year. I did have one player I was going to mention that has just eluded me. Lockie Doverston is another favourite of mine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also another one with close links to West Coast.
I think every player has some link to West Coast at the moment because of our draft hand. So, I always look at it through that lens. What about yourself, Dylan?
It's a good question. If you take away, again, like, I'm a Dersma fan, but he's kind of the runaway number one pick at this point, so it's not particularly exciting. I would say, like, for me, the players that I think are better than other people think they are, you're talking Sam Grill.
Yeah.
I have him more highly rated than others. Noah Hibbins-Hargraves.
Yep.
Consistently higher than others. I just think he has such a well-rounded game. And I think that it probably tends to be a bit of a pattern with me. Like, I like those guys that do project and have a bit of upside at the top level as well. So those two are probably standouts. I like some bolters in there as well. I like Condagianis. I like Sam Allen.
Threadgold.
I'm a big Threadgold man. I'm a big Harley Barker fan, and I'm a big Rory Wright man.
Yeah.
I love him. So that's probably some names.
Cameron Nan, just to throw one out there. I do like him as well in terms of not top 20 ranked player at the moment that I think could be a good player at the next level.
That's a good call. I mean, he's a weird one because similar to Mitch Marsh, he's that, like, in-between size. So if he's not a genuine key position player, he's got attributes there with his physiology that he could be potentially a big-bodied mid, a taller mid, a roaming sort of a utility. It's just hard to say what he actually is at the top level, I suppose.
Absolutely. But the fact that he won over 30 possessions in the last fortnight, I think, in the under-18s is a good start.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean he's going to be a midfielder, but at least he's got some production there.
Absolutely. And he had that massive performance back in the champs as well.
Yeah.
I think that was at the Vic Metro game.
Was that where he kicked 7? Was that, or am I mixing him up with somebody else?
No, he did. He kicked 6.
He kicked He kicked 7 against WA.
WA.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
It was a WA game.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember, but they kind of each of those South Australian forwards kind of had their turn in the champs. I feel like Mitch Marsh had a big day at some point. Then you had Schubert, and then you had Nairn as kind of the third. So they all had a bit of a crack at it. We'll jump into some comments here. I think we've got a few questions coming in.
We had a live trade. Sorry, not a live trade. We had a pick swap yesterday. Did you see this? This broke the internet.
I did. I'll let you take it.
Yeah, it's going to break the internet.
It's your field.
It's ruined all our mock drafts. West Coast have traded 53 for a future 4th next year to the Western Bulldogs.
And that was like the end of the period, wasn't it? For being able to swap
it was a deadline day trade.
It was a deadline day trade. Like, lucky they got that one in.
I didn't even bother sharing it on social media. That's how boring the trade was. I think this was just simply a case of you can only take into the draft how many the amount of picks for which you have list spots. So I think West Coast has 5, which means that I think we had one in excess.
Okay.
Which meant that it was about 58 was our later pick would have just been deleted. So all we've done is trade one of them for a future 4th, which we may not use next year anyway.
Gotcha.
So
how many picks do you think West Coast will take at this draft?
There was an article on the AFL site that suggested West Coast is expected to take 4. So I wouldn't be surprised if we expect to take 4, but hold a 5th list spot in case there's a bid for a Charlie Banfield. Tyler Williams could be the 4th. So it'd be like a Banfield or an Evans coming later. We will hold that spot so we don't miss out. But I reckon we might just take the 4. We can take 5.
How much, if there is a trade, we'll go into this at some point in the episode as well, but if there is a trade for West Coast, how much do you think that will be affected? Like, if you end up getting an extra pick at the top end, what does that do to the back end of the draft for you guys?
Yeah, it makes it interesting. As I said, a max of 5 picks there. I think it is possible that if some of these pick swaps that we're going to talk about in this video happen, or in this show rather, that West Coast could trade out the points required to match a Tyler Williams bid. So I actually think it's not locked in Tyler Williams ends up at West Coast. If it's Charlie Banfield, that's a little bit easier because we have a pick in the 50s at the end and he's really not expected to cop a bid at that early or any earlier than that rather. But Tyler Williams, if we say trade picks 34 and 31, I think we have, or 34 and 41, I think it is. If we move those picks on at all, it makes it very hard to match Tyler Williams. So
it's so interesting because, like, obviously the rumors are, Toomey's talked about it on Gettable, the idea that clubs could take only, I mean, the draft could basically end at around the mid 50s, even early 50s, he's kind of suggested. But when you actually start to do out a draft board and you start to rank players, you do start to get into the 60s and the 70s pretty quickly with some of those guys late. Like, yes, there is a quality drop off probably, after the 20s and 30s, but there's still a lot of players that will sit in a pretty similar space going up to 60 to 70, probably even to 80 if you actually extrapolated it out even more.
Yeah, that's true. I suppose what's a factor here is list spots and list sizes and how many players clubs are willing to give a 2-year contract to. Because if you let them go through the rookie draft, or alternatively, I don't know, like a train on, then you can sign a 1-year deal. So clubs need to factor in their flexibility here and maybe don't take the punt on a pick 60 where it's a 2-year contract where they can hold that spot for a train on or a mid-season draft spot.
Yeah, good points there. Lewis just says in the chat here, if West Coast somehow end up with pick 9, Dylan, would you offer picks 25 and 26 for 9? I don't, to be honest, and people have asked me about this, even the idea that North would trade those 2 picks for a teens pick to get up a little bit, potentially get up for a Schubert. But I kind of see that spot that North are in around 25 and 26 actually being quite strong for the type of players that we want.
I agree.
It almost feels, if we were to trade both of those picks for 1 pick higher, here's a question to you, and this is one that I've thought about. Would you actually think that there was any benefit of getting up for Schubert over a Thread Gold or a Louis Emmett or that type of player that's somewhat similar?
No, I'm with you. I think 2 bites of the apple with those kinds of tools rather than trading up for a Schubert or, I don't know, Mitch Marsh or something like that. That seems low percentage for me.
In some ways, the only thing that I can think of with North wanting to get up is maybe North think that someone's going to take, maybe North particularly want one of those guys, like maybe it is Thread Gold, and they think that he's actually going to go a little bit sooner.
That's possible. I do think that is on the cards potentially for Thread Gold, purely not only because of his talents, but the scarcity of key backs in this draft. I wouldn't be
Yeah.
surprised if he bolts. We are going to put aside the fact that West Coast wouldn't trade that
Yeah,
pick 9 because we would have
100%.
traded 13 and 34 to 9 only to move back to 25 and 26.
100%. Isn't Lewis is a West Coast fan?
I actually am not 100% sure. I have seen Lewis's name quite regularly, but sometimes you get a little muddled up.
I was going to say that though. Like, there's no way West Coast do that.
Yeah.
They will want that pick 9 because that's really going to get them over the line for potentially, positionally, someone like a Doveston maybe would be in that range. You never know as well. There could be one of those mids that just slides a little bit. I doubt it's a Sam Cumming. Jacob Farrow's probably in the mix there.
Yeah.
Maybe Dyson Sharp. Again, I don't think so. I don't think he'll be there. What else have we got here?
As an aside, actually, I was watching Gettable again this morning and Toomey was talking about West Coast options at pick 13 and he named Dyson Sharp.
Okay.
Which I thought was fascinating, to be honest.
I think you guys are probably the main club that are linked with him.
Yeah.
I think you guys and Essendon.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're going to see teams like Melbourne. You're going to see teams like Richmond potentially give him the wide berth, given what they've already got. I mean, Melbourne maybe would consider him, I think, if he's there, just as a culture guy, as they're kind of going through this bit of a rebirth. But I think West Coast and Essendon would be the big ones that would really want to bring in the character of Dyson Sharp.
I totally agree. I think I could argue against it for Melbourne with Langford already there and I suppose guys like Steele and Viney next year. I know that they're probably building for the longer term rather than around Steele and Viney, but I don't know if he's a great fit for the Ds. With West Coast, it's much more easy to see the value.
I love that. JFR says, genuine question for Dylan. Why does the draft interest you so much? Personally, I find it odd how much people get invested in always looking forward. No offense intended, just interested. No offense taken. I think it's a good question. I think it's one of those subjects that, I mean, I get interested in a lot of things, I suppose, like this, but the draft, there's so much ambiguity. Even if you start going deeper into it, you start reading like academic papers on drafting players and stuff like that. And there's no, it surprises you. I thought there was going to be, when I got into the draft, there was going to be some sort of like real science behind it, but it is still so much just subjectivity and recruiters basically, liking certain players over others. They do use a lot of data, obviously. And I like the process. I like the process of going through it and following it. I think there's a lot of stories as well. And you can kind of start to, overdoing it for a long time, you can start to like build all the picture and put all that together.
Yeah, I think you and I have obviously a different relationship with the draft. You probably look at it more as a science. For me, it's really a mechanism for rebuilding my football team, which I think has its own fascination. So I've been interested in the draft since I woke up one morning and saw Nick Naitanui had been drafted to West Coast. And I was like, who the hell's that? I was like 14. I was like, this guy looks exciting. And
would you say you've got more of the fan experience with it?
Totally. Yeah. And I try to be as analytical as I possibly can. But for me, I always like having a relationship, if you like calling that, or like a knowledge of a player before he ends up at West Coast. I find it's so much more fun, although it is ultimately pointless because you start really liking players that end up playing at Fremantle or Carlton or something like that. But still, it's a great time of the year.
100%. There's so much in it. I mean, even the fan, I find it interesting how the fans even see the draft, like the types of players that they like there tends to, you can almost look at it kind of like socio-culturally with, I reckon Australian people who have that sort of, in a way like a working class kind of ethic, and they like certain players that fit that, fit those attributes as well. Just stuff like that. It's cool. It's a cool subject.
Yeah.
We've got a few more there. There are people talking about the American draft in here, the NFL draft, sorry, not the American draft. Would you like to see the AFL kind of get to that stage?
With respect to what specifically?
The commercialization, I guess, like with the draft, as far as like how big it is. They have these like big live events and stuff like that in cities, and I suppose it's difficult to kind of see it in the AFL, but it's an interesting concept.
I think we have it at a good level now, where there is good coverage of it. There's a lot of more information than there ever has been on the draft. It's reaching a new demographic, I suppose, with a lot of like younger people through, pages like Baseline. I think what they've done has really changed the game, to be honest. But in general, like the viewing experience is really good. I remember a time where you had to just like listen in to 6PR and it'll be on like 2:00 on a Tuesday. I don't know if that's actually totally accurate, but it was not far off that. And that kind of sucked. So I do like that they make a bit of a spectacle of it. I don't know if it needs to be any more commercialized, but I think probably it is going to be inevitable if it keeps gaining interest.
100%. I love that. We've got some more comments here. Lewis says, yes, I'm a West Coast supporter. I thought I remembered that. I also have the pain of supporting West Ham through my dad's side of the family. Yuck.
Yeah, that sucks. I'm a Liverpool fan, luckily. I've been a Liverpool fan since before I supported West Coast.
Not luckily this year.
Well, we're still third, and we're still ahead of United.
We're third, are we?
We beat Real Madrid. Oh, that doesn't count. No, who do we beat more recently than that? Oh, shit.
In the league?
Yeah. No, I thought...
We lost to Crystal Palace.
Yeah, we did.
Did we beat Villa?
I think so. I need to find out the answer to this because I just look like such a nuffy.
You get on that.
We did beat Real Madrid. And
I know we beat Real Madrid. That was in the Champions League, right?
We did, yeah, but we won another one. Yeah, we beat Villa. Sorry. Thank you.
I thought it was Villa.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Braden Crocker. Who would Essendon and North be trading up for with the Suns? Anyone in particular? I assume we're talking about 15 there.
Yeah, with Essendon it's 15. I think the suggestion is then that 15 moves onward to help them get pick 2.
Yes.
But that's not locked in, but that is, yeah, I mean, maybe we can answer both. Like, firstly, at pick 15, if Essendon keep it, who do you think suits them? And then we'll talk about pick 2.
Yes.
Pick 15 is a little bit harder to...
Yep. Do you want to do that now or do you want to save it for the...
I think we can do it now.
Do it now?
Yeah,
okay.
We can roll into it. Yeah.
The hard thing is it depends who they get ahead.
Mm.
I think if they get the players that they want, like say they like in some world they brought in Dyson Sharp and Sam Cumming. Yeah. In the top end of the draft, for example, and then they get pick 15. I think then you're looking maybe a little bit more, I don't want to say speculative, but you could say take a Harley Barker.
Yes.
With that pick 15, it's a bit more of a higher upside player, maybe someone that has a little bit more risk because of the knee. Whereas if they got more, I don't know, athletic type targets, key position type targets at the top, then they might be looking more to that sort of Jacob Farrow slider or a Josh Lindsay slider or somebody like that.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think you nailed it. I mean, someone like a Philippou could still be in the mix there. Schubert, if they decided to pair someone with Nate Caddy longer term. I know there's Archer May and stuff like that, but
I actually like Schubert to the Bombers.
Yeah?
I just don't like it with the picks right in the top 10.
Sure, absolutely.
We've got a super chat here, Jesse.
Oh, beautiful.
Samantha Jane, thank you so much for the $10 there, Samantha. Does the rule change regarding the centre ruck contests and the supposed advantage to more athletic tap rucks? Should we prioritise CDT pick 2, ? Thoughts on this? Or would you still go mid-trade down?
So I think the first thing that we need to talk about with CDT is that with the centre ruck contests favouring like better leapers, I mean, CDT is not really that kind of ruck, is he? When you say athlete, he's a bit more aerobic capacity and
he's a bit more around the ground.
Yeah.
So I do think a little bit it's been overplayed that he's a bad ruckman though.
No, just that he's not a Luke Jackson style ruck.
Perhaps.
Yeah. I wasn't making the claim that he's not a good ruckman. Just he's not a high leaping, high tap sort of ruckman. So yeah, my answer to that would probably be no, not necessarily.
I suppose that you could make an argument that you're drafting more of a tall utility.
Yeah, totally.
At this point, that's just really, really good around the ground. But at the same time,
or two of them actually. Dersmo is another tall utility who's good around the ground.
Yes, yeah, exactly. There's a lot of similarities with that, but I suppose the thing is with a player like at that height, you can certainly use them in the ruck, and I think he'll be like more than just he's not going. I don't think he's going to be a Nick Natanui dominant tap ruckman, but nor is Luke Jackson, right?
No. I'd say he could split. Jackson is still better than CDT in terms of pure tap game, but yeah, I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah. CDT probably finds more football around the ground,
definitely,
than what Luke Jackson does even now. From what he's doing at juniors. So that's it's an interesting conversation. I do think though the rules and just that it's not even just the rules, but the rules are helping this as well. But there has been a trend anyway towards more transition football. The game since like the early 2000s has gone less and less contest dominant into more transition and more control.
Yeah.
So
for sure.
Apart from when you're talking about the forward half of the ground. The forward half of the ground still gets really compressed, and that's where all the contests are.
Yes.
But you got to be able to move the ball around that, so he can help with that for sure.
I just want to say that Wooden Spoon Data says CDT is more a Rowan Marshall type in the ruck. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, in the ruck.
Yeah. More high possession than hit out dominance.
Yes. A bit more skillful around the ground though.
Yeah.
Than Rowan Marshall.
Yeah. We got another donation. First of all, thank you, SJ, for that kind donation. We have another one from Gritio who says, saw a phantom where CDT fell out of the 10. Does he go best available at that point, or will some clubs avoid drafting a ruck at that point? Just trying to understand the exact phrasing of the question. Yes. Does he go best available at that point? You mean after pick 10? First of all, do you think it's likely that CDT falls out?
I'll just come in here.
Yeah.
I don't think that... I think Toomey's right, and what he said about ungettable, that I don't even think there's a world that he gets past Richmond.
Yeah.
I don't think Richmond necessarily are like desperate to draft him, but I think if he's there and they can't execute a trade for something worthwhile for them, they would just take him.
Yeah.
On talent. I think any club's still going to want him. There'd be no chance that he got past Essendon's pick. What is it? 5?
Yeah,
which
5,
will be
5
later.
or 6. So one of their 2 picks. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
For the record, I want to say as well, I actually think if West Coast still hold pick 2 and there's no trade is forthcoming, I actually think West Coast will still pick CDT. That's my opinion.
Say that again, sorry.
If West Coast hold pick 2 on the night and there's no trade, I think they take CDT.
Is that a feeling?
It's a gut feeling. Yeah, there's no inside information there. But I think that's why they're trying to move 13 to 9 so that you can get the mid and then just take the best available player.
Yeah, that makes sense. That absolutely makes sense.
That was just my guess, my gut feel, by the way.
I guess the question is, if you can't move that pick, it pulls you out of that top end midfield group. And then do you take that player in the rebuild, which will be interesting. I still think, we kind of disagree on this. It's so funny because we've completely flipped.
I don't disagree on what we should do. I am with you on the logic of drafting Sharp at 2, ideally maybe with a trade down. I think I expect West Coast to take CDT. That's the distinction.
Yeah. I like it. Man Without Plans says Melbourne or Hawthorn will certainly take him if somehow gets past West Coast, Richmond, Essendon, 100%. I mean, he won't though. He won't get past all those clubs.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. Yeah, Melbourne would love him, I reckon.
Melbourne would love... Yeah, absolutely. And I think it actually fits with... obviously, they've had somewhat a bad experience with Luke Jackson, given the fact that he went home. But that was a raging success for him, learning under Max Gawn. So I think that's a win for them. Kurt Smith says, if Essendon pick Roby and Cumming, do you rate them as picks or think we could do better? So... I assume here, like, we're talking about if Essendon were to get up to pick 2, Kurt is, like for Roby, because I don't think Roby will be available. I think it's unlikely that Roby's available at pick 5 when it actually comes after the academy bids. I reckon Roby and Cumming, that would be a great draft.
Yeah, that'd be ideal. I suppose it's still distinctly possible. So if they traded up 5 to 2, got Roby, they would still have their own pick 6, which could be in line for Sam Cumming. Do you not think that's doubling up on 2 sort of...
It's similar types.
Similar types, yeah, I suppose. And you got Perkins there, who admittedly is not setting the world on fire, but again, similar type.
I think Perkins has enough runs on the board now that you know that's not a smash pick.
Fair.
So I don't think you're considering him in your draft plans here.
Fair.
I also do think that these types of midfielders, we have to distinguish them, like compared to, say, the Oliver Greaves, Dyson Sharp types. They're more versatile.
Yep.
Like I've said, like if Sydney had 2 Isaac Heaney's, that's not hamstringing you at all, is it? One can just play forward and one can play in the midfield, and you've just got 2 gun players. So I don't think you're drafting and concerned about that. Does that then affect your pick, your next pick that comes in? Do you make a different decision? Maybe, because you're getting a little bit later out into the draft. But I think if you've got an opportunity to take those guys, and I think that actually comes into Essendon's thinking here with wanting to get up in the draft, potentially to pick 2. If they slid to, say, pick 2 and... What could they fall to in the end? Pick 2 and pick 9, was it?
So Essendon?
Yeah.
They would hold 2 and 6 still.
They would hold 2 and 6.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. So it works out for them. It's pretty much they just end up getting 1 less player later, right?
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
Another super chat.
We have another one here.
It's raining.
Jake Allen. Thank you so much, guys, for being here and contributing, and also the donation. Thank you so much. At what point does consistent good performances overtake pure athleticism and potential when looking at the draft? I'll put this one to you.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, performances obviously matter. I think when performances stop mattering is when you're seen as having a weakness in some area of your game that either recruiters don't see that's up to the standard of AFL football, or there's just something that like there's one specific thing, or overall they don't see you as having like enough trajectory or projection to be able to play and get better as you go into an AFL system, whatever that might be. That might be a technical thing or an athletic thing.
Might usually be the answer to that, I reckon.
Speed would be a great example of that. Also, they're looking at you positionally as well. Like, what do your attributes do to different positions and how so they're looking at the game and how it's going and tracking and those sorts of things as well, and that can hold players back. At the end of the day, though, if you've got enough athleticism, even if you don't have anything that's majorly standing out, I think the performances will get you over the line. But also, it's not only about performance at the same. And I think performance is a little bit of it's a bit ambiguous as well, because I think there's guys that get a lot of the footy and we see them as having, a really consistent season and a really good season, but they aren't necessarily hurting you either. So it's not just about numbers that I would throw into that as well.
Yeah. Sorry, continue.
I was just going to say ultimately it's a balance.
Totally. I don't think you can have one without, like, you can't be fully on one end of the spectrum and not have the other. Like, you can't be a dominant performer but have no athleticism. I think that will hurt your ranking. And equally, you can't just be this raw product that has no performances on the board. So there is a balance between the two.
I think last year Finn O'Sullivan's a really good sort of case study, I suppose, for this, because he was seen to have not really had any performances. I think his performances, when you actually unpack them, they were better than what you think. But people kept saying, like, he's had another game where he's had 17 touches and not 30, which worries people, I think. But the way that he plays, like, he's progressing the ball, he's direct, he's impactful. So that's the conversation as well. What were you going to say?
I was also going to point to physical development. Some of these kids are born in January and built like Dyson Sharp, and some of them are born in December and built like Noah Hibbins-Hargreaves. And naturally over time, that gap is closed. So these are all factors as well when gearing on when like rating a player on performance. It would also be interesting to see what's the relationship between winning the Lark medal or similar, like your state's MVP, and actually being the best player or close to the best player in the draft. There would be some relationship, but I think Sheed was an example, won it in 2013. He won the Lark, went pick 11. And if I'm remembering correctly, Bontempelli was a skinny halfback flanker who didn't have the performances that a Dom Sheed had. I think Sheed was kicking 4 and having 30 in the champs. And then Bontempelli still goes 7 picks higher and then naturally becomes a much better player than Dom Sheed.
Because there's still that gap to AFL. So even if you're dominating under 18 level, it might not even be a physical development thing. You might be just a little bit, like, at that point, you're a little bit quicker by mind, decision making. There might be some attribute that's kind of putting you ahead. And then when you get to the AFL level, that guy just improves more quickly than you, which is a big part of it. I think there is also a danger, though, with all of this stuff of finding a pattern and buying too much into that pattern. Like, I think that's probably something that I did a little bit with Dyson Sharp earlier in the year, where I had that narrative in my head of this guy's just beating up on younger players. And you can get really married to those things and stick with them. And I think you have to check yourself at times as well.
Yeah, it's tricky because sometimes that is true. And then sometimes they carry that dominance into AFL level. Like Harley Reid is an example. He was definitely beating up on smaller kids, but then he went to the AFL level and did it against grown men. And then, another player, Petrarca was probably similar. Even Dusty.
Yeah.
Dusty wasn't a big kid, but I think he was really strong.
He was strong.
He was strong.
Yeah. I've seen a couple of his Vic country games.
Yeah. So sometimes it does work out where they become that player at AFL level too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like Dustin Martin's one of those guys, just looking back and you're like, he actually just had everything. And I'm not sure what it was that, I mean, he went to pick 3 in the end. So who was ahead of him?
Scully and Trengove.
That feels so much, though, when you're looking back on that and Scully and Trengove, that has to be environmental.
Probably.
Were they inherently bad players, or did they just go to an environment where they couldn't succeed?
No, well, Scully became a better player when he left to the Giants and then Hawthorn. So you could say that was environmental. Man, he wasn't there that long in Melbourne. I think he got the big money contract within 3 years, 2 years.
That's enough to derail your career, though.
Fair.
I'm not saying, and that's where I think recruiters, at the end of the day, whatever happens, when you come into the AFL, you have to improve. Nobody, like, if you stagnate, you'll die.
Yeah.
So that's where it comes down so much about mentality. If they think that your character is suited to coming into a professional environment and you've got that killer instinct, I think that's the thing that will carry you more so than those other things. Albeit, like, I think athleticism is one of those things where if you've got the athleticism and the killer instinct, that's when you're really well suited to the AFL.
Yeah, absolutely. Trengove, I think, had some injuries. I don't know if he would have become a great player regardless, but you do wonder if, Jimmy Toumpas had been drafted to Geelong, he might have had a different career. But I think Jack Watts is a good argument for why they don't draft kids at 17 anymore, because he was drafted as a bottom major. That seems so wild now that we're about 10, 15 years away from that being a rule. But imagine like drafting, Willem Dersma a year ago. Well, maybe Fred Rodriguez is a better example.
Yeah. I know it's... Yeah, so was he playing as a top ager, Jack Watts? Like, was he playing in the year above and he was just a year below, or...
I'm not sure I understand the question. So he was drafted, like he was a bottom major at the
suppose,
Champs,
he was just
and
playing.
then he got drafted to the AFL.
Yeah, because you're in that under 18 group. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
That's really interesting. If anything, I feel you'd probably want to have the age older. It kind of doesn't. It doesn't sort of work commercially, because obviously when you would then have to go and play. If they did it from an older point of view, you'd then have to go and play VFL. Yeah. For like a couple of seasons and fund your own career for a couple of seasons because there's no money in the game.
Yeah, that's true. So we've got a few chats here. I do want to address a comment from Michael Sanders. Says, I still haven't forgotten when you peed yourself on stream.
You?
No, that definitely did not happen. Of all the things I've done on this stream, peeing myself is not one of them. Cardman is a different story. We have a question here from Lewis. Thank you again for the donation. Hypothetically, say West Coast trade pick 1 for 5 and 6 and 2 for 7 and 8. Would you take it if it's available? Would you also still trade 13 and 34 for 9? So that gives us 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9 to trade 1, 2, 13 and 34.
So wait, one for 5 and 6.
Yeah. 2 for 7 and 8.
You're assuming that's Essendon for Dersma?
Yeah, that's I don't think Essendon would ever offer that. But this is a hypothetical.
Yeah.
Would I prefer 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9? Who could we get? We could get Sharp, Cumming.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
Is that the
5 top 10 picks. Yeah, you probably would do that. And none of those trades are that unrealistic.
For
except
1
for
and
pick
2?
1, 2, and 13 and 34.
1, 2. Oh, okay. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, okay.
The pick 1 for 5 and 6 I don't think is realistic.
I'd 100% do that.
Yeah, you'd do that.
Nobody else would.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, so continue your train of thought.
I was going to say Sharp, Cumming, Doverston, and Xavier Taylor. Maybe if he's there, he might not be there.
Sharp, Cumming,
Doverston.
Yeah, you'd.
But we have these are 5 picks, so you'd have Farrow, and then maybe Schubert or something like that.
Like imagine if you got Farrow, Sharp, and Cumming, like that's your midfield.
Yeah,
and then you got Hewitt
and Harley
and Elijah. That's incredible.
Yeah.
What a transformation that would be for the West Coast Eagles. You might win a game.
Doubt it.
We've got Gritio back on again, have we?
Yep. There's another one.
I'll read that, sorry.
Sure,
Any
that's
chance
right.
we get a tier list for these descriptions? Explosiveness, athleticism, footy IQ in terms of both how they sound and how relevant they are to the modern game. I did do a bit of a video on this. I ranked some of the mids in this crop a little bit earlier in the year. I didn't actually put them in those specific categories, but I kind of did like a bit of a matrix type thing to kind of get to know them. But we could do something like that in the future.
Yeah.
Could do a post draft thing.
Yeah.
That would be pretty cool.
Good idea.
Campbell Holtham is asking, are we going to do a mock draft today? Of course we are.
Yes, we've mixed it up a little bit today. We're going to include some of these rumoured pick swaps as well.
Actually, you may as well tell them what we're doing over the whole stream. I don't think we've actually gone over the... Yes.
Yep. Cool.
Let's do that now. Yep. Okay, so today we are going to do a top 30 mock draft.
I'm doing this a lot.
This one is going to have pick trades, Jesse.
Yes, we are. Yep. Some of the Essendon, West Coast, Carlton and West Coast, Gold Coast and Essendon, Adelaide and Carlton trades.
This is the first time we've explored this space.
I know. It's fraught with danger.
It is fraught with danger. I'm keen for it though. It's a bit of fun.
Yeah, and it makes it a little bit different from last week's mock. And we've also alternated who takes which picks. So last week you had West Coast 2 picks. In this case, West Coast won't have pick 2. Spoiler alert. But then I think I have West Coast next live pick after Dersma. So it just mixes up the outcomes.
Love it. We're going to go over as well some trade hypotheticals and kind of bring them up and I guess just talk them through, right? Like what's in it for the two teams, who kind of wins the trade, stuff like that. We also have, Jesse, I've forgotten some of the things on the run sheet. I don't have it in front of me.
I also wasn't listening to what you just said. I was looking at the chat. So it was 2024 redraft.
Yes.
We're going to do a late gems segment.
That's right.
Talking about the later prospects in this year's draft. We're going to do a mock draft and we are going to do an early look at next year's trade period and some of the biggest names to move clubs that we can potentially highlight.
Did you mention the 2024 redraft?
I started with that.
Did you
that might be the third or fourth time we've said that.
We're doing lots of stuff today, guys, so there's plenty to go through. And also, we're going to do some call-ins at the end of the show. So jump in the Discord. That will be in the description, I think, says producer Vicar. You can jump on that, go into the, I think it's the waiting room, the chat waiting room, something like that. Click on that and then we'll buzz you in and you can come on the stream and have a conversation with us, ask some draft related questions and we can kind of talk it through outside just the regular chat. Jesse, what should we get into first here?
Should we start with the 2024 redraft?
Let's do it.
Do you want to do that?
Yeah.
That's the one I'm feeling the most.
I love it.
And this is always hard because even though it's only been 1 year, I feel like I'm forgetting people.
I know.
It shouldn't be that hard.
There's so many good players in this draft, though. That's the difficult thing.
Yeah. So we are going to redraft the top 10 of the 2024 draft. Now that we have a year of knowledge on a lot of these guys, some of them didn't play for various reasons. And we should really be clear on how we're framing it. Are we imagining it to be, if the draft was held again today, this is the order they go in? Rather than a ranking of the 10 players who perform the best this year. Is that similar to how you were thinking?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that fits. And if you want to get in the chat too and ask us some questions, I know people are very interested in sort of ranking this year's crop against last year's crop and trying to compare them. That's always a little bit difficult to do, but we'll try and do that as best we can too. If you've got any questions in that space, I know people are interested in that as well. So Richmond at pick 1, they took Samuel Lawler.
I should actually get the real draft up here as well.
It's a good point. I think we can pretty much remember the top 10 though, but
yeah,
get it up anyway. Just for
it's the bids that might.
The bids are they can throw you a little bit. Sam Lawler at pick 1. I thought he was absolutely incredible in his first season in the AFL. If it wasn't for those hamstring injuries, I think he would have been a real shout at the rising star. His best football was better than any of these guys. He's just the perfect player. He's big and physical and explosive, and he's got beautiful kicking skills, kicks big goals, he's clutch, he's a leader, he's got it all, and you can see why Richmond took him at pick 1 for me.
I don't think there's any argument against that. I don't think, I think as well, you consider the upside when you're taking a player with pick 1, and Sam Lawler has demonstrated that in spades. And the other contenders for pick 1 were guys like Finn O'Sullivan, Jagger Smith, who did an ACL, Levi Ashcroft. I suppose you can consider him broadly a contender, even though he was an academy-type player. But I think Lawler's only solidified his spot at pick 1 as opposed to anything else.
Yeah. The only thing that you could bring up if you're making an argument against Lawler at 1 is I'd be slightly nervous if I was a Richmond fan about his body. That's it.
True.
That's it. I mean, if these hamstring injuries continue to happen and the first 3 to 4 years of his career just gets held back, it's difficult for him, obviously. But we hope that doesn't happen. He's an unbelievable player.
Similarities to George Wardlaw in that sense.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yeah. And I have those fears as a North Melbourne fan. So North were on the board at pick 2. Now, this was probably one of the most famous picks of that draft. I remember in the lead up, there was a lot of rumour and innuendo that they were going to trade it. Heavily linked to Alex Tyree. Do you think 1 year on, they're happy with the player that they picked, or do you think they would do something differently?
It's always tough when you're thinking about reimagining how a pick went because you have to give up the player that you selected.
Yeah,
and,
I know.
And I feel like
I had this too.
it's harsh to give up on a Finn O'Sullivan, who I think, looks like a really good player. I think, as you highlighted earlier in this show, the only real knock on him was probably just that he got the ball 18 times a game and not 26 or 25. But other than that, from an attributes point of view, like he's well-rounded, he's balanced between inside and out, he's good overhead.
Tons of goals.
Kicks goals, can play on a forward flank or a half-back flank, good overhead for a smaller midfielder, and he's just got it all. That being said, I have really taken a liking to Alex Taru.
Oh,
and
say it.
I think there's certainly an argument, like if you take the emotion out of it, I think there's a strong argument for North taking Alex Taru in a redraft. In reality, obviously, these things don't happen. So, you have to take the emotion out of it. But Alex Taru, I think, would be a worthy pick too.
I agree. I actually agree with you. So I've got the same on my list. And this is great because I love Finn O'Sullivan. But North he's versatile enough to be different. So I think he's a worthy pick too on that level. But I know that North really, really, really liked Alex Taru. And I just feel like they should have gone across this entire period with their drafting. They just haven't gone with their conviction enough.
Yeah.
And I think if you really, really liked him, just take him at pick 2. And he would have been that really athletic defender that we need. So
position of need too.
Position of need. I was disappointed with that, which is, again, it was strange because I rated Finn O'Sullivan so highly. So I was happy to get him to the club and I love him. But yeah, Tyrell at pick 2. I got the same.
Yeah. Nice. So we moved to Carlton, who took Murphy Reid. Sorry, they didn't. They took Jagger Smith.
Spoiler.
I suck at presenting. Carlton took Jagger Smith originally. They wish they took Murphy Reid. Naturally, Jagger has done an ACL and we still have Finn O'Sullivan on the board. Look, again, this is a redraft, not a ranking of performance. So Jagger Smith can still, be redrafted here. It just becomes really hard to factor him against players who now have a year of exposure at AFL level. And we've seen, exceptional players like a Murphy Reid, hypothetically, really, shoot themselves into this top 3 consideration. So I'm not too sure what would actually happen on a redraft because Jagger Smith obviously had an incredible top age year and was, winning 50 possession games, I think, on at least, a couple of times breached 45, I reckon.
Incredible player.
That being said, I think Murphy Reid's performance this year will have him being a consideration at pick 2, let alone pick 3 here for Carlton. So I had Murphy Reid being redrafted at 3 to Carlton.
Interesting. So I don't think Murphy Reid, as much as his season was incredible, I don't think he's actually moved the needle. I mean, he's moved the needle significantly, but I don't think it would get him picked at pick 3. Now, I know Carlton fans are going to say, like, we're totally happy with Jagger Smith here, but this is for the point of the exercise, right? We have had that year of exposure, so we know, and it can, on some level, it can hold players back, the fact that they've missed a full year of football. Not necessarily. Jagger might come in, win the Rising Star, and we're having a different conversation at the end of the year. But I think with the knocks on this guy that I've got at number 3 and the season that he's put together in 2024, I reckon you'd have to go Harvey Langford.
Possibly. Like the knock on Murphy Reid, I would say, is probably positional and the fact that he is less likely than, say, a Harvey Langford to become a full-time midfielder, and therefore does he win enough of the footy over the course of his career to be as impactful as a midfielder who wins it 25 to 30 times? Does that make sense? I think Reid might be a little bit sidelined by his role. So I can see the argument. I just think that Murphy Reid's talent and class really would shoot him up into these rankings. Harvey Langford, I think, could be there. And we are talking about an even draft pool. I actually still had other midfielders drafted in the draft before Harvey Langford. I also factor in the ready-madeness of a Harvey Langford.
Okay.
Not necessarily against a Reid, but just in general. And I think the physical development that he has and maybe some athletic limitations might over time see some of these other guys drafted ahead of him.
I thought he was going to have a lot more trouble. I suppose this is the way that I'm looking at it. I expected him to get just caught on the ball a lot more, and that physical prowess that he had at Coates League and champs and stuff like that would be gone at AFL level, and it's just not. He still looks just as physical, and he's just made that jump so seamlessly, I feel. So he's got like the points of difference with Harvey Langford are obviously his size. So he's got extra reach on players in the midfield, but he's also got amazing kicking skills as well. and he runs to the right spot. So he picks up plenty of ball around the field, kicks goals when he goes forward, and he's a marking threat as well. So he's I sort of had him in that group where you had like Josh Smiley and Bo Allen, and there was this sort of group of like tall midfielders. I think he's clearly set himself apart from those guys now after one season in the AFL.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Again, we are splitting hairs with some of these evenly rated midfield prospects, and I did sort of maybe count Harvey Langford's physical stature maybe against him, compared to, say, a Finn O'Sullivan who is probably further away from the real thing. Are you laughing at me or
no? The comments.
The comments. Yeah.
The comments. Luke Retch, I think it is, says, "Why does Dylan have so much hatred towards Freo?" I absolutely don't. Like, I've never thought about Freo up until this year.
Yeah.
And I think the only thing I try and do with Freo is play a bit of devil's advocate to Druzy.
Yeah.
Because he's such a big fan, obviously. The Murphy Reid, I mean, I think it's reasonable to still say that Murphy Reid would be like a little bit back still, even though he was incredible. I mean, the person who wins the Rising Star doesn't always turn out to be the best player.
Yeah, Lewis Taylor is a good example of that.
Yes.
I feel pretty confident Murphy Reid is a better player than Lewis Taylor was.
Yes.
And I was the one who redrafted him at pick 3. I do, however, think that over time some of these midfielders have a bigger development curve and therefore could get back.
I think there's an element with Murphy Reid where it was like right place, right time, perfect situation.
Yeah, like if he goes to a different club with a different performance level, say a West Coast who picked one pick before that, I don't think he wins the Rising Star, but I still think he will be a very, very good player.
Woody's just said there, no, you're spot on. Till told me off stream once he hates Freo the most. That never happened. Actually never happened. So Adelaide Crows at pick 4, they obviously took Sid Draper, local boy, homeboy. Would they do anything different? I mean, obviously we have seen limited stuff of Sid Draper this year, mostly played Sandford, but he did have some substitute performances as well. What do you reckon?
Well, it's nothing against Sid Draper. He was one of my faves last year, and it's an even draft pool. But 2 players that were not available last year are available in this scenario. Jagger Smith, they apparently really liked, and Finn O'Sullivan's there. Yes. I actually had Adelaide taking Finn O'Sullivan with this selection. Okay, nice.
Cut a long story short.
Yeah, cool. We already kind of talked about him. Again, I think compared to a Langford, I think there is maybe a little more upside in terms of how much he can improve. And once he gets to that level as playing like a full-time midfielder, I think Langford's a little bit closer to his ceiling than an O'Sullivan is.
I agree with that.
That's my assessment. But it's line ball as well because Langford is good.
I sort of had that thing with, I think they're different. I think Finn O'Sullivan can probably give you more like polish in the long term, but I feel like Harvey Langford, you can sort of build a team around him as that big bullocking inside mid, and he does have those attributes on the side. So I thought for Carlton, given where they're at now, I reckon 12 months ago though, if we'd have had the season a year before and Carlton was sort of where they were at, if this is making any sense, I wouldn't have pinned them to Harvey Langford because they had too many similar types, but they're sort of in this rebuild now. So I'm picturing Harvey Langford with Cody Walker types, you know what I mean?
Yep.
I can't really say Jagger Smith because they're not taking him in this draft anymore.
Yeah, good point.
Sort of tied myself in knots there.
I thought you landed the plane. That was good. It made sense.
Forced to Adelaide. And then we've got 5 Brisbane. This one was pretty easy and just went Levi Ashcroft again.
Yeah, well, it's only their pick if they match a bid for Ashcroft. So I think Ashcroft around about here makes sense. He was taken or bid after a Finn O'Sullivan and he had a great debut season. I think it helps he's playing in a Brisbane Lions setup, and I do wonder what Finn O'Sullivan could have achieved this year if he played at the Brisbane Lions, for instance. So I'm going to retain the ranking of Foss and then Ashcroft, but Ashcroft retains his spot.
I think Ashcroft was clearly the most ready-made player coming into this season as well. Like I did some fantasy content, and obviously Ashcroft bodes really well for fantasy as well, and he just has that body. And I always said that as long as he gets ties up a position at the Lions, he'll be one of the better players coming through in his first, second, third year. So he just had to get in the team. And once he did, he was absolutely fine. And big game player as well. Like that. Do you remember on grand final day where he just lined up that goal, went around the guy on the mark, and I'm like, he's going to kick this.
Yeah, that's true.
I just knew it.
Yeah.
Unbelievable player. Just so efficient. And you can just see the way that he prepares himself and trains, that he always gets the best out of himself. I think there's a conversation that he's not the highest upside player, but I think he's going to have one of the most consistent careers in this crop.
One thing that he and his brother Will have in common is they don't look on the eye to be super damaging players. Yep. But then you give them this opportunity in a big moment and they make you pay.
Just so clean.
It's hard to quantify.
So clean.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Very technical players and also physical as well. I think that, like, I reckon Will gets that because he's got the, nice long blonde hair. So he's kind of seen as a bit more of a silky outside player, but he's not.
True.
He's in the trenches for sure. A lot of love here. We've got Man Without Plan saying Zach Johnson at 6, surely. Maybe a bit too much of a climb there.
Have him in 11. No, not really.
Good player. Who you got next?
Yeah. At the Melbourne Football Club, redrafting Harvey Langford here.
Okay, so I had Murphy Reid here.
Okay.
So we've flipped them.
Yeah. We've kind of both talked about those players, so we can probably move on. But I guess to underscore it, I would just say again, I think Foss and Ashcroft maybe, or particularly Foss, have a little bit more upside than a Langford. But I could be wrong on that. It's very, very tight.
It's funny because my argument would be the same about Murphy Reid, that those others have a bit more upside on him.
That's true.
But kind of putting him in there on performance. And I have gone Richmond, initially with this pick, took Josh Smiley, who we haven't seen because of injury. I'm taking Taj Houghton here.
Wow. So am I mistaken, or do you have Jagger Smith still on the board and you've taken Taj Houghton over him?
Yes.
You said that.
Yes, no,
that's right.
No, that is correct.
No,
That
that's
is correct.
fine. Yep. I just wanted to clarify that.
I thought I'd made a mistake there.
Yeah, I could tell by your face you thought you made a mistake, but you're happy with that ranking.
No, that's okay.
Okay, I went Richmond drafting at Jagger Smith. Two players who did an ACL. For the record, or maybe I can just say that I had Taj Houghton the very next pick. So I have Richmond 7, Jagger Smith.
Do you know what? It's hard to get out of your head in this situation that Richmond got Taj Houghton anyway. So in their heads, they'd be like, well, yeah, I'll just take Jagger because we're getting Taj Houghton later anyway.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
That's true. Look, I think Jagger, it's just hard to compare him against guys we've seen for a year. I was really impressed with Taj Houghton's debut season, considering he was coming off an ACL and, I presume didn't have a full preseason.
He was incredible.
Yeah, and I think in hindsight, maybe Richmond would take Houghton first before they take Smiley. I definitely agree with that. But Jagger Smith also does have the great resume, and I do have pretty good confidence he's going to come back from that ACL pretty well. I just thought he retains his spot over Taj, who I had at pick 8. Do you have the same plays in the other order?
In the next few picks, or
so you have Taj Houghton here at Richmond.
I got Taj Houghton at Richmond, and then I went next
Jagger Smith
with Jagger.
That's
Smith.
what I mean. So we've just gone the opposite.
Yeah.
there.
So the Saints here initially went Toby Travalia.
Okay.
At pick 8.
Yeah.
That's not including, I think there was a bid for, I think actually 8 was Leo Lombard.
Okay, yeah.
And then the Saints went into Toby Travalia. I've got them then taking Jagger Smith, who I think would just be just a winner in their midfield, I think. And you've pretty much covered it with Jagger Smith. I think he had one of the best resumes of the season. I think he's probably one of the most, of all of those midfielders, as far as like volume and accumulation and stuff like that. And just he was so good at just getting his hands on the ball from stoppage. I don't think he's the most damaging player, but he just gets it and he's well-rounded and has the volume and everything like that mids need ultimately.
Yeah, great option for a team sort of starting their rebuild for the midfield as well.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought he would have been perfect for West Coast.
Yeah, fair enough. St Kilda, as I said, took Taj Houghton. So then I guess we look at St Kilda's second pick. Is that who you have next?
I went Jonty Fall.
Jonty Fall. That is interesting. I went Sid Draper, just retaining his ranking. I mean, he went pick 4 on the actual night.
Yeah.
And again, it's an even draft pool in the same way we haven't seen much of Jagger Smith. We haven't seen much of Sid Draper. But I still think a very talented prospect. But talk to me about Jonty Fall.
I've gone with Jonty Fall. I just think of all of those key position forwards, he's made... I don't know if even necessarily his output is more than those other guys, but I just like the way that he attacks the ball. I think he's got a competitiveness level that just overreaches those other guys. And I think he's an unspectacular player, but someone that you can build a forward line around because of the work rate and the amount of contests that he gets to and just how much he brings the ball to ground. So I think Richmond recruited incredibly well in getting him a little bit higher than what most people expected. And they did that because of those traits and the fact that he can bring other players into the game, which is a big thing for key forwards these days.
Jonty Fall was a big reach on the night as well. Went pick 12, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And I think maybe 14.
Yeah, but it was higher than expected.
Yeah, I think even in the like top 25. Like Sydney, I think we're linked to him in like 25, 26 or something back. Right before the draft.
I think there was, so like Sydney had the Detoli pick in the teens and GWS had a pick too. And I think both of those clubs were keen on him.
That's what it was. Yeah. Yeah. Phoenix says that as well. We got Fall earlier than predicted because Swans were interested in him.
Yep.
There you go. It looks like possibly the best key forward in the draft.
Yeah, I just love his attack on the ball. Again, like I said, he's not the most smooth-looking player,
Sure.
but he's just hard at it.
Nice.
Did you go there?
I went Sid Draper. Just retaining his rank.
That's
There's
right,
not much to
that's
say
right.
on his performance this year, but I liked him, and I don't want to discriminate against him too much because he didn't play in a very strong Adelaide side that won the minor premiership. At pick 10, I had Leo Lombard as a bid staying with the Gold Coast Suns. I think that he might actually be a little bit underrated. I think he has a lot of upside for a smaller midfielder there, and we saw him a little bit at AFL level this year. Again, another team that's hard to break into. And I think he would be the next highest rated prospect. Who did you have?
Totally agree. I had Leo Lombard as well.
Nice.
So, yeah, worked out perfectly there. I agree. And I think he was even underrated last year. He won the Lark medal. He and Harvey Langford.
Yes, yeah, that's right. Joint Lark medalists. That's
yeah,
right.
so had a great champs, had a really good season, pretty much played at every level and played really well. Just physically ready for the AFL. And I think if he played at, I reckon he would have got into that Gold Coast team this season if it wasn't for injuries. He just had a very interrupted year. Like he had in the preseason, he had that big hit with Levi Ashcroft and he hurt his shoulder. So then that affected his preseason, obviously, and coming into round one. And then I think he did get a game at some point and then he got injured again. So it was kind of very disrupted.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of traits. Like he can accumulate the footy. He's got explosive speed, can play on different lines because of that as well. So I really like Lombard there. Any other ones to talk about?
I think we can just gloss over a few players that were around the mark that we didn't include in our top 10. So Josh Smiley, again, he went pick 7. I just think that maybe my own opinion going into the draft, I kind of liked some of the other midfielders first. And him going at 7 was a little bit of a surprise. I still would probably prefer a Draper and a Smith and a Taj Houghton. And then, Taru has bolted as well.
When you say it was a surprise that he went at 7, you expected him to go later?
Yeah, but I think it makes sense from the Richmond point of view where you're building a balanced midfield and you go Lawler, Houghton and Smiley. That makes perfect sense to me. I do wonder if there were 18 teams or 10 teams having one pick each, whether Smiley goes in the same spot. I don't know. That was just my opinion, which maybe I'm carrying that into a little bit of this ranking. I didn't have him in my top 10 and he also didn't play. Xavier Lindsay, good player, just not quite on the level of a Lombard or a Draper or a Smith rather.
Yep.
I did have Jonty Fall in my contenders. I think he's pushing it. Travalia and Trainer and Kako, other talented players in the first round who had pretty good first seasons, but not ultimately enough to crack it.
Yeah, I just want to see Trainer, for me to crack him into the top 10. Like he's still playing that more distributor role.
Yeah.
So I think he needs that. We need to see a bit more from him as a lockdown defender, and we probably need to see what he can do maybe up the ground as well. So he's kind of had a nice cruisy role, a la Harry Sheasel in his first season, just picking up the ball at halfback. Great season, but I still not enough to put him into that 10. Yeah,
I'm glad you said that. You said that perfectly. I didn't really seriously consider training for that reason. It's role based.
You've got some late bolters here too.
I think these are some players that on first glance have exceeded their draft position, and it speaks to the depth of.
There's a flavour here too. There's a flavour.
Oh, what Eagles players?
A couple, yeah.
There's two
out of 6 or
7. Yeah. Well, tell me where I'm wrong, Dylan.
I think the Jobe Shanahan one's fair. I'm not sure why Hamish Davis is on this list.
I think he looks a lot better than pick 66 suggests. And I think that there was players taking in the 40s that he looks immediately better than. And I think that he slid way further than he should have.
He did slide.
So that was my logic. Yeah, and it's also like relative to his position.
Yes.
I'm not saying he's a top 10 bolter.
No.
So don't think that I am.
So who else have you got?
So Shanahan is someone who immediately has exceeded 30. And in fact, I wonder if he'd go before Bo Allen in a redraft.
I mean, he was a clear slider.
Yeah.
As well.
That's true.
I think he was one that was expected to be taken on night 1. Did he actually go to the draft? Was he one of the ones that was left without a partner?
I'm not sure.
At the dance?
He was at the draft?
Yeah, he was.
I actually don't remember that.
He didn't go. I know Jack Whitlock was another one in that boat.
Yeah.
Obviously always would make you feel a little bit sad, but yeah, no, he was definitely expected to go in at the minimum at the 20s. Other people had him close to the top 10.
Yeah,
coming into the draft as well. So a big one. And his performances look more like that top 10 pick.
Yeah. There was a suggestion, I think, that obviously West Coast traded 14 for Baker. Had they held 12 and 14 on the night, they might have gone Allen and then Shanahan at 14.
Yeah.
In the end, we get him at 30, so it makes that trade a little bit better.
It's a funny one, that West Coast draft, isn't it? Because West Coast came out of it. It felt like you got so many sliders, and it meant that it made the draft feel better. and then take away. Yeah,
That's true. Yeah. It was an even draft pool.
It was.
Which helps us a little bit. I also highlighted Christian Moraes at pick 38 has exceeded that draft position. I think that's a really good.
He was a slider too.
That's true. Yep. Had some questions around ball use, I think, in his draft year or his top age year, and I think has, in a redraft goes much higher than 38. We saw some good signs from Angus Clark, who went 39.
I think he looks mustard.
Is that good?
Yes.
Is that to go with the sliders?
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Good one.
I don't know, was it a compliment?
No. Angus Clark just looks great.
Yeah.
I think he looks one of the most sensational players in this crop.
He looks like absolute shortbread.
He does.
Which is making up words at this point. Angus Clark at 39. I thought Hugh Boxall at 45. I think it was a good value pick.
Yes.
I think we were actually saying in the chat before we actually hit live, I wonder where Boxall would go this year to compare the depth of the draft, and I think maybe top 25.
It's a good shout. I suppose a question you could ask about two similar players, you could say, is there that much of a difference between what Boxall's doing and what, say, Cooper Hines is doing? I think Boxall's probably looking like he's even further ahead of like a Cooper Hines, who went around that 20 mark in the end to the Dogs. So, yeah, absolutely. I think that's a good one. You got Sam Davidson there.
I do have Sam Davidson in there as a player who exceeded his draft position at 51. Look, Hamish Davis, I did put in here just because I think he's much better than that. Like, for instance, his first season was much better than a Luca Grego or maybe even a Tom Gross.
Okay.
So that was my logic. I think 66 is a bargain.
Better than Tom Gross, do you reckon?
I think he might have played more games in the end and probably impacted more.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You know your Eagles better than I do.
That's just my opinion. I could be wrong. I saw Tom Gross the other day at the gym.
Did you?
Yeah. Funnily enough, actually, I will tell the story very quickly.
Oh, he's back in Melbourne.
Yeah. I was at the gym and I got recognised as True Eagle. Some nice gentleman came over and said hello.
I believe it now.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because it's like not True Footy. It was True Eagle when we're here in Melbourne.
Gotcha.
The literal, we chatted for about 5 minutes. The literal second he walked out, Tom Gross walked in. And I need to know, did that guy see that an Eagles player walked in to this small gym where there's like 5 people in there? There's literally about 5 people in there. An Eagles player walked in immediately after. What are the odds of that?
He must live somewhere near there because I don't want to dox him or anything on here,
Yes.
in
Bendigo.
In that,
That's where I live.
Got into a weird space there. And you've got the other one you've got on here is Zach Johnson.
Yeah. Again, pick 70, same logic, far exceeded that value, I think.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Again, speaks to the quality of the draft last year when we're talking about depth, that as Zach Johnson goes at pick 70. This year, we might get 45 total picks.
That's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he was such a good, consistent performer across the season. And you always watch that Northern Knights team and he looked like such a leader from the back half, just conducting, telling other players what to do. So I think Essendon got a really good one there. That's actually, I got a story there too. Like I was on the draft night and Nate Caddy was talking to somebody near me and he was saying that he was there to see Zach Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
Because he was like, Essendon's going to draft him.
Yeah, wow. Yeah.
That was interesting.
Yeah, that's cool. I just got called a Timu Ben Dwarshuis in the comments.
A what?
A Timu version of Ben Dwarshuis.
Oh, he's a cricketer, yeah?
Yeah. I actually see it.
Let's see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do actually.
Yeah.
Fake Ben Dwarshuis.
I prefer the Connor Nash comparison. It's a lot more flattering.
Okay.
Someone actually saw walk past me at Coles the other day, a staff member, and he looks at me and goes, "You're not Connor Nash, are you?" I was like, "Nah, mate, I'm not."
You do look like him.
Yeah, I don't see it. I actually see the Ben Dwarshuis as more
I'd
accurate.
say you're more Connor Nash.
Okay. But anyway, like I said, nah, mate, nah. And he's like, "Do you get that a lot?" And I was like, "Yeah, I do actually get the Connor Nash thing quite a lot." And he just looked at me and he wouldn't let it go. And he's like, you could tell he didn't believe that I wasn't Connor Nash.
Yeah.
He obviously doesn't realize he's Irish.
Yeah.
Should have put on the accent.
He's a big name.
Yeah.
Big name. N. Evans says, Tom Gross watch spotted at the corner dairy in Double View last night. Don't know what any of that means.
Double View's in Perth, unless there's a Double View here. But he was literally on my street last week. Fun fact.
Love it. There was a comment just up further and it was something interesting and I've forgotten it.
Wasn't another unfair comparison.
If you're looking at that draft, that 2024 draft, is there anyone that you're thinking in that top end that you're a bit scared about? Negatively, like
I'm worried about
them taken high?
Oh, I think you immediately just go to the top prospects you haven't seen play at the level yet. And that would, like, my mind goes to Sid Draper.
See, I'm not
Josh
worried.
Smiley.
I'm not worried about Jagger.
Sure.
Unless like there's complications with the knee and it just takes him like ages to play or something. Obviously, those things are kind of outside any control. But is there anyone that's probably played a bit, had the opportunity to play that hasn't played, and that worries you?
I suppose Sid Draper and Josh Smiley are the two in the top 10 that description fits. They could have played and they didn't.
What about, say, like a Toby Travaglia, who was pretty much fit for the entire season?
Yeah.
Couldn't break into that side
did he
consistently.
Not play? Let's find out how many games he played, because I thought he played a decent.
He played a bit. Yeah, he played a bit. He debuted earlier than Tyroo.
Okay.
But probably didn't hit the heights.
Yeah.
I mean, it's incredibly early.
12 games, yeah.
12 games, yeah, okay.
With Travaglia, I wouldn't say I had a strong opinion on his performance this year. I suppose there was always some doubt because he's sort of described as that Will Day midfielder, potentially, that he'll transition to. There's always a doubt that a player becomes an actual stoppage player.
There's a bigger growth there that has to take place for him to actually be his full form.
Yeah. So could he be a daring, running defender? Like, he could be a good one. Obviously, his ball use isn't super crash hot, in my opinion. It can be a bit erratic. So I think he'll need to dial that in or develop another position. But I wouldn't say I'm concerned for him at this early stage, to be honest.
No, that's fair. Any concern for Bo
Allen? For him, it's probably about role. He's got some really nice traits, and he just didn't have any continuity this year and playing in a terrible team. I would say that he's far from a sure thing to be a really good player, because I don't even know what the plan is for him positionally. Is he a running intercept defender? Or is he a crash and bash midfielder? It remains to be seen. I think he probably does need to become a midfielder to make it, because I think maybe we've discussed it, because I know what you're going to say. Is it the ball use from the back half that isn't good enough? I suppose I made that point about Travaglia to make it as a pure running defender.
I think he's similar to Travaglia in that sense, in that the growth, like his potential is high, but there's a lot more water to go under the bridge for him to get there. So it's just, and it's difficult. Again, it's like the team that he's gone to, he can't really just come in and have a really, he's got to kind of, he's the top pick that Eagles had in that super draft. So he's kind of got to do more straight away, I feel. So he doesn't get the luxury of just playing and sort of easing into the side, which I think is another factor as well. I think we had a super chat there.
We did.
Producer, that I better read off. We were talking about something else and then I was going to get to it.
We did.
And it slips your mind. It's from Gus E13. Thanks very much, mate. $7.99. Hey, lads, what are the Saints doing this draft? Just taking Fincher. Got no picks. Heard rumour they were trying to get back in early for Jevon. I've pretty much heard the same thing. I think it probably is those two options, really. It's either that they just get out with Fincher, which I think would be okay. I think Fincher's a really top quality player. Someone that they can play off half back, and I think he's pretty well ready made. He's a good solid option for them. But I think for Saints fans, it would be pretty exciting if they could get up into that top crop and bring Jevon over for Mateus as well. I think that would be another thing that could kind of hold the Philippines in Melbourne if you could get both of them there, and you'd have some pretty exciting players. There was a news report, I think, that Ross Lyon went to the draft combine and he only spoke to Jevon Phillips or something like that. Yeah, it might have been a complete coincidence. Like he just knows him because of his brother, but
they've also got no other picks. So yeah, that's right. I think you're spot on there. I think if somebody were to trade with Carlson in this year's draft for, say, pick 11 with the Harry Dean bid, St Kilda's future first is not insignificant, because whilst they did, recruit heavily, I'm not personally expecting them to finish top 6 next year. So I still think that's actually a really good deal for Carlton. Long story short, I think St Kilda has a good chance of getting something like that.
Are you scared if you're Carlton? I don't think they should be, but are you scared if you're them that like they've come and raided their players? Like what do they get? Silvani and TDK off them, and then they do the pick swap, and then St Kilda make top 8 and make Carlton look stupid.
I think even if you accept St Kilda finish 8th next year, I don't think that's a bad deal for Carlton because of the Harry Dean thing, and they do want to bank extra first next year. They've already got 2 to begin with, to be fair. But I'm going to say that Sydney finish higher than St Kilda, and therefore it's an improvement on what they've got.
Those pick swaps, I reckon they're terrifying for recruiting teams and football teams basically in general. Like they're just the things that fans like don't let go of into the following season.
The worst one we ever had was Gold Coast traded like 4 picks in the 20s to us and gave us a future second. No, it was 3 picks in the 20s in the first year. We gave up our future first and they gave us a future second. We won the flag and they won the spoon. So they gave us 3 picks in the 20s for a 1 pick upgrade.
Wow.
Because I think there was that was the year Robert Walls predicted us to win the spoon. So there was a lot of negativity about West Coast. And so they banked on our demise and we banked on us to do well. And obviously we were very lucky to win the flag.
Didn't something happen with the like the Nick Dacos pick? Didn't Collingwood actually that year?
That was the year they fell apart.
Yeah. Wasn't there a pick trade there that was really, really suspect?
Do you mean live? Do you mean because the context was the year before was the Treloar gate, so they traded Treloar out, and I think they gave up their future first in some other deal. I'm a little bit blurry actually on this. Maybe the chat can help us out.
I think I've got a feeling that they gave their future first away, and they finished that season. They really dropped off. Like it was after the 2018 grand final, somewhere in that period. Someone in the chat, let me know. I've come into that with basically no information, but I've looked at it at different times, and I think it was the Nick Dacos draft.
Yeah, so that was 2021. That was the year after Treloar. I think their future first did make way because they were like, we've got
Finn
Dacos.
Callaghan.
So that went to GWS.
Yeah, I think that was the pick that was actually attached to Collingwood's ladder position.
Gotcha.
And
that would make sense.
Yeah.
I can't remember what the trade was though.
In the end, I mean, Collingwood get Dacos, so they kind of get the the high pick anyway, but they actually theoretically could have had another high pick that they lost.
Yeah, it depends though, because if let's say Collingwood holds pick 2 and you're whoever finished last, it was North.
That was Horn Francis.
Do you bank on North not bidding on Dacos?
No, but Collingwood would have had to have traded away, but they still would have had the capital. So they could have just traded that into the future first or something. But they actually lost it. They essentially like lost a really good pick because of their trading.
Yeah, good point. Yeah. It didn't matter one jot. They won a premiership, so who cares?
Exactly. Yeah. So you can still make mistakes and do really well.
I'm going to go for a tinkle.
Go for a tinkle.
It has been a while since I've been.
I'll have a look at some chat and I'll have a look at what we can do in the next segment. There's a lot going on here in the chat. Harrison C. I had Smiley ranked up there with Lawler, Foss and Jagger inside the top 4. Yeah, he was a little bit back for me, Smiley. Obviously, like attributally and physiologically, like he looks like a really impressive player, but I never saw him as a big-bodied mid that had that real kind of like explosive speed. Like we see it with Sam Lawler. Dustin Martin obviously was kind of like a prototypical player, but that sort of like DeGoey forward mid type. I don't think Smiley is that. He's a little bit slower by foot and he's got good foot skills on him. Like he can go into half back and dictate a little bit. So he's got that as a little bit of a weapon, but probably just not as high impact and high scoreboard as some of those other guys for me. Cody Mills says, would you consider drafting Dersma, CDT and potentially a Sharp or Farrow along with the NGA players and father sons? I'm losing that comment. It's slipping up. Help me, producer. Sharp or Farrow along with the NGA players and father son, a huge win for the Eagles in a long time in the draft. Okay, so would you consider drafting Dersma and potentially a Sharp or Farrow along with the NGA players? Oh, would I consider it? Absolutely. The question will be, if you take Dersma and CDT at the top, I think you'll have to try to get that pick 13 up to a 9 to be able to take a Sharp. I think maybe you could get a Farrow or somebody else that slips through. I do think West Coast probably need to focus on Dyson Sharp a lot, and I've talked about this from the leadership perspective that he brings, the mentality that he can bring into that group, a team that's pretty inexperienced and doesn't have a lot of that in their team at the moment. So Sharp would be the one that I'm prioritizing. I don't think Farrow gives you the same. So if West Coast can work it in so they think they can get Sharp with that pick 9, but I don't know if they will. That's the question. So they might have to take him with pick 2 or get up to say pick 5 with that other pick with a different swap. So that'll be interesting how that plays out. Man Without Plan says Sharp isn't getting past Essendon, and I agree with that. I think he goes to either West Coast or Essendon. with one of those picks, and the only kind of outside thing that could happen is that they trade, obviously, like Essendon, if they maybe want to get up for pick 2, and then West Coast get pushed back a little bit. But I think one of those two clubs will take him for the leadership qualities that he brings. Matthew Webber, I don't want all 3 top picks to be non-WA boys. I wouldn't worry too much about that, if I'm honest. I mean, I feel like that's only a factor if West Coast continue to be really terrible at football. As long as you guys are building something and you get better quickly, that'll all go away. Nobody will want to leave then.
It's a tough one. I do agree with what you've just said. I think there's some sense to be in building a foundation of good WA players that are not flight risks and sprinkling in the top quality of the draft like your Harley Reids or your Willem Dersmans amongst that. So I do think where the talent is even, you go local. That being said, you don't reach for local too much. Like at 9, I don't want us to automatically just pick Farrow because he's West Australian. I think Doveston, for example, is a better fit. So, yeah, I'm not totally against the idea that we pick up Farrow with one of the 3 picks, but the mix is really important. And I think if you limit yourselves too much to like West Australian talent or South Australian, if you're from SA, then you are just robbing yourself a little bit of what the best talent there is. You're robbing yourself of that, if that makes sense.
Do you subscribe to the theory that like Western Australian talent is a little bit underrated overall, and you think there actually are better players there, or do you think that gets overblown?
I don't know. I think this year the talent is a bit thin out of WA, generally speaking. I do think, though, that maybe the order, like if you ranked the top 10 WA prospects, I do think it's probably a lot more even than it suggests. Is there a huge difference between a Jacob Farrow and a Kobe Evans or a Charlie Banfield? I don't think there's a huge gap there, but if you look at consensus rankings, one's top 10, the other 2 might not go national draft. I don't think there's a bigger gap there as what is suggested.
I think Banfield's underrated.
Yeah.
Who was the other one that you said?
Kobe Evans.
I haven't seen him enough.
He's been injured.
Yeah.
So, naturally he will fall away. But I just think that maybe the way the talent's ranked, I think it's a little bit ass backwards, to be honest. But
Can we talk about Harley Reid's, just on this point, Harley Reid's comments during the week? I think it was something along the lines of, I've got to do my time.
Yeah, no, that is concerning. I'm not going to lie. Won't dismiss that. That does imply the attitude of somebody who thought it was the right thing to sign on for a little bit, but ultimately wants to get back. Look, I've never really ever let myself think Harley's going to stay a West Coast Eagle for his entire career. I don't think it's likely. I was hoping he would be a little bit more committed to the cause than it sounded, personally. I do also think 3 years is enough time for us to hopefully improve, and he'll be like, okay, I'll sign on for another contract.
I can just imagine like there's like a West Coast person next to him when he's having the interview and he said it and they've just gone, oh, like, no.
It did sound bad, hey. I think he's got a good character that he wanted to stay, to be honest.
Yeah.
Most people expected him to want to leave. And, I think it was a character move to stay. And, fair enough. If we're still the same team in 3 years, which I'm obviously hopeful we're not and don't think we will be, but if we are, then who can blame him?
Yeah. No, I think that's what it all comes down to. I think if this team, if West Coast in 3 years are playing finals and everything looks really positive and it looks like they're building towards a premiership, I don't think you'll want to leave.
I hope so, yeah. I mean, even if we're just on the outskirts of finals and, Willem Dersmer and Harley Reid are lighting up Optus Stadium and we're beating some good teams and ultimately not quite good enough for the 8, I still think that might be enough. I'm hopeful for that's probably the best case scenario.
I think you'll need to move quicker than that. I think when teams make this upward trajectory, I think it does need to, like now more than ever for these younger players, the move has to be quick. You can't just you can't do what North Melbourne are doing where it's like, yeah, we're getting like marginal gains.
No, but could you be like an Adelaide, like before this year?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the jump you'd want.
Where
right?
you have, yeah. Also, I don't necessarily mean jump to first, but I just mean the perception of where Adelaide's list was maybe at the start of this season. You think, okay, they've got a lot of talent there. This could be a good year for them. Like if that's where we're in 3 years, which may not be realistic, but that's probably enough. I think.
Like you're saying that the wins and the losses don't necessarily matter, but the excitement factor needs to be there. I agree. Like they'd want to be having, they'd want to be building a team that looks a bit more exciting than this. At the bare minimum, they'd want to be playing like exciting football.
Absolutely.
In 2 years, I'd say.
Agreed. Exactly.
Yep.
Whereas if you say maybe an Essendon trajectory where you're 10th, but there isn't much excitement, That's probably less compelling.
You don't want to be like not understanding if you're coming or going.
Yeah.
As a club, I think that's probably the big thing.
That's right.
We do have a conversation here about late draft gems. Do you want to leave that until after the mock, or do you want to just
I reckon we can go into it.
kick straight into it?
Yeah, yeah.
A few late draft gems. Do you want to start or do I?
I think that you are clearly the draftsmith here. That's not a word. I'm clearly not a wordsmith. I think you can probably. You just cringe.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to cut that bit out. You are clearly the draft guy out of us, and certainly in terms of the depth of the draft, I have written down a bunch of names that I might throw at you if you don't mention them. But I'm happy for you to take the reins on this one. I do want to answer a question from Brenton Sharp, who's asked where Drewsy's been, because we've never addressed this.
That's actually a very good point.
Drewsy's not a draftsmith, and therefore he actually made the decision to, once the trade period wrapped up, that he wasn't necessarily going to be part of the draft show because he just doesn't follow the draft, and that's fair enough. So yeah, he didn't feel like he would be able to add much other than sort of just, cracking jokes. No, which is fair enough. Like, he is still part of the show. He will be back. It's just he hasn't really got around the draft in recent times. So that is why.
Could have sworn when we started the show, I poured myself a water and got a coffee, and the water was just nowhere to be seen. I don't know what happened there. Producer stole it. Okay,
Yeah,
fair enough.
Fair.
All right,
Okay.
so starting with my late draft gems, the first one I want to kick in with is a guy that I followed really closely at the beginning of the season, and then he went down with a knee injury pre-champs. So he didn't have the opportunity to show himself there. I'm talking about Sam Allen. I think there's comparisons with Sam Allen, the way that he plays and the versatility that he has athletically and the skills that he has. It's a bit similar to Finn O'Sullivan.
Okay.
So he comes from a high jumping background. So he's got that, like he's sort of a mid 180s, low 180s kind of height, but he's got that, like rubbery long limbs where he can sort of reach in, get the ball a little bit Finn O'Sullivan-esque.
I pictured one of those big inflatable, wacky waving inflatable flailing arm tube man.
He's army, in the same way like when you're defending transition, like an Andy Brayshaw.
Yes.
He's army. He's not particularly tall. And not even, I wouldn't say Brayshaw's even good overhead or anything like that, but he's limmy and he's got good reach and good running ability, good athleticism, which Sam Allen also has. So he helps both in transition and on the ball as well. So I think he can bring a lot to an AFL club, and the fact that he's done that knee pre-champs just makes him slide a lot. So I think there's going to be a lot of value in him as a pick.
It's interesting, the Brayshaw comparison. Perhaps it's genetic, because I believe one of the Brayshaw brothers is actually in the army. So that works. Will Brayshaw, the one that didn't play AFL.
Was that meant to be a joke about the
It was a joke. Well, you said army.
Army.
Yeah.
He's army. He is, though.
Yeah, no, I get what you mean. I think maybe Dersman could also be that player for us.
Yes,
as
absolutely.
Another comparison.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I like that.
He was in the preseason testing. He was first in the running vertical jump.
Yes, Phoenix says 101 centimeters. Is that right?
Didn't read the chat there.
Yeah.
101 vertical preseason. I didn't have the number there.
Yeah,
but he's a freak. So good runner as well. Athletics background. So I think he's got a lot to offer a club, and one that'll go, let's say, draft range. I'm going to say 30 to 40.
Okay, that's pretty decent. Just outside the range of our drafts, so that's probably why I don't have a huge handle on him. Someone on the internet just said Sam Ainsworth Shawley. He's the SA ruckman, if I'm not mistaken. 198 centimetres. Is he a little undersized?
That would be the conversation, I think, with Sam Ainsworth. And just, I suppose, at that size. So, he played as a number one ruck. Can you play at that size? I suppose you probably can, in theory. And all of these rule changes probably bode well for somebody like that. He's aggressive and has that physicality that you want from a ruckman. I'm just not sure if there's quite enough AFL attributes there. Like, maybe he's one that you could put on a rookie list and see how he develops. But I would have thought at that size, you'd probably want another position in your back pocket.
I like it. One player that you mentioned earlier in this show is Max Kondogiannis, 190 centimeter defender from Victoria. Yes. I don't know if he counts as a late gem, but I think you almost separate this draft into first round and the rest, because the first round is going to be about half the draft. Whereas I think Max is probably more likely to fall in the second round and beyond. Would you agree with that? And if so, what do you think of him as a player?
I think early second round is probably where I have him at the moment. I think he's a really interesting prospect. Again, he's probably one of those guys that's hiding by the fact that he's not, fully a key position player, but he's close to key position height, but he's not a smaller player as well. So he's sort of in between. And again, it's like, what position is he going to play at AFL level? He spent most of his junior career playing as that sort of, I guess, hybrid defender, you would call it. Like, he can play on those taller players. He's done really well at school footy, playing for Carey Grammar. Might be the captain of them, actually. A little bit of leadership there, obviously, leading that team. Good in the air, good at ground level, and again, very athletic, very limmy. Again, bit of a theme for whatever reason with these players, that he gets the arms in, can take some big marks. So I think he's one that clubs will be looking at. And I don't know, I can just see with him, like, he's one of those players that like the Hawks would like, one of those tall, athletic defenders that just rebounds really well. So yeah, he's a good one.
Probably, I heard he recognised Druzy in a public setting, which is funny.
Oh, did he actually I remember Druzy telling the story that they met. I assumed that it was the other way around. No. But Druzy wouldn't know him.
Yeah, I don't think Druzy would know him. I could be tripping, but I'm sure Druzy said that. They certainly chatted.
Yes.
So shout out Max if you're a fan of the show.
Max. Yeah, cool name too.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
On that name, Max Kondagiannis, the other one I want to bring up is Marcus Krasnodumskis.
Is he the bolting ruckman?
He's the bolting ruckman from the Eastern Rangers. 2 MKs with cool last names. Kondagiannis and Krasnodumskis. That's cool.
Yeah. A couple of Greek players. I don't know where I was going with that.
I'd say Greek. Yeah. Kondagiannis, I would say Greek.
Yeah.
Krasnodumskis, I would say like Russian or Latvian.
Where's Ramanauskas from? Adam Ramanauskas.
Lithuania.
Oh, yeah,
I reckon
right.
it's Lithuanian.
Yeah, I think you're right then.
I'm going to go with that bit of Baltic flavour. Yeah, Krasnodumskis. So, athletic ruckman. Again, we keep having this conversation about the rule changes. I think this type of player, but he's got a little bit more height than, say, a Sam Ainsworth. He's probably a bit better on the ball as well, kicking and those sort of traits. So he's got the technical skills. Would a club take him in the first round? I think is probably the question with Krasnodumskis at the moment. I think it's potential that they would. The question would be, would you take a guy like this over like a Louis Emmett, who probably had early formers in the academy team, someone that had the runs on the board and has been a little bit better for longer, as opposed to this guy that's bolting? I think he's probably starting to put his name ahead of those other guys. Like who we got? We've got Emmett there. We've got like a Ludowick. Threadgold's in and around. Threadgold's probably more in that bolter, but Threadgold and Krasnodumskis both have a bit more athleticism for tools.
Is he more of a pure ruck or is he a ruck forward?
I think he's probably a similar player to like a Cooper Duff Tyler.
Okay. Yeah.
He's that style, really. A little bit different. He's not as good. His kicking and stuff like that's not quite as good as Cooper Duff Tyler, and he doesn't find as much of the ball. But yeah, you could certainly use him in both those roles.
I read a recent link to the Western Bulldogs, so perhaps with their second pick more likely than their first.
Yeah.
But that could be top 30, as we'll see later in our mock draft.
Harrison C says Lithuanian.
There you go.
Usually the clue there, actually, which I should have known, if it's got like an AS or an IS or something like that, it's usually got a bit of Lithuanian in there.
Yeah.
Yep.
What about another player with an interesting name? I'm just going to throw these out in random order. Blake Ordshawn Benier.
What's that name?
Ordshawn, could that be Dutch?
It could actually. The double O's.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll speculate wildly. But
would it maybe be like a Dutch South African type situation?
It could easily be South African. There's a few South African players in this draft, I think. Or maybe I'm tripping. I think Jacob Farrow's English. English born. Yeah. Fun fact.
Farrow.
Yeah.
Sounds very posh.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. But I mean, if you have a surname of Farrow, you could be Aussie, South African, Canadian. You'd be any of them.
You really could, couldn't you? So tell us,
Well, I'll ask you. I know that he is sort of like a smaller midfielder. Does he play a little bit on the back flank, or am I tripping?
Yes, he has played.
Sort of a ball user and a bit of a playmaker, I suppose.
Bit of a playmaker, really good skills, and he's got one more of that sort of heavier body. Like, rather than a lot of the players in this draft, we're talking about them like Hibbins Hargraves, skinny and light. He's a bit heavier and a little bit more explosive. He's not. Like, if you're comparing him to those big explosive players like Sullivan Roby, Sam Lawler, he doesn't quite have the size of those guys. So I think that's the thing that's probably holding him back in this draft. But when he's played forward and gone forward, he actually does hit the scoreboard, and did for South Australia in the national champs. I think his champs overall were underrated and obviously a part of that successful team. So I think he can bring a lot. The thing is, for me with him, that he's very versatile at under 18 level. Like you said, he played half back. He can go forward, kick goals, and he can play through the midfield. I'm not sure if he's necessarily going to have that same flexibility at AFL level, which is probably why he's sliding back here a little bit.
I like it. What about someone like a Taylor Burns? Somebody mentioned him in the chat as well. You messaged me a few months ago saying, check out Taylor Burn. If you like Ollie Hannaford, you like Taylor Burn.
Yeah.
Probably more like top 40 ranked player at the moment as a 174 centimetre small forward. What are your thoughts on Taylor Burn?
He's just one of these guys that has that venom in him. He's got the dog, just wants to win, wants to kick goals, pesty little small forward. I like that he's like also like he's very small. Got the Tom Papleys about him. So I think it was the Vic Metro game, Vic Country versus Vic Metro, where he really had the standout performance, kicked 5 goals, and probably recruiters started to take notice of him then. Very opportunistic, great finisher, and I just think someone that's suited to AFL level. Probably again, like if you're talking him versus Doveston, I feel like the reason that Doveston is rated higher is probably athleticism more than anything. Just agility and stuff like that is a little bit better, and speed is a little bit better on a Doveston compared to a Taylor Burn. But I think they're slightly different. I think Taylor Burn probably has a little bit better endurance than someone like a Doveston and can play higher up the ground as well. He's played midfield for a lot of the season. I think when he was playing midfield for the GWV Rebels, he probably wasn't on recruiters' minds as much because of the fact that he was playing midfield. Like he's won low 170s. So not many players get drafted to the AFL playing midfield, and then he goes forward and kicks a lot of goals. So that's where he's going to be noticed and the position that he'll play at AFL level.
I like it. We've been going from my list. Actually, we got a couple in the chat here.
Chad Phillips here.
I noticed that.
It's great.
So many jokes to be made and so little time. Matthew Weber says, is Leon Kickett underloved? No buzz, it seems. He did well at the Combine. Yeah, he's getting a little bit of buzz, to be fair. A Swan District small forward out of the South Bunbury Football Club.
I know very little about him.
So do I, but I am from South Bunbury, so I will claim him as my own. But no, he was talked about on Gettable as recently as this week. And I think he played a little bit of league for Swan Districts. And then I think in the last Colts game, kicked a bag of 4 or something like that. So again, one of these players that could be bolting late. It probably did well at Combine, as Matthew Weber says. Athletic. Again, Fremantle's a club that obviously is local to him and probably in the market for a small forward. So could be a good pickup for anyone.
I like that. There's a couple of people just commenting in the chat too that Ochon Benier reminds them of Zorko. I think that's actually pretty nice comparison there. Probably, I mean, like Zorko is an unbelievable kick and he's developed that over a long time. So he's probably got a little bit of a way to go there, but there is some similarities when he plays at halfback. So I like that one. Archie Roberts getting some shouts out as well. Who is next on my list? I do have Zane Piker on my list who, if you explain him sort of attributally, I think you're probably talking similar things to Taylor Burn, but he's a little bit quicker. I think he ran like a 2.89 second 20-metre sprint in pre-season. So he's got that burst of pace that those small forwards need, and a real competitor and someone that kicked goals, whether playing at national champs or for Woodville in the SANFL as well. So he's a good one that I'm a big fan of. He's probably not more of a role player, I think, at AFL level. He's someone that's going to have to, develop his AFL skills, but someone that I really, really like. I like those small forwards.
Yeah, you certainly do. Do you know much about an Avery Thomas who is from your stomping ground? He was on Gettable earlier this year.
Yeah.
185 centimetre sort of running defender. Any opinion on him? Is he somebody that's caught your eye?
Yeah, from watching him play at the champs, like he was talked about a lot around that time. So I was watching him. He's probably one for me that I haven't seen like a great deal of substance from an actual footballing perspective. I think he's got a lot of athleticism, and can mark the football, can drift across and play that sort of unaccountable role. But I didn't really see him like shut down any key forwards or anything like that. So I think he'd be, for me, he'd be one that would be taken later in the draft or as a rookie or something like that, as a bit of a project. I think he's got a bit of a way to go.
Could, if he doesn't get drafted, could join the VFL team for Tasmania. That could be on the cards, but he may well get drafted.
I think he'll go late.
Yeah, fair.
I think he'll go late. Yeah, because he's got a lot of athleticism.
I like it. What about Jack Dalton?
Jackie,
do you have much of an opinion on him? Because was he the guy who won the 2K time trial?
Yeah, I was going to say can run 5 minutes and 55 seconds.
That's right. That's what it was. Yeah.
I know it's hard when you're doing these shows and you talk about sprint times and 2K time trial times. It's sort of, I feel like they're just words when you're saying them, but that is incredibly fast.
Yeah. For
a 2K time trial. And it was actually cool to watch how he broke away from everyone. It was mid-pack for the first half of it and just went bang at some point.
I reckon in Melbourne you struggle to drive 2Ks in 5 minutes.
You really would.
Oof.
You really would. And he's a really good footballer as well. I think that's something to notice. He was a guy that got football exposure for Sandringham Dragons last year. So he was one of the rare players that got that bottom age experience for Sandringham. Knows how to find the football, like regular 30-touch games as an accumulating midfielder. I think the hard at the ball and all of that kind of stuff. But I think the thing that's probably holding him back is like, what's his weapon? He's not really he's not a standout at any one attribute. He can just do everything really well. So you think about him at AFL level, like he probably just plays a role somewhere, right? Like he's a depth midfielder. I think he's around 180 centimeters. So I like those guys that can come on and run and win the footy and be competitive for you. But I don't think he's got like a standout role.
I like it. Let's go with someone from your list this time.
I have got Liam Heatherton.
Oh, I also had him.
And he's probably, I mean, we're sort of doing here like late draft gems. So it's not exactly bolter or slider or anything like that, is it? So it kind of does fit. But he was actually on Cal Toomey's top 10 list at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, that's how I know his name. That's right. I did a video on the top 10 for 2025 last December, and I think I had Fred Rodriguez, Cody Curtin, and Liam Heatherton was in that mix, I reckon.
Yeah. So I never had him that high. I probably needed to see more of him play, and then he had a season-ending back injury earlier in the season. So we've barely seen him this season, but clearly the fact that he was in that conversation of the top 10, recruiters see him as a really high upside pick. Given the lack of exposure, I think it's going to be hard to take him in the first round now. But I would expect teams to look at him, somewhere between, I suppose he's in that same sort of conversation really, 25 to 40. I would expect his name to get called out. And he's kind of, again, in that, like he's a forward, he's a ruck. He's one that looks a bit, compared to the ones we're getting in this year's draft, we're getting those more taller, skinnier, athletic types. He's one that feels a bit more like fuller body, I suppose, a bit more of a heavier type, stand and deliver type key forward. So a bit more old school. Again, very competitive and has that flexibility to play ruck as well.
I like it. What about the younger Darcy of the two brothers? 196 centimeters, at least that I can find online. Obviously Sam Darcy has elevated himself to be one of the best key forwards in the competition. And there is another Darcy here at the Western Bulldogs who doesn't seem to have the same profile, Dylan. But do you reckon there's a little bit of funny business here?
I've actually been trying to get the details of Will Darcy all season. I saw him back. The first time was playing for, who's he play for? Scotch, doesn't he? Yeah, Scotch versus Caulfield. I saw him in a game. And he kicked a goal and gave it to the crowd, and everyone started cheering like wanker, wanker, wanker. And he was getting into it, and he played really well in that game. And then he got his debut for the Oakley Chargers. I still don't, I have no inside information on what's going on there and why he hasn't played more for the Chargers. Didn't represent Vic Metro, but then he got the National Combine invite. So I suspect that opposition clubs are thinking that he's being underexposed and he has, more talent there and they want to have a bit more of a look at him. He's certainly not as dominant as what his brother was at football. Like that Oakley Chargers game that he played against the Brisbane Lions Academy, I think he had 2 kicks.
Yeah, wow.
One of them was a goal off a free kick, and that was it. So he wasn't really finding the football. The Scotch game was a different story, but that is a lower level as well at APS football. So it's interesting. I don't have a great read on him because it's the only 2 times that I've actually seen him play. He looks extremely skinny, very athletic, rangy. But again, he doesn't have that same physiological advantage that Sam has. So it's hard. But I do think that he'll attract a bid just because of what's gone on in the background. I do feel like there must be some sort of input there from the Western Bulldogs to kind of hold him back because he just doesn't seem to have played football or been in the limelight for somebody of that name.
You'd think even if he had a really underwhelming year, which I'm not saying he did, but if he did, you'd still take the punt, wouldn't you? If you're the Bulldogs, yeah, absolutely. Draft him.
I suppose what I mean by that and what I'm trying to explain not particularly well at the moment with this sort of, I feel like the Western Bulldogs must be trying to hold him back a little bit.
Yeah.
Imagine if there was a Dacos kicking around ready to be drafted this year.
Willem Dacos.
Yeah, and you just hadn't really seen him exposed at Coates Talent League level. Just the fact that he plays football. He should be spoken about a bit more.
True. Hunter Holmes could also be in that category.
Yeah.
Do you reckon?
But I mean, the Darcy name is much more famous than the Holmes name.
Yeah. Well, Sherlock. I don't know. I reckon there'd be more Google searches for the Holmes name, to be honest.
Oh, you're right. You're so right.
We have a super chat here from Ro. I hope I'm saying
You
that
struggled with
correctly.
that, didn't you?
Yeah.
You were going to go
There's too many vowels.
Rowie.
Ro. Thank you so much for that kind donation. Who is in the mix for Melbourne? I've seen someone phantom draft Cameron Nairn at our pick 8. Would that be too much of a reach for him? Is there any other similar players you would find more appealing that high in the order? That is really early for Cameron Nairn, who is a player that I like. I would have thought that a more highly rated alternative would be Mitch Marsh. And closer to that pick 8 mark, it does seem a bit of a reach. What do you think?
Yeah, it does. I like Cameron Nairn, but I
Yeah.
think that feels a little bit too high when you consider... I suppose, like, if you look at Melbourne, they're probably one of the clubs that could do something like that potentially. I don't think you'll see that sort of behaviour from an Essendon or a West Coast or down in that sort of looking for midfielders, I think particularly more. But, yeah, I think that would be still too high.
You'd want to be confident that he'd be like a gun midfielder as well.
I think so.
Because at 189 or 191?
Yeah,
I think
he's
he might be
189.
189. It's not quite the height of a full-time forward these days. There's got to be some sort of hybrid.
The real weapon with him is the running ability for someone that's at a good size. But yeah, I mean, he is mid, like for modern football, he's a midfield height, isn't he?
Yeah.
At 189. Interesting. I'm actually intrigued who did that mock draft.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that.
It's fascinating.
And similar players you find more appealing that high in the order. I mean, I'd be thinking for Melbourne, you'd be looking at Doveston.
Yeah.
Well,
Marsh is the most similar, I would say, in terms of style.
Yes, that would be considered at that range. But I mean, I'd even say, like, if you're comparing Cameron Nairn as that kind of medium sort of forward mid type, like, would you not just take Philippou?
Yeah.
Who's shorter but kind of plays similarly and is good in the air.
Yeah.
I think that's a conversation as well. Cursory Mercenary, cool name.
Yeah.
Any idea where Freddie Rodriguez might end up? He was inside the top 20 a few months ago, but seems to have drifted. Yeah, like I think he was inside the top 20 at the start of the season because he had exposure. Like we're talking there where people that are following the draft probably don't even have any more than 20 names for a lot of that, first month of the season. So I didn't think he was ever going to end up in the top 20. Fred Rodriguez, because I don't think he has quite enough weapons. He's a good footballer. Where does he end up? I think he probably goes 40 to 50.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe like, I was going to say Fremantle. He feels like a Fremantle pick, but they've also got Toby Wan, who, maybe similar in terms of position. Would you go Wan and Rodriguez in the same draft? Maybe not.
Yeah, it's a good... I'm probably slightly more Rodriguez of the two.
Yeah. It does take...
Have Freo said that they're keen to take their guys?
I presume so. I haven't heard otherwise.
Okay.
But ultimately, it does take Wan to know Wan. We have Spingscapes here, shout outs, who says Hunter Wright missed a critical 10-week period this season, but has a lot to offer as an inside-outside mid who can impact forward. Would love him to be selected late / as a rookie. Draft video out soon. That's true. Spingscapes did a video with Job Shanahan from memory.
He did.
Last year.
He did.
Yeah.
Does great content, actually.
Yeah.
I think he had a lot of he's with Bendigo.
Yeah.
So has a lot of those boys where Hunter Wright is from. I'm a big fan of Hunter he's got parts of his game that he needs to work on, absolutely. But he's got a lot of attributes. Like he's over 190 centimeters, big-bodied mid who can kick the ball pretty well. I mean, that's a fairly good starting point for him. The first time I saw him play, I'm like, who is this guy? And then the season fell away a little bit for him, I feel. And he's right, particularly over the champs. I think he might have got injured maybe mid-champs. But yeah, it makes some good points there about him missing season and could be a late steal. I like that.
Is Avery Thomas Taryn's brother?
Oh,
I did not know that. That reaction.
I didn't know that either.
That reaction made me laugh. Yeah, I didn't pick that up. That's interesting. They're both from Tassie, so it could well be. Let us know in the chat if that's correct.
Wow.
Yeah. I've never seen a connection to that.
No.
Maybe it's not, obviously with the controversy a bit around Taryn, maybe it's not something that the AFL.com has advertised.
Yeah.
I don't know. I could be wrong.
Interesting.
We do have a question about Sam Swadling.
Swatter.
Yeah. Do you have an opinion on Sam Swadling out of Western Australia? Seems draftable, but probably one of these later picks that we're talking about.
You know what? Like he's one of those guys for me. He's a tall midfielder, and everyone like as soon as you're over 190 centimeters and you play mid, good starting point. He ticks a lot of boxes. I feel for fans. Sam Swadling, big numbers,
high volume, yeah,
very very high volume.
Didn't he have like 47 or something in a game recently?
He's had so many games over 30. It's crazy playing in the waffle, but. That accumulation, I feel at AFL level, like that accumulation that he's having there's not a lot of damage on the end of it. Like he's not really hurting you. He doesn't have great speed. He's a good handballer. So like as a first possession player that can get the ball out, I think there's probably something there, but he's also not he's not a Dyson Sharp physical beast either. So he's kind of this tall, we talk about this sometimes with players like Neil Erasmus, who's this like tall, lanky midfielder that's decent on the ball, but doesn't play with a lot of physicality. I feel like that's a little bit of Swadling where what are you actually buying into other than the fact that he's a 190 centimeter mid? I think he's maybe worth a punt later in the draft, so you can work on some of that stuff, but don't see him as high as some others.
Yeah, fair enough. We have Ado Batto asking when's the mock draft happening. It will happen today. A little bit later on. We're just working through some late gems. So, Dill, is there anyone else you want to shout out?
I think that's pretty much it. I mean, Harrison Bridge is a Brisbane Lions Academy player. I really liked him at the beginning of the season, and he had some injury problems as well, so we didn't get to see him late. I think he's potentially one that will go in the draft that people won't know as much about. He's probably the last one that I didn't mention. I had Riley Onley in there. I mean, he's not really a late gem because I think he's probably going to be considered around the first round. I think he could go... Like, I wouldn't be surprised if someone took a major punt on Onley anywhere from about 15.
Yeah. Yeah, right. That's quite early.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another player I think who was in like Toomey's players to watch next year, and he highlighted like the top 10 or 12 last year, and Riley Onley's name, I reckon, was in there.
Yeah.
As was Emmett's.
Someone on the internet, I don't like Onley at all. Fair enough. He does have some flaws, which is why he's not in that top group, but he's got some serious weapons as well. Very explosive.
Yeah, I guess not all of us can be Only fans.
That's a good one. Jesse, what are we doing next? You having a tinkle?
Yeah, I might do a little tinkle.
Good.
Okay, well, we got to do a mock draft. We wanted to talk about next year's draft, next year's trade period.
Yep.
We also should probably have a look at the Discord for discussion questions.
We should have.
We said that at the start of the show, and we've been wrapped up in all the other stuff. So
we should. There's a lot going on at the moment. So we've got some comments too coming through just in the regular chat. As I bring up the Discord. Patience, boys. Yeah, just exercise a little bit of patience for us, guys. We're getting to the mock draft. It is going to happen. Harrison Bridge, strong name, says Harrison C. Love your work. Love your work. Felix Best says, who do you think goes at Richmond's pick 38? Good question. It's an interesting part of the draft. I should really just have like a full list of my rankings here with me so I can kind of like put somebody to the club. I don't think they'll take Kellaway here. I think they'll probably look for him after this pick and still want to take someone. I mean, if someone like a Riley Onley is still on the board, because I do think his range is quite big, I think they could have a look at somebody like that. Somebody also saying there, like, is Philippou sliding? You know, maybe he slides a little bit, but he wouldn't slide this far to Richmond's pick. I know you weren't actually saying that. Anyone, I think that I'm just looking at some names here. Like if there's like a Rory Wright, somebody like that, one of the Sydney Academy boys, like a Carmichael, I think they'd probably consider somebody like that. Harry Kyle, if he slipped through, I don't think he'll still be there. Tyler Williams, Cam Nan, these types of players. Even Ison, if Carlton didn't pick him up, I think they will. Somebody like that would be an option. The Lunchtime Catch-Up podcast. Hey, mate. Scotty, how you doing, mate? Blake Justice has some great upside. I love Blake Justice. I think he'll be a name that we'll be talking about a lot in 2026. Great player. Highly skilled. Spinkscapes again says, I like Onley as a prospect. He's 195 centimetres and has a great step of pace from traffic. Was best on in the Champs game versus Allies. Yeah, that was the game for Onley. I thought he used the ball really well in that game as well. His kicking inside 50 was a weapon for him, which it hasn't always been. I think he can be a bit of a sprayer. I don't really like his ball drop, but to have that amount of explosiveness where you can get out the front of the stoppage, you don't even have to kick the ball that well if you can do that. I mean, you can your penetration alone is a big weapon for you there if you can break tackles like that and burst out. So I think he'll be looked at highly by clubs. Cursory Mercenary, with the Northern Academies having such a big influence on drafts in recent years, do you think eventually all clubs will have their own academies and the draft system will end? I mean, that's the big question, isn't it? Like, are we going to go to a more even draft and competitive fair draft, or are we going to go the other way where we turn into a bit more of a soccer profile where it's academies? I don't think the academies for the Gold Coast, for the northern states, is going to end because the AFL won't want to see the growth disappear. That's my take on it. So I think we're probably leaning that way more in the future.
No one ever wants to see their growth disappear. Should we rattle through some of the Discord submissions and then we'll get on with the...
Take it away.
All right. So we had 3 people in the chat. By the way, there is a link in the description if you want to actually, it's a pin to this chat. If you want to join our Discord, it's just a little community we've fired up in the last few weeks. And we've had some great discussion in there of recent. So we have the Merchant of Chaos. That's a great name. First question is, if you had to do your way too early state of origin, best 23s, who makes a side for both Victoria and WA? We probably don't have time to go through the full 23, but do you...
There's a video in that.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, there probably is a video in that. Maybe closer to the time. But Big Footy Tigercast in the chat, he says, get that quote on a T-shirt, Jesse. Love it. Thanks, mate. Good to see you, Chris. What was I saying? No, WA. I reckon WA would struggle in this competition, to be honest.
Give me the top 5 WA
I'm
players.
trying to even think.
This is current?
This is post like Fife and Buddy and Cripps. You know what I mean? Like a few years ago, we might have had a formidable team. I'm drawing a blank. Who are the best West Australian players in the competition right now?
I mean, Cripps is still there, isn't he?
Yeah, Cripps makes the team for sure. Liam Baker is probably the one from West Coast that comes to mind. Elliot Yo's past it now. Fremantle would have a bunch of West Australian players.
I'm just going through the play. I'm like, Sarong's Victorian.
Yeah, Sarong, Brayshaw,
Victorian.
and Young are Victorian. Tracy's Victorian.
Hayden Young's Victorian.
Yeah. Alex Pearce, not from WA. Shea Bolton, he makes the team. Probably should have actually written this down. Oh, Chad Warner and Luke Jackson. Great shouts in the chat.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nick Martin makes the team.
Oh, Nick Martin, yeah. Some good Western Australian players.
They are. I think it will get slaughtered. Jake Waterman and Sam Taylor. So that's actually starting to take shape. Those are pretty good options.
There's your spine starting to come together there.
Jackson, Waterman and Taylor.
Dan Curtin.
Yeah. Would he make the team? Probably would. Yeah, he probably would.
He'd have to.
Tom Barris.
His
so
versatility.
McGovern's gone as well.
Brady Hoff, maybe?
Yeah, Brady Hoff could, maybe.
Cozzy.
Cozzy was drafted out of SA, but Pickett's tend to be West Australian, I think.
I had this conversation the other day because Latrell Pickett is out of SA. And then I started to go like, hang on. We were doing that thing, drafting him to Freo to draw him back home. Yeah. And they're from 2 different states. And I started to get confused about the...
Yeah, Cozzy was drafted out of SA.
Gotcha.
But I think there is more family pull to WA for him.
Gotcha.
That is the suggestion.
Yeah.
And Marlene Pickett and there's other Picketts, I think, from Western Australia.
There's starting to become too many of the Western Australian people said in the chat, Hoff and Jinby. It's starting to become too close to the West Coast team. And now I know it's going to get beat.
Yeah, it's not a good start, is it?
Lawson Humphries.
Starcevich does make the team, I'd say.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard when you don't have all the names. Hogan.
Yeah,
I didn't know Hogan was from WA.
Yeah, he's from Claremont originally.
You would suggest that the Vic team would be too strong, though.
Yeah. I mean, they'll have Dacos, they'll have Bond. You'd probably just pack up stumps there.
They'll have Sam Darcy.
Yeah, Sam Darcy, Ed Richards.
Who do they have for defenders?
Rowell and Anderson.
Wiedering.
Fuck, actually, the Vic team's going to be OP.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be absolutely insane. Yeah, you're not winning that battle.
Yeah.
Nobody.
I'm trying to think of the All-Australian team. Harris Andrews from Queensland. Who was the Josh Battle?
So you said the Allies team?
No, sorry. I was going through the AA team, trying to think of Victorians.
Oh, okay.
Toby Green.
Where's Wilkie from?
Papley. SA, I reckon.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, correct.
So it'd probably be a better battle between WA and SA.
Yeah.
Even still, I think SA might. I don't know. They got Philthorpe Rankin.
That's big.
Yeah.
Dawson.
Rosie Dawson.
That is a fairly South
Horn
Australian
Francis.
team.
Yeah.
Oh, the Hornet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be interesting.
You said Rosie.
I said Rosie.
Yeah.
You'd
Yeah.
have to split Vic Country and Vic Metro up.
Yeah, well, I think that's sometimes the thing that people forget when they talk about Vic bias and stuff, when you're talking about the draft as well. The fact that those teams are actually separated for the champs and they often still win the competition when it's split in two. So,
yeah. Actually, WA's team is not bad when you look at the spine. It's probably light for midfielders.
it's a good team. It's just when you start lining up the Vic team, it's
Yeah.
like every player is
yeah.
a superstar.
Yeah. You could build a compelling All-Australian team from Victoria, I reckon.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
100%. So was there any other questions in there?
Yes. Yeah. So we got Red Goat 4. Which players from this draft would be the most likely to, number one, be the first to an All-Australian,
Oh, I like this.
most likely to win a Brownlow, and win a Coleman? So we'll start with the All-Australian. Who is the first player likely to win an All-Australian jumper from this year's draft?
First player, my brain went straight to Dan Annable.
Yeah,
because
right.
I think he can have the most consistent beginning to his career, but I think logic comes in. I think he's probably going to struggle to get into the team straight away, although I
Yeah.
did say that about Levi Ashcroft last year as well. And then is he, at the same time, like, is he going to have a role that gets him into an All-Australian jacket?
Yeah. I also think the guys who are in the All-Australian midfield tend to be like 26, 27, 28 in the actual like on-ball positions.
Yeah, so you're looking,
Yeah.
apart from like freaks like Dacos,
Yes. of
who
course,
would
yeah.
be the youngest All-Australians that we've had in the last 3 to 4 years? I mean, you're talking Sam Darcy.
Yeah. Was he All-Australian?
I thought he was.
No, Gunston. Did he?
Gunny.
Gunny. Yeah. Wait, who were the three? Oh my God, it's the
I
off-season.
thought Sam Darcy made it in the end.
He didn't play enough games, I don't think.
Maybe. Okay.
I can't remember. Let us know in the chat. I'm
Jeez.
starting to go
I thought he
blurry
did.
on that.
I thought he did.
Gunston was the third tall.
Well, Thilthorpe's young.
Oh, Phil Thorpe. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, especially for a key position forward. Yeah.
Yeah, we know. Yeah.
And Jeremy Cameron.
So it wasn't Darcy.
I don't think Darcy made it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Jeez, he was good though.
I reckon for these these All-Australian, we're talking first, not like most All-Australians, we're talking first to an All-Australian. You're probably looking more at like your role players, like your halfback flankers or your like third talls or a wingman or something like that, rather than like an on-baller or a key forward, in my opinion.
Okay, I've got one. Harley Barker comes
Wow.
into a good team and just ties up that wing role straight away.
Yeah.
And then in 2 years, we're talking about him like an Ollie Dempsey.
I was going to say Ollie Dempsey trajectory, yeah.
The problem with that theory, though, is that they often don't actually put proper wings in. But I reckon
True.
I reckon soon we'll find that they will.
Yeah, okay.
But they always want to fill those positions. Like Zach Butters ends up on a wing, Chad Warner ends up on a wing.
True.
So that's tricky as well.
You got a couple shouts for Doveston. I don't mind that just because it won't take him as long, I don't think, to impact, and probably less depth of competition as well.
Yes. I'll give you another one. Noah Hibbins-Hargraves.
Yeah, fits that category.
Yeah. Can play any position.
Yeah.
Again, I think it's going to be so important for him which team that he goes to. It's hard though, isn't it? Because like if you had been doing, say, like the Sheasel draft, you'd probably, like, if you had said Sheasel, you were probably right, but he still hasn't made an All-Australian because he's been at North Melbourne.
True. What about if we go to the top of the draft? Oh, Xavier Taylor's not a bad shout. He feels like he'll get there one day, whether he's one of the first. Maybe.
I love how that question's been put too, like Xavier Taylor in a Jordan Clark role, because that's not how he's playing right now. But if he did play that role, you could absolutely see that.
Yes. There is a possibility, like we got to pick one, and Dersma, what would that look like for him to win an All-Australian jumper early? I think he'd have to be an intercepting defender and showing great rebound and getting 25 a game.
I have a question for you. When did Bontempelli get his first All-Australian? How many years in?
I don't recall. He was drafted 2013. They won the flag in 16.
He must have been close to All-Australian that year.
He won their best and fairest, I reckon.
Yeah. He was incredible. Like straight away, he was incredible. He wouldn't, obviously, like his first year, wouldn't have made All-Australian, but he just looked imperious from the get-go, I feel, Bontempelli. And I feel like Dersma, and Bont played midfield pretty much straight away, didn't he?
I think you're right, yeah.
He didn't, most of those players that, like your Hayden Youngs and your Ed Richards, they have that kind of development for the first 3, 4, 5 years. Bont just went straight in and dominated in the midfield.
He was All-Australian, the chat says, and confirmed by Wikipedia.
Love that. So, I mean, I'm not suggesting that Willem Dersma is going to be as good as Bont, but does have some traits. He can play midfield. He can find the football. We've seen that this season. We have evidence of that. Is it not just as simple as saying that the number one pick is actually the most likely?
Yeah, it's not always the right answer.
If you were saying it, I'll throw this to you quickly. Who would you say out of the 2024 crop? Because I'm saying Sam Lawler.
I think Murphy Reid could get there first.
Nah.
I reckon Murphy Reid could get there within 3 years. Nah. I think Sam Lawler's better.
Like, Murphy Reid had an incredible season. Like, I really don't want to take that away from him, but he wasn't close to an All-Australian. Like, Lawler had All-Australian games already, I feel.
I don't think Lawler is going to be consistent enough for a while, in my opinion.
That's fair.
And I think Reid's avenue to making a half-forward role his own as an All-Australian, I think it's a clearer pathway there.
That's fair. You've taken the sort of logical approach.
I have taken that for once.
Nice.
Yeah.
Touche.
I think Sully Roby is also a shout here. He's a pretty ready-made player who could win a lot of the footy.
Yeah, I like that actually. Again, that's probably the same theory with Sam Lawler. It's a difficult kind of position to get into an All-Australian team. And you are right, like those De types don't seem to get in as much, do they?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Winner Brownlow, I think you got to go. Yeah, I was going to say Sharp or Annabelle.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sharp probably has more games early.
I think Sharp will go to a rebuilding team.
Yeah.
And you'll see like it's Patrick Cripps, Tom Green style. That sort of like lift the club up.
Yeah.
Not that Tom Green necessarily had to do that at the Giants, but Cripps at Carlton, like he carried that team for so many years.
Roby's not a bad shout, as a few people suggested there.
For a Brownlow?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, how many, unless the Brownlow medal changes, but how many of those Ford mid-types win Brownlows?
Dusty.
Yeah.
So he needs to be Dusty. I think he could. Mind you, Dusty did play a lot of midfielder in like the year he won the Brownlow. He was mostly a midfielder, I think. Yeah.
Absolutely. And his centre clearance numbers were really high
the
year that he won the Brownlow.
Yes. Yeah, totally.
They prefer those, generally speaking, they prefer those mules.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Dyson.
Yeah. What about the Coleman medal?
Oh, Coleman.
I bet it's like Will Darcy.
That's so funny.
Probably not. Oh, look, Schubert's the highest rated key forward. Is he? Unless I'm... Could Cooper Duff-Tytler ever be that player? I don't really think he'd be a Coleman contender.
Doesn't feel like it.
Nah.
Yeah. I suppose Schubert... Is that just,
it's a bit harder with the key forwards. There's not a whole depth of them this year.
I mean, we spoke about him just earlier in the value picks, but I suppose like you could put like a Liam Heatherton, who's probably someone that was rated on the same level as a Aiden Schubert.
Yeah.
The only thing that I'm thinking in my head with Schubert is like one of the strengths that I find about him is him getting up the ground and getting involved in chains a lot, and his work ethic and endurance to get from contest to contest. That doesn't necessarily say, 70 goals a season. That more just says that you offer value to your team.
Yeah.
Not necessarily in pure goal output.
For sure.
I'd maybe say... trying to think of those other sneaky forwards up the back end of the crop. Like, yeah, maybe I'll go Heatherton. Who's the next best key forward? I'm drawing blanks.
Ludovic. Emmett?
Yeah, he's sort of that ruck forward, isn't he?
Yeah.
Ludovic's probably the next sort of pure...
Mitch Marsh, not really, but kind of.
I'll give you one. Cody Curtin.
Oh, yeah, true.
Let's say Cody Curtin.
Yeah, we could have described him as a late gem, actually.
A4 Angus says Hussein El Ashkar to win a Coleman. I love that. I actually wanted to say a small forward there.
Yeah, that'd be funny as. Could happen.
A few people saying Marsh. Yeah, I suppose he's in the mix. Again, it kind of depends on team game style too, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like, because you've got, people like Jeremy Cameron's a freak, obviously. Like, if Marsh ends up anything like him, he'll be great. But, like, even like Gunston, how many goals did Gunston kick this season?
Yeah, like 60 plus.
Yeah.
I think.
That had to be a little bit by design of how Hawthorn wanted to play with their other key position forwards as well. So I think that comes into it. Freddie's super coach says, do you think Melbourne will split one of their picks and try and get Pickett as well as another pick? What do you reckon, Jesse?
I don't expect that to be the case, personally.
Nah.
I think, I don't know if they're the sort of club who trade down. They're more likely to trade up, particularly in this draft.
I'd agree with you. I think the rumours that they're pretty keen on Sullivan Roby are correct. Whether they'll actually put their money where their mouth is and try and get up the board's another question, though.
Yeah.
I think it'd be potentially too much to give up. Should we get into some pick swaps?
Well, just one more question from
One more question.
Yeah, but yes, we can. Scaffo from the Discord says, while we're on the topic of Noah Hibbins-Hargreaves, I've said many times I'm greatly concerned for his trajectory if he were to go to West Coast. Is it as simple as bad club equals poor start or more complex than that? Because I feel like this is something you've said as well. You'd want to see Hibbins-Hargreaves go to a stronger club on field.
Yeah.
That would be better for his development.
I don't think that's the same for everyone, though. Like, I think, obviously, I reckon Patrick Cripps is probably one of those players that when he went to Carlton who was struggling, that actually helped him because he wanted to actually get them out of that and he took it upon himself and he sort of accepted the challenge and the challenge probably got the most out of him. Whereas, and I feel like Dyson Sharp probably fits that as well. So, like, the rebuilding club connection there is great. I just think with Noah Hibbins-Hargreaves, like the qualities that he has and the body shape and all of those things, which is going to, give him certain problems, I suppose, at AFL level and probably contain him a little bit more to the outside, at least early on. And he'll want to get in those chains with teams that have a lot of the ball. So I think going to a higher quality team, like I think we talked about Hawthorn, even like if he was available at like Freo's pick, I think that would work. And he'd be a nice like complementary piece where he doesn't have to actually carry the club, because he's got other things going on with like his body trying to get that right and stuff. So I don't think he's necessarily the rebuilding club's dream.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Absolutely agree with that. I do hope that there's a scenario where West Coast are a lot more competitive next year, in which case Hibbins-Hargreaves can thrive when he ends up there at pick 13.
Yeah, for sure. And he might prove me wrong. I mean, we've had this conversation about Murphy Reid. I think Murphy Reid probably fits that same conversation a little bit. Like if he went to West Coast, would he struggle a little bit more? Maybe he wouldn't.
Yeah.
Maybe he wouldn't. Maybe he'd surprise you. I think like on some level, Hibbins-Hargreaves too, he is a bit better. I talk about not having the physicality on the inside, but he's also very good technically. And I think that he can surprise people a little bit there with his inside work. Double HH just screams GWS. Do you reckon?
Harry Himmelberg?
I thought he was talking about...
He is, but I'm just trying to find another HH.
Yeah, gotcha.
Is there anyone else?
No,
I think that's it.
I feel like there is now.
Hunter Holmes.
Yeah. I like that alliteration.
Yes. All right, so we have the mock. Do you also want to do the 2026 trades? 2026
You
trades?
doing that first?
Yeah, I reckon we rattle off quick fire. To be honest, I just want your predictions.
Let's do it.
All right.
We've got to get some graphics going here for some of these mock. Are you doing the mock trades?
Oh, I meant the 2026 trades.
2026.
I'm sorry.
Quick fire.
I'm sorry. Quick
We're
fire.
not ready for that yet, producer.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
Sorry. All right. So we're going to take an early look at the 2026 trade period and just look at some of the players out of contract. Some of these players have already been talked about in the media and others have sort of flown under the radar. I'm going to go through a lot of the free agents that are available and also look at some out of contract players who are not necessarily free agents that have been linked to moves, or I think at least could be a topic of discussion in this particular video. So I'm going to throw some names at you and we're just going to discuss briefly, do we think they go or they stay and what's the likelihood? Zach Butters, restricted free agent from the Port Adelaide Football Club.
Go.
Yeah, so he's been linked to, well, I think every Victorian club's just about been linked to him. The Bulldogs, Collingwood has had a dip, Hawthorn, and I think even Carlton have nudged their noses in that situation. It does seem incredibly unlikely he stays at Port. I think there was a rumour that he sounded the club out about a move this year. They shut it down. So I think we can expect this probably does happen in a year's time. He's a restricted free agent, which means a trade is very possible here. If Port Adelaide match the offer, which you think they are in a position to do financially, where do you think he goes with that in mind?
Where do I think he goes? I mean, I absolutely think he leaves Port Adelaide because they look an absolute mess at the moment. So outside a miracle and they finish in the top 8 or something in next season, I just think he absolutely goes. Where does he go? There's the Western Bulldogs connection. I don't think that necessarily makes a lot of sense from a player perspective. Western Bulldogs already have a really strong midfield. So
do you not think, though, that's going to have a bit of a shake-up soon? Liberatore and Treloar, for instance, the guys might be Bond, Butters, Ed Richards, Joel Frazier. It's Riley Sanders.
I guess they're just not that notoriously like they're not a team that just goes heavily into the trade period, are they? They're a small Victorian team. They don't attract the big fish. So even though Butters is connected to that club and apparently grew up supporting them, I'm not sure if there's a major connection there. You see a player like Butters going from South Australia to Melbourne. We've seen this before. It's more likely that it's going to be a big club, right? It's going to be a Collingwood, a Carlton. And I actually think with Carlton, the players that they're going to bring through, the young guys they're going to bring through in the next couple of years, I think you might look at Carlton and see that as a pretty attractive project.
Wow. Moving from Port Adelaide to Carlton. That would be brave.
You?
I'll say the Bulldogs.
Okay.
There might be a bit of the romantic notion there.
Okay.
Be interesting though, what's harder to speculate on? Like Collingwood probably also is a huge player in terms of their pool, but what do they have to offer? That depends where they finish next year, which could, have a decent range on it. You feel like with their depth, an injury crisis, for instance, or a bad injury run could really make their first round pick valuable.
Carlton are going to have all the picks in the world.
Yes, but unable to trade them.
What?
Well, they have their own, they can trade them, but they have their father, sons and academy players.
Yeah, but that even means they're less valuable to them, so they'll be able to offload them for capital.
You could, but remember next year the restrictions on what the points value. You I think at this stage you might have to match it with your 2 first picks. So you can't bank points in the same way that you can currently this year.
Yes.
So I think there would be an argument against Carlton trading either of their first picks next year with Cody Walker in the draft.
Gotcha.
I think that would actually make it really difficult for them.
But don't they have 27 as well?
They do. So then it becomes into question, is that enough for Port Adelaide to accept a Carlton and Sydney 2 future firsts in 2027 in the Tasmania draft?
But who's going to have better capital than Carlton?
Yeah, that's a good question. I just making the argument that it's tough for Carlton to get that deal done without the cost.
No, good point.
The Bulldogs could offer, say, a Riley Sanders.
Yes.
Who has been linked to a move to South Australia previously.
Would that be for Port Adelaide though? I know we're getting down a rabbit hole here, but would that be difficult for them with Tasmania around the corner that will he just leave us? We're kind of getting
not if they can sign him on a 4-year deal.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah,
you just have a crack at it, don't you? But
yeah,
Port Adelaide are in a very weird position at the moment, so I expect Butters to leave. Who else have you got for me?
Zach Merritt. Do you think in 12 months' time he'll still be under contract? Do you think a deal could potentially be reopened up? He'll still be contracted. But with Hawthorn could go for Butters and leave Merritt out to dry. And I think Merritt wants to end up at Hawthorn. That being said, Butters could very easily not choose Hawthorn, and I think Hawthorn would come again for Zach Merritt. Do we think it's any more likely next year?
I don't. I think Hawthorn would. Butters is a better option than Merritt, is what I'm trying to say there, without being able to say any actual words. I don't. The honest answer is I don't know. Right at this moment, and coming into the 2026 season, I think Merritt was kind of the perfect player that Hawthorn, or at least the best available player that Hawthorn could have added with where they're at. You just don't know what's going to come up. Mm-hmm. And Hawthorn's list, they might go to the draft this year and they get a Noah Hibbins-Hargraves and he hits the ground running and he plays really well. And then they're like, do we actually need Merritt? Other players on our list have had an extra year, Nick Watson, these sort of players, and they might not even need him. And they might just say, we're not going to actually pay up the capital that we were in 25. So
there's also the factor that Hawthorn had picked 9 or 10 this year to offer, and that was because it was linked to Carlton. But next year, we're going to presume Hawthorn finish high, and
scarcity of picks.
That offer will be lower than it was this year. I think that it probably had to happen this year, if at all. To be honest, for Zach
I
Merritt.
agree. It's a no.
Ben King, restricted free agent, been linked to a move every time he's out of contract, and I think Collingwood will come hard for him. Do you think he goes, or do you think he stays at the Gold Coast Suns?
Stays, 100%.
I'm going to say he goes to Collingwood.
Why would you go?
To be back in Victoria. And I think it's easy to be swayed by Collingwood's vision.
It's not that good here. The grass isn't always greener, Ben.
Yeah.
Stay on the Gold Coast and win some premierships.
No, mind you, neither of us are Victorian and we live here.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. Jordan Butts, linked to a move to the Western Bulldogs, couldn't get it done. He was out of contract, not out of contract. Next year he will be a restricted free agent. I think the Bulldogs will again ask the question. North Melbourne could also be one. Do you think he moves clubs? Do you think he gets back into the Adelaide side and stays there?
I think he only gets back in the side if there's a long-term injury.
Yeah.
I don't think he gets there on merit, so I'll say he leaves.
He leaves.
I think he gets opportunity at a North or someone like that.
I agree. Zach Bailey. Essendon made a big play for him this year, out of contract next year.
Stays.
Yeah.
Because Brisbane will win the next 10 flags. I just think the same thing. I know money becomes a factor with keeping all of these players, but if you're Zach Bailey, like you're so embedded in that, like you've got this perfect role that you play for that team and you're so important to them and they're such a successful team, I just don't think you'd want to leave that really just for pure financial gain.
Yeah, you could be right. Or he could have won his third premiership in a row and he's like, you know what? I might go get a big payday at the Port Adelaide Football Club.
That's true.
Sam Walsh, restricted free agent. I'm a little surprised he hasn't signed up already.
Sam Walsh?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
There has been a link to other clubs, I think maybe Hawthorn, if I'm not mistaken, but nothing really meaningful.
What do you reckon Sam Walsh's value is at the moment? Weird player where he is in his career at the moment. Obviously,
looked like a generational midfielder when he first started playing.
Pick one. Just seems like he's plateaued. Like obviously, that's partly body issues as well. He's also really important to that Carlton team with what some of the attributes that he brings. I think he probably stays. And I think that the clean out that they've had this off season is probably going to drive that a little bit. I think there would have been more of a chance that he left if the group stayed together.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he stays too. I think he's a big part of their future and potential captain.
Yeah, got to get that body right though.
You know who's going to be fascinating? Patrick Voss. He's an unrestricted free agent because under the rules, if you have ever been delisted, you are a free agent for the rest of your career, provided you're out of contract. So even though it was Essendon that delisted him, he is now at Fremantle. He will become a potential delisted free agent if he lets his contract run out.
Wow. What do you reckon he's getting paid at the moment?
It would have to be peanuts.
Really?
Yeah, because I don't know if he's been offered another contract since he first joined the club. But if he did, it wasn't for very long. I reckon this guy will attract a lot of Victorian attention. Again, Collingwood comes into the mix here.
How good is Patrick Voss? I think that's a question to explore. I don't know.
I think very good. But I don't think he's the number one banana, if that makes sense. I think if you put him in a midfield, if you put him in a forward line, you'd want him to have a 198 centimetre teammate in the same forward line.
Yeah.
But if he's there as a bit of a foil, I think he's outstanding.
It's incredible that Freo have got Tracy and he both for basically peanuts.
Yeah. That's right. Rookie selections. So I think Pat Voss could easily move clubs and accept a bigger contract next year. It won't be to Essendon.
No.
But I reckon that Collingwood, for instance, could come calling.
It depends though. Like if he has a really good season this year, there's no way Freo are going to let him walk.
I don't think Freo would let him walk at all. But from a money point of view, Collingwood, for instance, I use that example, it won't be just them. They will probably have some money to play with in 12 months' time.
Yeah, Freo have notoriously been not that great at being able to kind of keep these players as well, have they? Like Lukey Schultz, he was a bit disillusioned with the club, wasn't he?
I think that was a specific circumstance with his contract. I don't think that was a sign of club disjointment, as it were. Again, another one who moved as a delisted free agent. Oh, no, there was a trade. But I remember there was a quirk with his contract as well because he'd been delisted. He could be a free agent. But in any case, this could be a big move, I think, if Pat Voss were to leave Fremantle. It would only be for money. I'm sure he's happy there.
If he left for money, where would you put that stature of a trade? Like how high is that in, obviously Nick Dacos is up here. What's a Pat Voss trade look like?
In terms of cost?
No, in terms of stature. Like, I don't know.
Oh.
Celebrity.
Not that high.
Yeah, okay.
I think he's got a really high profile at Fremantle, but I do think he's a very good player. Yeah, if anything, I don't think he's super well known here.
Really? I think his season was pretty big. I think like some of the the celebrations and stuff like that caught the eye. It looked very powerful. And obviously the Essendon narrative plays into it a little bit.
True.
They practically gave him away for nothing. I'll say he stays.
I'll say go for money. But I wouldn't be surprised if he stayed, naturally.
I like it. You've got Jed Walter.
I think it's a player to watch. The Gold Coast Suns, who may or may not struggle to get into the team this year, high draft pick who will get opportunity and will get clubs calling. There was some interest, I think, from Carlton, and there has been some interest from West Coast for a number of, well, maybe a year or two at least. Former West Coast fan from Perth, but went to the Gold Coast Academy as a teenager, if I'm not mistaken. I think good chance he goes to West Coast, to be honest. Not biased.
Does he?
It only really depends how much opportunity he's getting at Gold Coast. I think if he gets a regular game,
that's the problem.
He won't leave.
No,
I don't think he's desperate to get to West Coast, but I think West Coast would be one of many clubs who would ask the question.
It's a good point though, isn't it? With Curnow coming in, Ben King's still there, so he's not. They're kind of safe, aren't they?
Curnow.
Huh?
You said Curnow to Gold Coast.
So he went to Sydney, didn't he?
Yeah.
What am I talking about?
Jamara.
Bloody hell.
I could tell what happened there.
It's a long stream.
Yeah.
So he's, I suppose Jamara's not Curnow, is he? I was thinking Curnow.
No.
I had him in my head in that forward line. I'm
Yeah.
like, Jesus. Yeah, so he's got a lot more work to do. I do feel like he, as a key forward though for Gold Coast, like they're really going to want to hold on to him because he's a different type. He's a really, big body, someone that's physically strong and can really take a key defender and not let them intercept. And I think there's value in that.
Yeah. I do also think it's unlikely Ben King and Jed Walter go.
I was going to say.
I'm contradicting myself there. I think if Ben King goes, then Jed Walter does not.
Yeah. I will say, I said King will definitely stay because I think he'll want to be a part of that successful team. Yeah, go. He can go.
Yeah, well, I'm going to say go as well, but I realised I said Ben King goes, so it is contingent on Ben King.
You guys will send Bailey Williams back.
Yeah, Matt always. Josh Weddle. This one caused a bit of a stir because Essendon recently offered like 1.7 million for 10 years or something like that.
That reeked of Western Bulldogs taking Tom Boyd from GWS after the Ward and Griffin raid.
Yeah. Oh, no, Griffin was part of the Boyd trade.
No, but like he was, yes, but like it was... He came first.
Okay.
Like they knew he was going and then they were like, we want Tom Boyd.
Gotcha. Yeah.
The raid had already taken place.
Yeah. Josh Weddle, will he leave Hawthorn? I'd imagine not.
Yeah, similar to Ben King in like, why would you want to leave Hawthorn?
Yeah.
That being said.
I mean, the difference between those is home state factor. Ben King's Victorian and Josh Weddle is already in Victoria.
I think though, like Hawthorn don't quite have the competitive advantage that the Gold Coast Suns do as well. So when this is next year, like say hypothetically Hawthorn dropped off and had a bit of a poor season, does Weddle go, I might just take money? I'm not 100% sure that we're going to get a premiership here.
Seems unlikely.
Yeah,
but I agree with your logic. That's the circumstance where it could happen.
Just talking it out.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And I'm shutting it down. Mitch Lewis, unrestricted free agent.
I've just got to get to this comment here from Chad Phillips. He's asked it several times about how many pairs of glasses I own.
Bifocals, he said.
Yeah, the answer is actually quite a lot. I'm like, for whatever reason, I'm quite into glasses. I think I would say I own upwards of 10 pairs.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's a fair question that you asked.
Don't even own 10 pairs of jocks.
Yeah.
I do. Everyone relax.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot. Not glasses, bifocals.
Bifocal.
What's that?
I don't actually know what both bifocals are if they are not glasses.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, let's
I thought
move.
bifocals might have been like the name for them in the 1800s.
That's what I thought too. Yeah. No, I'm just talking glasses here.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So where were we?
Josh Weddle. I think he stays.
Okay.
Ned Reeves.
Yeah.
Restricted free agent next year. There's always a ruck merry-go-round. I think this is possible.
Yeah, I wonder with Ned Reeves too. Like he was a bit of a victim of the ruck rule, arm up rule changing, the wrestle style, and he was that like he's over 200, isn't he? He's like a really, really tall Ned Reeves. I want to say
209, I think.
Yeah, he's a big dog. So he might be one that is actually a little bit more suited to the rules changing back. I think more of a tap style ruckman. Yeah, maybe he's not as good around the ground, But I think you could play him in a ruck sort of 2 with a more running ruckman and him for the tap work that he provides. I think a team will go after him for sure.
Yeah, I think it's on the cards, but not locked in enough on a prediction. Obviously, Lloyd Meeks there. That's why.
Do you think there's any chance that Meek ends up out of the team and Reeves gets the number 1 role?
Seems unlikely at this point with Meek's season this year. I suppose you can't rule it out.
Yeah.
With rucks as well, sometimes their the trajectory can be different. Tom Sparrow, restricted free agent, South Australian origin. Could he be a Port Adelaide top-up player to go with Jaden Stevenson?
I was just about to say, like Port Adelaide written all over it.
Yeah.
Like nothing against Sparrow. Like he is a good player.
Yeah,
but there's not a lot of damage in his game, I wouldn't have thought. Like just reads like a normal AFL footballer, doesn't he? He'd be 180 centimetres, good contested game, good provider.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the outside polish.
Also has some utility for Melbourne, so I would actually say stay.
Good player.
Because he's a free agent not from the state, I put him in the list. Zane Dersma. In 12 months' time, within the next 12 months, does he re-sign with the North Melbourne Football Club?
No.
There has been some suggestion he wouldn't.
No, he'll go.
Yeah. Essendon? Probably,
I suppose.
Or join his brother at West Coast. Who knows? That would be a plot twist if Zane and Willem come to WA.
Imagine if Zane and Xavier go.
That'd be crazy.
Try Dersmas
in
the West. Love it. Who else we got?
Thirdsma.
Don't say it.
Well, I put George Wardlaw in here because he's out of contract, and I just simply think that there's been no suggestion that he would leave, but he is a talented player out of contract, and I think he attracts some attention.
If George Wardlaw leaves North Melbourne, that's it for me.
After Tassie?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you'd be allowed to go to Tassie because you're
out.
Tasmanian.
Because I love him.
Yeah.
I feel like he's the one player that he holds the whole thing together.
Yeah. You know what's funny? I remember in the he was a big Bombers man, I reckon, in the draft.
Okay.
And I remember right before the draft, they interviewed him, and it might have been Sheasel as well, before they were drafted. And they were like, so have you been told that where you're going to go? And he's like, nah, mate, we got no idea. And then like in the same interview later on, he's like, yes. And then we asked about his position. He's like, yeah, so we'll sit down with the guys from North and discuss that. And he's like, wow. I thought it was funny.
When was it? How far away from the draft?
Oh, like a week or something like that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I don't know exactly how early it was, to be honest. But yeah, I'm trying to find the clip, but it was funny. He's like, oh, sorry.
Wardlaw, he's so good, man.
Yeah.
So good. Yeah, so no.
Yeah, I'd say no as well.
Stay the fuck away from me.
Darcy Wilson, out of contract. Obviously lost a little bit of favour this year, and probably more competition in the St Kilda team than there was this year, albeit he is talented and I'd back him to get his way back in there.
Yeah, and he had some good late performances. I suppose it comes down to does he like that tough love that he's getting from Ross Lyon? I think he's probably doing it to kind of test him a little bit and see how he responds.
Yeah, totally normal.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he'll do well with it. I think he probably, again, like St Kilda have a fairly exciting project now. I think he's someone that would want to stay. I like his utility too.
Yeah.
For that team.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd imagine he stays. Rowan Marshall, does he leave St Kilda in 12 months' time?
It feels like he has already.
Yeah.
I'm like...
you forget that it didn't happen.
Yeah, I know.
That's how long it was talked about.
Does he leave? That'll be interesting, I suppose. I feel like that will be a narrative of this season now, won't it? The TDK versus Rowan Marshall. Because TDK is going to play ruck.
Mm.
So then Rowan Marshall has a lot more pressure on him to perform as a forward. Does he perform as a forward?
That's the question. I think he'll move.
You think it'll be a Brody Grundy situation?
I was about to use that exact phrase. Yeah, Brody Grundy. Yeah, I think it could be like that.
Yeah, that's true. I think I'll go the same. Yep.
Then there's a group of 4 Western Bulldogs out of contract. Buku Karmas almost moved this year. It's pretty hard to say whether he'd move in 12 months' time. So much depends on what happens in the next year. I think it was Carlton most heavily linked, but they had so much on in their trade period. But I'd say it's a contender. Jed Busling has an interesting one. Player, first-round draft pick. They've needed key backs, and they've let him develop in the VFL, and he hasn't cracked a regular game. I feel like this is a big year for Jed to get regular game time. And if it doesn't happen, surely he looks elsewhere. Yeah.
I think he had some opportunity this year. And when he came in, made some kind of high profile errors, which is tough for a young key position defender because they generally speaking, if you make those, they lead to goals. And yeah, he's probably just at a crossroads, isn't he?
Yeah. West Coast has been knocking on that door for a few years now, been unsuccessful. Can't imagine why. And I think in 12 months' time, they could ask the question again. So we'll see what happens.
Do you think he's going to turn into what he was expected to?
I think he's more of an oversized flanker than he is a key defender. And I kind of saw that coming at the time. So that was why I struggled with the phrasing of the question. That might work against him, but who knows? Like Will Schofield for us was drafted as a wingman at 196 centimetres and he became a very good key defender.
Yeah.
Premiership key defender, in fact. So players can develop. We'll see. I don't know. Leg speed might be the issue there in the modern game, but certainly worth a punt, I reckon.
I like that.
Riley West is a restricted free agent. As a father's son, you'd think surely not, but he'll get some interest.
He'll get some interest. I think he's probably one that, I feel like he's just sort of found his mojo for the Western Bulldogs, where he's turned into a really good player.
Agreed.
I suppose there's an argument there that maybe that drops off a little bit when Cody Waitman comes back into the team and he becomes that more second foil. Does he want to be the guy? Unlikely.
Yeah. Joel Frazier, out of contract. I only put his name in here because surely people will knock on the door.
Yeah.
I don't think the Dogs have too much issue like keeping their talented guys.
No, they don't.
So I'm not trying to add too much fuel to the fire here, but out of contract players, clubs will come for him. Is there any circumstance where he could get tempted?
Yeah, I think you probably, a player like with his quality, his attributes, I think you're looking at similar contracts that got flung around for like a Finn Callahan for this guy in 12 months' time. So I think the interest will be there. Maybe not quite as much, but I think he, plays in a similar way. So
From Collingwood, I go for him. Again, the reason I go with Collingwood is because they're probably going to have some money and really need to re-image that team.
Yeah.
And Frazier, Ben King, Pat Voss, these are the sorts of names I think Collingwood could go for.
They're the guys. Will he actually leave the team? I mean, you can imagine in 12 months' time, if the Western Bulldogs are pursuing Zach Butters heavily and end up landing him, does that have a knock-on effect to Frazier actually leaving?
Yeah.
You'd want to buy into the project, but at the same time, do they have enough money to pay these guys? They've still got high-profile guys at the back end of their career. They've got players like Sam Darcy who are going to attract a lot of money. So it'd be difficult for them to juggle everything. I'll say stays.
I'll say stays as well, but definitely a player of interest.
Yep.
Cool.
Okay.
That's all I had for that.
That is it. Surely you need a tinkle.
I would love a tinkle if you're offering one.
Go for it.
And
We've
then
got some comments
and then
to
we're going to
read.
do a mock draft.
I'll just have a good time with the comment section. Widescreen TV says, if Tigers don't take Grill, where do you see Grill falling to? I don't see him getting past Melbourne. But I think if the Tigers don't take him, it's probably the Demons that do. But I think that's the checkout point for him. Just think his qualities are so good. I mean, to have that speed and that mobility around the ground, so important. I think his kicking's really good, and just it's a real ball carrier for you. So I love his pace. Mark Edmond says, I'm hoping Lindsay gets to 10 for the Hawks. HFC loves a left footer who can kick. They absolutely do. I think with Lindsay, it's probably like the slide factor is more about some of the things he can't do. And he's got that weapon. That kicking is a major weapon for him. So I think that still puts him in this kind of early first round conversation, but that's probably the reason that he has slid. Phoenix says, if Bus doesn't get games, Dogs might just prioritise Will Darcy over him. Yeah, that's probably fair as well, but you feel they still need to bring in some sort of a key position defender, like whether that's they look at someone like a Threadgold this season. They just haven't been able to sort of get that big gun key position defender locked down. Dave Harrison, Josh Lindsay is a Carl Amon clone. Gee, the chat is moving really, really fast for me now, and I'm struggling to read these comments. If you just go up for me there. Carl Amon clone, don't sleep on him in my opinion. I think that's a similar player. I think Carl Amon's a bit of a better runner than Josh Lindsay, but the ball use is similar. And that is Josh Lindsay. It's like that is the weapon. It's that left foot kick, but there are some deficiencies in his game that I guess we need to talk about as well. Thoughts on the Dogs and Eagles trade, says NATO Potatoes. Any reason behind it? Thoughts on the Dogs and Eagles trade? What was that? Jesse? Dogs and Eagles trade.
Like the trade that happened.
Oh, that's the 50s one. Yeah, sure. Thoughts on it?
Oh, just simply that I think West Coast had more picks than list spots, so they couldn't use the pick. So they flipped it for a future asset. I think it was a real nothing trade.
Yeah. Yeah, cool. Would Josh Lindsay fit in at Melbourne? There's a lot of Josh Lindsay love kicking around in the chat in the last few minutes.
Yeah, right.
Would he fit in at Melbourne?
Hello, Lindsay family.
Yeah. I think he would. I mean, he'd be another sort of back flanker. I think they've got a few of those types, though, don't they? They did lose McVee. Xavier Lindsay can play that half-back role. So
True.
I think he's one that's there. Trent Rivers can play that half-back role as well, give him a little bit more pace as well. I do expect him to go into the midfield. I mean, even Windsor played a little bit of half-back this season too, didn't he?
I think so.
I think Melbourne are one of those teams that just want that utility from their players, so they'll mix and match, and they've got enough leadership to sort of give those guys an education around it. So he would. I think he'd fit in at quite a few other clubs as well. I reckon Western Bulldogs are keen. Would Melbourne take Josh Lindsay? They might.
I think there's a better prospects on the board. I think Lindsay is really good, but not as well-rounded as some of the guys that Melbourne might prefer.
Yeah. He's really good at one particular thing.
Very high IQ, and the kicks that he pulls off are, well, he's the best kick in the draft. He's outstanding. Yep. I obviously see the value, but does that kind of specialist kicker go in the top 10 or 12 in this case? It probably comes out to.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be the worst pick, but I would think that they'd have other targets first.
Do you think, though, I was a little bit surprised last year that Xavier went as high as he did?
I was a huge Xavier fan.
Yeah, okay.
But I also thought he might go to West Coast pick, so it was in that context. So maybe maybe you're right. He did go a little bit earlier than expected. He
probably, in a way, he probably did. He went earlier than I expected. He plays with a bit more physicality than Josh Lindsay.
Yes,
his brother.
Yeah,
they're not brothers.
No relation as far as we're aware.
Yeah, they're a little bit different, but there are some similarities there too. I mean, Xavier did have that good kicking as well. I think Josh Lindsay's a better kick, but probably lacks the physicality and some of the athletic traits.
Xavier's a midfielder and Josh is not at this point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Could Lindsay become a high forward similar to Brian Myers? No, he's not fast enough.
Yeah.
No chance.
Yeah.
Someone on the internet, I just love an elite kick like Lindsay. I could see him as a high forward. Yeah, it's like, when you think about those half backers that really dictate, like, I've got in my head right now Zorko compared to Lindsay. I see Zorko like getting really high up the field and using it inside forward 50 as well and being super, super aggressive. Do you see that from Lindsay consistently? Or is I just see him as this player that's very deep lying and he's flicking the ball around and he does hit some really aggressive kicks, but he doesn't have the dynamism of some of those halfbacks that can kind of move as well.
Yeah, that's true. I think of the two best kicks at West Coast in our back half. Our equivalents would be Tom McCarthy and Ryan Marrick.
McCarthy's a runner.
Both were mid-season draft picks too.
Love that.
So my logic there is, do you take that specialist player in the top 12 of a draft? I don't think so.
Yeah.
He will go top 20, definitely.
I also don't like, though, just to flip, I mean, going down a rabbit hole again, but I also don't like taking midfielder for position for position's sake either. Like, we're in the top end of the draft, so we take a mid.
No, it doesn't have to be a mid, but I think when you're talking about a specific role that Lindsay plays there, I think, for instance,
I think it's the upside thing.
Yeah, like Xavier Taylor is a much more well-rounded prospect.
Yes.
But I don't mean to talk down on Josh Lindsay. He will be a good player.
Yep. Yeah, there's more scope with Taylor. I agree.
Yeah.
I love Taylor, actually.
Yeah, he's a very well-rounded player. So,
someone on the internet, my notes, Zorko, but not a dodgy character. Interesting. I don't know what I'm reading right now. I'm going to get out of that.
Yeah, no, he's referring to another comment he made earlier.
And Chris Deeg has a bit of a mock going there. I'm going to go to the bathroom.
All right.
I'm going to leave you with the chat. And
great.
Will we do mock?
We will do mock.
Or will we do picks?
It's all the same thing.
Are we going to do it the same thing?
The picks, yeah, I reckon prelude the draft.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I'm alluding to there is we have got another mock draft here today, a top 30, and we're making it a little bit different to last week for two reasons. We're going to switch around who does the picks, but also we have got some mock trades, which I'm sure you're going to hate. But if you're excited to see the draft, chuck a like on the stream. That would be much appreciated. We got 317 in the chat right now. We really appreciate you being here. It's a highlight of our weekend, absolutely. And we'd love to get up to 100 likes. So thank you. Just helps algorithmically. Not just vanity, but some vanity, absolutely. What's the earliest Greaves could go? This is a tough one. I think he has slid down the rankings a little bit, at least through perception. I think Greaves is a tricky one to place because you want to match him with a club who has a need for that bigger bodied contested midfielder. Whereas if you're simply going best available, I think clubs might prefer other types. And I think Greaves has some great attributes and he's well performed. He had a really strong end of the season, didn't he? I do think leg speed for the modern midfielder might count against him a little bit. So with that all being said, I'll be surprised if he goes top 15, personally, in Ollie Greaves. I'd be surprised if Hawthorn took him at 10, as Spinkscape says, but they do have a need for that kind of midfield. And we saw Josh Smiley. There are similarities between Greaves and Smiley. Maybe Smiley has the kick over him. Josh Smiley had a great kick.
You've cooled on him a lot, haven't you?
Yeah, a little bit. But again, it's also just hard to match him up with the team, to be honest. So Essendon are a club that probably have some interest in that larger bodied mid, a full bodied mid, as it were. And they have picks in the 20s, provided an Adam Swade bid doesn't come too early. But who knows, they might trade some of those picks to move up as well. Do North attempt to get in the first round? I think they will try. But with 25 and 26, I don't know if those will be attractive enough to really move out a pick in the top 15.
We spoke about that before, didn't we?
Yeah.
Do you think Schubert, as a tall, is good enough for them to actually get up? I'd suspect if they did, it would be for like a Harley Barker.
Yeah.
Or someone like that.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah. We will take 2 North Melbourne picks in our mock draft, which at this stage has no trades for North Melbourne, but we'll see.
I'm just going to eat this first.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then we'll get stuck into it.
Toomey said North don't want to trade up. That's interesting. So that aligns with what you just said. Maybe they feel similarly. Joveston would be another worthwhile trade up option for you, I would have thought.
Yes.
But again, not likely, I would have thought.
I feel like he'll be too high.
Yeah.
And then you get stuck in this kind of no man's land where between like 15 and 25, the players at North want, there's no gap really. There's no difference between who they're going to be getting.
Yeah.
Unless, as I said, it was for like a Barker who was injured and probably has a bit more quality.
Mitch Marsh draft range. Hawks keen on him with 22. Not sure he'll last. I think he could. I think we've done our last few mocks and we've had Mitch Marsh sliding and we've both gone, it's a bit later than I thought. But again, probably one that needs to align with the team.
I think it's the position because he keeps sliding on my mock drafts.
Yeah.
But I kind of know he won't.
Yeah.
Someone will take him.
He's too good to slide into the mid-20s.
Yeah.
But it is possible. So I guess what's his range? 12 to 25?
12 to, yeah.
Or, 22.
I think 25 is too, he just won't go that late, will he?
Well, Hawks 22, what is that likely to come to their second pick?
After trades, won't it blow out?
The same. It could blow out, but then more picks also get absorbed. It gets complicated. I think it expands and contracts.
It does contract, but won't, say, for example, what I'm talking about here is teams that are going to get absorbed, like the Carltons and the Gold Coasts, aren't they sort of going to be in the process of offloading those picks as well, based on where the bids come in?
Yeah. Well, Gold Coast could move 15 back, but then the 2 picks they get from Essendon are absorbed. So that's actually one less pick. But if Carlton move their picks, then that expands it back out.
Interesting.
We'll get into all of this.
There's a good question there from Liam. What's the knock on Riley Onley? Seems a Finn Callahan type, big boy speed and top 5 of a lark. It's a good question. The biggest thing with Finn Callahan and Riley Onley, I'd say it's a combination of kicking. Like Finn Callahan's a much better kick than Riley Onley, and decision making as well.
Spinkscape says he had a lack of exposure this season due to school football commitments and he only played 2 talent league games. Interesting.
Is that Riley Onley?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Who do you think, before we get into the draft, who do you think is the best drafting and recruiting club over the last 10 years?
Oh, that's a great question.
The thing is, if you broadly say recruiting, Hawthorn comes to mind, but their drafting hasn't necessarily been amazing. Their late picks have been outstanding, like Dylan Moore. And then I think the trades for like role players has been outstanding. So that's recruiting.
It almost feels like top end of the draft recruiting and late pick recruiting are kind of two different skills.
Yeah, agreed. And I think, well, Hawthorn and Geelong have that in common. It's been as much about the later picks that they get, that they nail, than it is about their early picks. Like Geelong have Jai Clark, Hawthorn's early picks. Will Day looks like a tick, and Cam McCarthy and Josh Ward could easily be good, but they're not a big part of why they're good right now. Nick Watson was good, obviously.
I sort of look at the clubs that I feel that have done really well, and they haven't just picked players. Like they've built up, like they've picked the right type of players and the right characters first, and then they've been able to play list management a little bit more, which is, Hawthorn, for example, taking a Nick Watson at the top end of the draft when he's a small forward, and clubs didn't traditionally do that. GWS probably a little bit the same, taking those players, like more needs as opposed to who was necessarily on the board at that pick.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a complicated question though. I'm just trying to think who
Geelong also pick players for roles specifically, like Myers, Humphreys, Stengel to some extent. You could say that. Well, he's probably always going to play that same role. Maybe separate him.
Yeah.
Who else have they had? We've had Jack Martin.
Did you say Dempsey?
I didn't say Dempsey. He was one of the more obvious ones, actually.
Lawson Humphreys?
Humphreys, Dempsey, Myers, Jack Martin.
I mean, I feel that Geelong's, the only difference with them is like their success is largely underpinned from selling the area to players that are already good. I mean, realistically, they've won flags from Jeremy Cameron, Patrick Dangerfield types.
Yep. And got close with Bailey Smith.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then essentially the rest of the depth in their list is more by just finding good little gems.
Yep.
Here and there, role players and stuff like that, which is important. You never really think with Geelong, you never say about them, they have a bad bottom six players.
No, definitely not. Tom Atkins, probably another one. I think he was just a rookie draft pick from memory.
I mean, where did Myers and Close go? Where were they picked?
I reckon Close might have been second round, and I think Myers slid further than that.
Because Myers was one of those guys that kicked like 10 in a Coates League grand final.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but I feel like he had a draft profile but didn't go early. I think he went late. A little bit like Warple.
Yes.
In his year.
Yep.
That is.
Who ends up at Geelong.
Yeah.
Which is also very interesting.
It's ironic, yeah.
And then, obviously like the Stengel types. So they've kind of built that culture first. I don't know. It's like if you look at a North Melbourne, for example, they recruit who everybody else says they would recruit. Like if you look at the list of players that they take, like your Zane Dersmers and your Colby McKerches and Sheasel and Wardlaw, they're not doing anything outrageous. It's not like they're making terrible decisions with those guys. Even Will Phillips was rated in the,
ballpark. Yeah.
In the ballpark. But I feel like that's almost their problem. There's not really a plan. They're just taking kind of best available talent consistently.
Yeah.
And it doesn't come into a wider recruiting plan, which is what the best clubs do.
Fremantle is a shout out from Spinkscapes. That's a good point. I think specifically drafting has been really good for a number of years now. Trading has had some wins and losses. Obviously, you think Bolton, you think Luke Jackson, Jordan Clark, those guys were trade-ins.
It's more retaining though, isn't it, with them?
Well, there was also some bad trades right before that, which was Brad Hill, who was a good player, but then immediately left. Jesse Hogan left. Rory Lobb left.
Yeah.
Blake Acres, another one.
That's right. Lobb came from GWS, didn't he?
Yeah. I mean, look, these guys, I wouldn't... Some of them were successful at Fremantle and left, like Blake Acres and Brad Hill had great little stints for them. But when you lose them again, maybe it's not the best trade. I don't know. There's a couple of ways to look at that.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. A4 Angus, North draft best available every time.
Yeah. I actually don't think that's a bad broad strategy, but I agree that, I mean, even when North drafted Will Phillips, and was Powell the same draft?
Yeah.
Yeah, so top 12 picks. Will Phillips was a surprise on his own, let alone two inside mids.
I think that strategy normally bodes well for the recruiting staff when you look back and you go, yeah, he's a good player. He's a good player. He's a good player, but your team sucks.
Can I give you the best counter argument to drafting for needs early? I found this old thread on Big Footy, the 2001 draft reaction thread for West Coast. And it was the day after the 2001 draft, and so many people, like 40% of the thread, were like, how the hell did we mess up this draft? Graham Polak was right there. We needed a key forward. And for those playing at home, Chris Judd was the player we drafted.
Can I just say, I'm not advocating for drafting for needs. I'm saying drafting for strategy.
Sure.
As opposed, because needs I think is silly. And the Tyroo specific one to North Melbourne, I think is a different conversation because North had been to so many drafts.
Yes, that's true.
At the top end. So I think that changes it. But I'm saying strategy as opposed to actual needs.
Sure.
Like you don't need to go reaching aimlessly.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, I'd prefer Judd over Polak.
That's how you do
Just.
Yeah. That's how you do your back end, reaching aimlessly. All right, let's talk about our mock draft, Dylan. We're doing it with a special flavour this week. We're going to incorporate some mock trades just to keep it a little bit different from last week. And what will also be different is we switched up who is taking each pick. So I think you had 2 picks for West Coast side, then I went with 2 with Richmond. This week we're going to go 1 for 1, but we'll also have a slightly different order. Thank you to some mock trades. So are we ready to discuss those mock trades?
Let's get
Or
into
do you
it.
think we should let it simmer for a little bit?
We are mock trading. I think we have a couple of graphics just to help us along the ride here with these mock trades. How are we doing with those, producer? I think we are good.
That was why I was stalling.
Lovely.
Let's be honest.
If you want to feed us those on the monitor just so we know what's going on, that would be
great.
Yes. Well, Jussie, what do we have here?
We have, so this is all based on what has been reported. Obviously, this might all not happen, but we're trying to, add a little flavour to this particular one. Essendon and Gold Coast are going to do a trade in this scenario where Essendon give picks 21 and 27 to the Gold Coast Suns, and the Gold Coast Suns give them pick 15. This banks a few more points for the Gold Coast Suns to match for Patterson and Newland, and allows Essendon a bargaining chip for their next trade, which has been also reportedly, is reportedly possible.
Yes. So the value in this for the Gold Coast Suns is around the fact that they will actually get a greater points deal, right?
Yeah. I think it's like a few extra 100 points.
Exactly. It seems on the surface that this wouldn't be necessarily great for them because obviously they're losing pick 15, which is going to get a better player. Why do you think it's Essendon that are the ones that are getting involved for this trade?
Well, I think this is to tempt West Coast in a deal for pick 2, if that answers your question. So that makes us move to our second trade, which is that Essendon then offer 5 and 15 to the West Coast Eagles for pick 2 in this year's draft. There has been reported that they are very keen to get into the top 2 of this draft. Now, interestingly, there was a suggestion that Essendon are obsessed with Cooper Duff-Tytler. Based on the Gettable episode that I watched this morning, Cal Toomey doesn't think it's necessarily likely that it is Cooper Duff-Tytler, so we'll wait and see what happens on that pick. But Essendon move into the top 2, West Coast bank 4 picks inside the top 15.
So this is a proper domino type situation here. Essendon get their hands on 15, which opens up the door for pick 2. I don't necessarily think that's for Cooper Duff-Tytler.
I don't think it is either. But I think West Coast would be amenable to that, gives them an extra first rounder, and I don't think they necessarily want or need Cooper Duff-Tytler. Then this has also been reported. West Coast are in the frame with a trade for Carlton, which involves pick 9. Again, Carlton banking points. So West Coast would give Carlton picks 13 and 34, and Carlton give up pick 9. We do see a trend with teams with a top 10-ish academy player, or father son in this instance, trading out of this portion of the draft to alleviate the risk. And 13 and 34 make their way to Carlton, who get more points. West Coast condense some of their picks and move up to pick 9.
So these ones with Carlton, right, at this point now, they won't have another opportunity to trade them until the draft, right?
Yes.
So this is ultimately for Carlton going to be dictated to them by the Dean bid.
Yeah.
They will wait and see what happens with I was about to say Charlie Dean again.
Yeah.
Every time.
You're not the only person who does that.
Jeez, I don't know why. Like, was Charlie Dean like a 250 game player, like an absolute stud?
You'd think so.
Carlton will wait until that bid comes to see whether, because there is still a chance that they would be able to take a player, but I do think that bid will come.
Yeah. So then we move to Carlton's next pick. This is the last trade here. There's a couple of options here for clubs to trade with this pick. I think St Kilda will come hard for it, but I didn't go with that option in this particular draft. I'm going to say Adelaide trade with the Carlton Football Club. They give Carlton pick 16 and a future first to move up to 11, and Carlton give up a future third in this deal too, bearing in mind Adelaide want to aggressively move up. So it's a little bit skewed in Carlton's favour rather, but being a live trade, it kind of makes sense. And Adelaide get into the portion of the draft where they can, draft some of their SA local talents here. The reason I went for this option over St Kilda is Adelaide can give Carlton pick 16 back and they still have heaps of points in this scenario. So that's a better deal for Carlton, whereas St Kilda can only offer a future first, which is still tempting. But Adelaide's future first wouldn't be as good as St Kilda's as well. That's worth mentioning.
Interesting.
So with that all being said, should we move into our mock draft? We'll go pick for pick and I'll start with pick 1.
We will. And we can sort of come back to those picks to kind of join players to them, I suppose, because they are just picks at the end of the day, which will end up being players. So, Jesse, you have pick 1 to the West Coast Eagles. Who are you going to take?
I'm going to take Willem Dersma. I won't labour on this too much. We'll move through it. But I think Willem Dersma as West Coast single pick at the top of the draft still makes sense. And that means that Essendon are now on the board with pick 2.
Yes. And I'm going to pop a bid here at the second pick. I think these teams will get pretty aggressive with these bids. I expect it to come, whether this ends up being West Coast or Essendon, I think the bid will come around here for Zeke Ewland. Again, I think these players are right at the top end of the draft. We don't need to labour on too much about what they do, but he's going to be a great player, which would leave Essendon on for their actual pick. And I think if they did get up here, given that trade that we just pointed out at the start of the episode, if they did get up to pick 3, it would be now after the bid, they would take Sullivan, Roby to build this midfield around. What are you saying about that?
I like it. I don't necessarily think it's for Cooper Duff-Tytler. Again, you look at Toomey's reaction and it seemed like he knew something today, but we didn't discuss that when you took the pick.
Did he do another episode today?
Sorry, I watched that today.
The one from Wednesday.
It was Wednesday, that's right. I think it's entirely likely Essendon to go for a more dynamic midfield option, and I think Sully Roby is a great shout for him.
Yeah. I mean, the main question around this one will be whether there actually feels like there is enough value in this to actually get a trade done, right? I think West Coast are taking this. It's whether Essendon actually would do it, right?
Yeah, that's right. Whereas someone in the chat said that West Coast, that's a horrible deal for them. I don't agree. I think that's a great deal for West Coast.
No, I think it's very good as well. I think it's the other way around.
Yeah, again, it's a live trade presumably, and Essendon are the ones probably wanting the deal to happen, so they'd have to give up some value if that makes sense. Yep. If they really want Sully Roby.
You're on.
Gives me Richmond with pick 4, and I'm going to take Cooper Duff-Tytler here. I don't think he gets any further than here. Again, a little bit similar to, well, not similar, but maybe not an area of need, but I think you go the talent option here. Cooper Duff-Tytler will play as that extra midfielder around the ground. Even if he isn't a number 1 ruck, he is too dynamic to give up. So that gives you the flexibility with second pick for Richmond to take who you think they should take.
It does, and I have gone here with my heart, I suppose you would say. And I've gone for Sam Grill.
The Sizzler.
Yeah, it's a difficult one because I think if they do take Cooper Duff-Tytler with that first pick, it changes the board a little bit. But given in this scenario, Sullivan Roby is off the board, another player that they're heavily linked with, I think this is overplayed that Richmond are taking Sam Grill this early for needs. I don't think it's necessarily for needs. I mean, there is the fact that they drafted bigger bodied mids last year, so they kind of need players that are a bit more fleet of foot, of course, but any team would want Sam Grill. He's got star factor written all over him, and I think he could be one of the best players in this draft. So I don't think we have to see this as a reach inside the top 10 just because some people don't have Grill rated inside the top 10. That's pretty much where I'm going with that. So their second pick, they really like him, and I think it's fine at pick 5.
I like it. A4 Angus does make a good point. He says, if Essendon and Gold Coast trade, they probably won't bid on Gold Coast Academy players. That is entirely possible, but it's not a big deal in terms of the ranking of this draft. But fair point. On that topic, I'm going to pop a double bid here for a couple of Academy players. West Coast has Essendon's pick here, and they are going to bid on Dylan Patterson, which will be matched at pick 6 for the Gold Coast Suns. And then at pick 7, Brisbane Lions will match a bid for Dan Annable, and they will join the 2 Queensland clubs, which means West Coast are on the board with pick 8.
So who double bidded there?
West Coast.
West Coast.
Yeah.
Sickos.
Yeah. Well, we dealt with Brisbane. I suppose we could be nice to them, but I think it doesn't really matter too much in terms of where the bids fall in this mock draft. And West Coast need midfielders, so I think positionally it makes sense. I'm going to pose a little surprise here. Dyson Sharp is still available. But
You're taking Dyson.
I'm going Sam Cumming. I can tell you don't like that. I think that these guys, in terms of their overall projection as footballers, I don't think there's a huge gap there. Dyson is better performed, but one thing they both have in common is they've both performed well at SANFL level. And I think that Cumming is more versatile. And if he can work on his endurance in his 2K time trial, that is probably his biggest limitation there. If he builds his running capacity, I think there's higher upside there for Sam Cumming. And I think that it just feels a bit more like a West Coast pick rather than to go for a stoppage specialist in Dyson Sharp. I think there's arguments for it, but I've just gone with my gut here, and I'm taking Sam Cumming.
I would have taken... that was West Coast.
That was West Coast with pick 8.
Pick 8 on the board. So interesting. I agree. I think Sam Cumming has the higher upside, but I think
you love the leadership, don't you?
For West Coast.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think you have a lot of good leadership there at the moment?
Well, I mean, Dyson Sharp's 18.
I'm actually laughing. I'm like, dude, what's he
I don't think that's our biggest problem. I think it's purely talent, to be honest. I don't know if it's a cultural issue. I think the young players we've drafted have leadership qualities. I don't think it's enough to necessarily just pick Dyson. I'd be more interested in his football ability, which is probably there and would justifiably be the right pick anyway. But I went Cumming.
Interesting. I like it. Well, that means with Essendon's pick 9, I'm going to take Dyson Sharp.
Fair enough.
Given that he's still on the board. So I think pretty much everything that I've said about Dyson Sharp to West Coast and that need for leadership and that need for, I guess you do, when you're down the bottom of the ladder, you need performance straight away on some level to kind of lift you up a little bit. And I think the same applies to Essendon, who have struggled for leaders. So I will take him to sneak inside the top 10, and then you would be on the board with 10.
Yep. I've got Melbourne, and I'm going to bid on Harry Dean here. I think that makes sense. And no real reason other than this is about his range, and Melbourne could use a key defender if Carlton were to let him slip for any reason, which is not going to happen.
Melbourne fans have been more keen, I've noticed, just mainly social media fans, I suppose, but they've been keener on getting midfielders in the door. How would you argue against that?
In terms of the bid for Dean? Or do you just mean in general?
Yes.
I think they've gone midfield heavy. As for Harry Dean, I mean, I think they just think, look, he's a capable player. If he ends up in our laps, that's fine. Yeah. But they would accept that he's probably not going to get to Melbourne. So I don't think it's a big deal. I think a bid around here makes sense. The same applies for Essendon. You know, they probably need midfielders too, but they could bid on a Harry Dean for sure.
Sure.
We'll run through that top 10 very quickly. At pick 1, we had Willem Dersma to the Eagles before Essendon, who had traded for pick 2, take Sullivan Roby following a bid for Zeke Hewland. After that, we had Richmond taking Cooper Duff-Tytler and Sam Grill, the Sizzler, as Cal Tooby calls him.
There we go. The big graphic.
Very sweet. Hey. Nicely done from our producer there. Dill Patterson and Dan Annable joined after West Coast bid on those players. Dill Patterson to Gold Coast, Dan Annable to the Brisbane Lions. West Coast broke Dylan's heart by drafting Sam Cumming before Dyson Sharp joins the Essendon Football Club, the club that he grew up supporting, funnily enough. Harry Dean joins the Carlton Footy Club as a match bid after a bid from Melbourne, and we'll continue through the draft. And Melbourne have 2 picks here.
They do, and it's on me.
No, it's me.
No, it's you.
I go first with Xavier Taylor. I can't believe he's still here. And to be honest, I think in reality, he's a strong contender for one of Richmond's 2 picks. It's just that in this scenario, Cooper Duff-Tyler was there.
Are you straight swapping there? If Richmond took Duff-Tyler and Xavier Taylor, are you straight swapping Grill for Taylor?
No, it gets a little tricky for them if they don't come out with a midfielder. So I have no issue with the fact that you took Sam Grill, for instance. But in reality, what I've read is that Richmond...
would then Grill fall to Melbourne, where Taylor is?
Oh, do you think? Sorry. Possibly, yeah. Or Essendon.
Okay.
Yeah. I think, I'm not sure if West Coast would select Grill. They could. Xavier Taylor here is a great option for the Melbourne Footy Club. I think they'd be stoked to land him at pick 11 as the potential future leader and very versatile defender. You have their second pick at 12.
And I have gone here with one of my favourites. Some people may say this is a little bit too high, but I've gone Noah Hibbins-Hargraves. I feel he's a very... there's another good recruiting team too, Melbourne. Yeah. They've actually done really well in recent times when we had that conversation. But Noah Hibbins-Hargraves feels very Melbourne to me. He's a player with a great deal of utility. He can play across all 3 lines. He's got clutch factor. And I just think they like to bring in those guys that don't necessarily have a defined position. They like to mobilize them in different roles early in their career and then kind of see where it leads. And obviously you get a lot of upside out of some of those guys. Sometimes it doesn't work out, but they'll have that option. And they've got enough leadership in the group already to support someone like Ibn Hargraves.
I like it. Does seem like Melbourne love their upside players, and he is certainly one of those. But you've left a really good one on the board here for me, and I'm thrilled to say that West Coast, which is pick 9, which belongs to Carlton now, so this is one of the traded picks.
Is Adam Swade.
Yes. Lockie Doverston has joined the West Coast Eagles, the small forward they desperately crave as a player who can hit the scoreboard and as a dynamic playmaker, something that West Coast lacks, certainly from a talent point of view. He adds something, and I think he comes into the team straight away. So Dersma, Sam Cumming, Lockie Doverston, West Coast, very happy with their work so far, and you have Hawthorn.
I can't argue with any of that. That's three pretty, not unique players, but like a nice balance of players.
Yeah, that's right.
With Dersma and then Cummings' inside game and a bit of versatility there as well, and Doverston. So Hawthorn?
You are with Hawthorn at pick 14.
Pick 14. I have gone with Josh Lindsay. So I've supported the person in the comment that said he is a very Hawthorn type player.
Yeah.
And I think that does stack up. Probably on needs, Hawthorn would take a mid here. But I think Lindsay's a player that can... realistically, if they draft a midfielder around this range, he's not going to be able to come in and have an immediate impact. So drafting Lindsay actually gives them, I think, boots on the ground in round 1, 2026.
I like it. Yeah, he is that sort of... former Hawthorn era in particular with their ball use and their transition play.
They still are a bit like that. They like to flick the ball around a lot. So
Mitchell's still there.
Yeah, Lindsay fits into that.
Yep. I have the Adelaide Crows here following their trade up with Carlton, and there has been some suggestion they'll trade up to take an SA talent, and I did consider Aiden Schubert. However, I think there's a player here who could come in.
Chewbacca.
Yeah, Chewbacca could come in and actually play from day dot and make them a better team. They need some run-off halfback. I'm taking Oscar Taylor with pick 15. He joins the Adelaide Crows.
Love it. I love this guy. Big bolter in this year's draft, an enormous amount of speed off the half-back line, and that's probably something I think they have a bit of a weakness. I know they need mids probably as well, but I think if Oscar Taylor's available here, it's probably better than... And again, similar to Josh Lindsay, I think Oscar Taylor can have a bit more of an immediate impact for a team that's already pushing.
Agreed. That came into my thinking.
Yeah. There are others on the board that would fit them as well here. So that puts me on the board with GWS. GWS. This guy feels like he just belongs in Sydney too. I've gone with Harley Barker.
Yeah, you love Barker to the Giants?
I love Barker to the Giants. I don't think they've had that pure wingman. You could argue Isaac Cumming played that role for them a little bit, but it always feels like they're trying to shoehorn someone into that role. So Barker gives them that, very pure athleticism on the wing, a marking target, being able to get up and down just consistently. So I think he's a really good one for them. And again, they're a team that's pushing. He's going to take a little bit of time with the knee, but will fit into that team pretty quickly, I think.
Love it. So I have the Western Bulldogs at pick 17. I probably would have taken Josh Lindsay if he was available. So I'm going to go with a player who I think is just as good, potentially with even more upside, in Jacob Farrow from Western Australia, the highest ranked WA talent, who has some scope to become a transition midfielder with the way he uses the footy and spreads from stoppage. Not particularly quick, but still a smooth mover. And his ball use, I think, again, probably a ready-made player who makes the Dogs potentially better in his first season, and a real bargain here. And West Coast had the next pick, so it had to be here.
He gets around players too. He seems to have better mobility than it looks.
Yes,
that makes
I know
sense.
exactly what you mean.
Kind of similar. That's that Hayden Young comparison there.
Yeah, that's right.
They both have that. West Coast Eagles probably have to just mop up the scraps and take the Chewbacca.
Yeah.
The big key position forward. Do they need a key position for the West Coast Eagles? Potentially not, but I think a player of Schubert's quality, pair him there against up with the young Job Shanahan. I think you got a pretty exciting forward line. They got Waterman to learn off. Oscar Allen's obviously left, so there's a little bit of a positional hole there. Yeah. I
think it makes sense. I'll validate that, especially when you have Dersma, Cumming and Doverston. Like, we've ticked a few other boxes there. You can go the tall. So Waterman and Shanahan, probably the two next year with Archer Reed. And then Schubert, give him a little bit of time to break into that team. I think it makes sense.
Who do you reckon's more chance of becoming a really top-end player, Schubert or Reed?
You know what? I see Reed as more of a ruckman, like a forward ruck, and I think Schubert would probably assume more of a pure forward role. Like I know he rucks, but that's probably the way I'd split them in the same team. I don't know. Archer really has some great traits, so I'm going to sit on the fence there.
Okay.
I think he could be better. He needs to tidy up his goal kicking. But we move to the Geelong Football Club, who are just perfectly poised to take a slider here. And there's a couple of kids here that are too good to pass up, and I had to just pick one of them. I've gone for Mitch Marsh.
Jeremy Cameron replacement?
Jeremy Cameron replacement with a whole heap of upside. Dan Curtin-esque in the way he plays a little bit higher and can use the footy. And I think that the Cats, again, like probably there's some utility for him to play earlier. You know what I mean? Yeah. Rather than being a long-term prospect. There was another guy I really wanted to take, but Mitch Marsh was too good to pass up. He'll join the Geelong Football Club.
Cats are good at hiding these kind of players for like a year or so at least in the VFL as well. And then they just come in and they're great. So, yeah, development is very sound down there. So that puts me with Freo.
Yep, Fremantle at pick 20.
At pick 20, I'm taking the poo.
Okay, do you want us to pause the draft? Oh, you mean in the... Okay. All right.
How does that go over my head like that? It's actually really... I need to get that checked. Yeah, Jevon Philippou. For whatever reason, Jesse, and we were talking about this the other day, it doesn't seem to matter how many times you mock this draft out. Freo end up with the best player in the draft at 20. What is going on?
They're just in a great position to... mind you, I think last week I took Latrell Pickett for them, which was a reach, but I think in the past we've had Harley Barker, Noah Hibbins-Hargreaves. Like they're in a great position here to take a slider.
It speaks to the draft really because you end up... I don't know, you feel like these teams that are from about, 14 to 20 have the best picks in the draft potentially. A lot of upside players with really good athleticism that have good utility. We're using that phrase a lot today.
Yeah, we always stick with a word and we drive it into the ground and then we never use it again.
Maturation last week.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So I think he'd be great for Freo. And again, he wouldn't get into that team as a mid straight away, but doesn't need to either. I think he could just play a sprinkling of games. I was about to say he could play as a sub. There's no sub, is there?
Correct.
Yeah, here we go.
So we have the 11 to 20 picks. Xavier Taylor and Noah Hibbins-Hargreaves joined the Melbourne Football Club.
That's a great draft for them.
Because Taylor's slid and Hibbins-Hargreaves may be a little early for him, but it's a great mix together, I think. Lockie Doveston to West Coast, I'm very thrilled about. Josh Lindsay joins the Hawthorn Hawks and Oscar Taylor joins Adelaide over some SA talent, but he's too good to pass up. Harley Barker has joined the Giants and will take a little bit of time to recover from that ACL, but he is a high-quality talent. Before Jacob Farrow joins the Western Bulldogs, West Coast take the tall and Aiden Schubert with a pick generated from a trade with Essendon, and Mitch Marsh joins the Cats before Lepu joins Fremantle, and once again, they've done it very well.
So in that list there, do you think there's anything that's overtly strange to you?
Well, because we've alternated picks, obviously, I would think that we would think differently in some of these instances. I might have gone Doveston for Melbourne. I might not have taken Lindsay that high. Farrow probably, that's late for him, but I'm not sure. I personally think that's closer to right for Farrow, but he is also being linked with Essendon and Melbourne when you listen to Toomey. So who knows?
It feels like every time we do this exercise, there's a couple of players. Mitch Marsh always seems to slide a little bit.
Yeah.
Schubert's probably slid a little bit there.
Yes.
There's an argument that Philippou at 20 is a slight slide. And then you start to have that conversation. Well, if they don't, then somebody else has to. So who's the other player that slides from our top 10, for example, or our top 12? I guess people would say Hibbins-Hargreaves.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest reach, I suppose, if you want to call it that. Otherwise, I don't think it's been too controversial.
People would say Sam Grill, maybe.
Yeah, but even still, not too far.
I don't think so either.
No, say top dozen, I'd say.
Yeah. Any chance that like a Lockie Doveston doesn't go as high as we've sort of had him consistently around this? This is probably the lowest we've had Doveston.
That's
13.
True. I think Toomey's last ranking had him at 19. So. Yeah, he could easily go a little bit later. I'd be really happy with him at West Coast.
I think he's better than 19 in this draft.
As do I.
The goals.
I was really tempted to take Philippou at 19 for the Cats, but I had Mitch Marshall, Philippou,
Yeah.
and I went Marsh. And you may have just taken whoever I didn't. I'm not sure.
I was tempted to take him at the Giants as well.
Marsh, sorry?
Sorry,
or
Philippou.
Yeah, yeah.
Philippou at the Giants. You would have had to have had a conversation in your head also at 15 to the Crows.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Joel Falconer says he doesn't rate Cumming as a top 10. Who would you have in?
Well, yeah, I was going to say West Coast could easily go sharp in that scenario. So I realised I put my balls on the line a little bit with that one. But if you took Cumming out, Xavier Taylor absolutely would come back in because he was pick 11.
Xavier Taylor.
Yeah.
In.
I think it's safe that Taylor goes in the top 10 on the night, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, this would be the bottom end of his range.
Yep. I mean, there's a chance he ends up at Melbourne, but you'd think we've done the pick trade here, so it changes things. Because if Essendon stay at 5 and 6, I don't think he gets past them.
Yeah.
That's how I would put it. But this looks a little bit different because we have executed those trades. Should we get in to 21, which must be yourself?
I've got the Hawthorn Football Club popping a double bid.
Dubs.
Double bid. They're going to make Essendon pay for Adam Swade with a match bid here. And Essendon still have enough points, even though they did that trade. They have pick 30. Then they'll bid on Sydney's Max King. So Essendon get Adam Swade at pick 21.
Sorry, just before you go into this, can we have a little conversation about the possibility that Essendon don't match on their academy bids? Did you hear that?
Yeah, I think it's posturing.
Yeah, so do I.
Personally, but
so do I.
Yeah,
I just wanted
maybe.
to talk about it maybe.
Sure.
There seems to be, reportedly anyway, that there's a wide scope of range where clubs rate Adam Swade and Hussein Al-Ashkar, and then apparently Essendon, if it was at the upper end of where they think teams rate them, they wouldn't actually accept bids, which I found interesting.
Yeah, that's true. I suppose in this scenario, we have traded up 21 and 27 and it moved to 15, which means it's only really costing Essendon 30 and some later points. So it's Essendon giving up pick 30 for Swade is a little bit more palatable than, say, if Swade gets bid on at 16.
My theory too, and this probably comes into the posturing of Essendon just firing a bit of a warning shot, but is any team really going to take, say, Adam Swade at pick 15, for example, when you've got guys like Josh Lindsay, Oscar Taylor, Harley Barker, Mitch Marsh, Jevon Philippou? Is anyone really going to risk taking Adam Swade to get a bid in? And then they might have to take him over, say, Harley Barker.
Yeah, not in my opinion.
Yeah.
No, that's right.
Sorry,
maybe that's
killed
why.
your flow there.
No, that's right. Essendon putting it out there, perhaps. But Hawthorn will make them pay. Max King joins the Sydney Swans, and that's pick 22. So now I have pick 23 with the Hawthorn Football Club, and this was tricky out of who's available. And I went for a little bit of a bolter in Rory Wright.
Oh, my boy.
Yeah, a hardworking midfielder. What do you love about Rory Wright?
Oh, I love, to be honest, like foundationally, I love his contested game.
Yeah.
I just think he's got that ferocity in him. He goes in at the contest and just wants to win the ball, but he's got a high IQ side to his game. He can pretty much 360-degree handball, bring others into the game. There's still like a rawness to him, I think, with how he approaches the stoppage game. Like I feel like sometimes he doesn't know exactly where to be and those sorts of things. He is from a cricket background. So he hasn't played a lot of footy, he hasn't done a pre-season, all of those sorts of things, which I think will give him more trajectory in the future. And he's got versatility, so he can go into the back line, a really good kick of the football, an underrated kick in this draft, and he's got an aerial game too.
I love that. I did want to pick a midfielder. I did consider Ollie Greaves. I went for Rory Wright. Again, I think it's fairly evenly rated from this point. So that puts you on the board with the North Melbourne Football Club.
I'm just going to make this very easy. Pick 24, North Melbourne, Blake Threadgold.
They call him the embroiderer.
Yes, because he threads gold.
Yeah. Embroiderer? He embroids things.
Yes. Embroiderer.
Thready,
key position defender, a lot of athleticism, and one that's probably come into the bit of a bolter, I would say. Back into the season, had a best on ground for Sturt in the grand final, shuts guys down, runs with the ball, just a bit of an athletic freak, really.
Yep, I love him as well, and I wouldn't be mad if West Coast in this scenario have the 4 picks. Haberdasher is a great comment. And if, you'd gone Threadgold instead of Shoe, but I wouldn't have complained at all. I like him, and I think he could go early in this. So I have North Melbourne's second pick, and it's business time again. I'm going to make Sydney pay up for Harry Kyle, a defender out of their academy. And then, controversial. I know that you think maybe talls, but I think a small forward might be on the menu here for North Melbourne. And I'm going to bid on West Coast Tyler Williams. But in this scenario, we have traded all of West Coast's later picks. They cannot match this bid. Tyler Williams will join the North Melbourne Football Club as a little bit more of a higher sort of player. At least that's the way he played in his draft year. So he doesn't actually kick a lot of goals, but what he does add is a lot of quality in transition. Very nippy, very agile. Can be a little bit erratic with his ball use, but generally speaking, I think a great fit for North Melbourne.
I can't argue with the need factor. And if North got out of the draft with a quality small forward and a key position defender, I think that is pretty sound draft for us.
That's good.
To be honest.
I'm glad you like it. So you're with the Dogs now.
Do you think there's any chance that could actually happen, that West Coast could not match on any of these academy guys?
It is possible. I have read that it's possible. Again, it could be the Essendon thing we just said about Swade. Is it posturing? I'm not sure. But in the scenario we have mapped out here, West Coast cannot match it. And I think if there's a scenario where West Coast can get 4 picks in the top 15, they will forego Tyler Williams and think, okay, that's probably better for the club to get 4 picks in the 15. So I think it's possible. Right. But this is around about his range. And as it currently stands, West Coast could match this bid.
Gotcha. So that puts me back on the board with the Western Bulldogs. And I talked about him earlier in the draft as a little bit of a late gem. He's higher than this, but I think I'm going to take Riley Onley to the Western Bulldogs. A lot of upside. We've talked about it along the episode with the comments and stuff like that as well. A majorly big-bodied explosive mid, 195 centimetres. Looks like he's been fired out of a cannon when he comes out of stoppage. A little bit erratic with the ball, but I think clubs will look at that as something that they can, tidy up, work with him with some of his decision-making stuff, and he can be a really well-rounded player.
I like it. So we've paired Riley Onley with Jacob Farrow. That's a really strong draft for the Bulldogs at pick 27 and 17.
A little bit similar, those two, when you think about it like that. But if they were on the board, I don't think it's out of the question. And Farrow has that defensive utility.
Absolutely. So I've got the Giants here at pick 28, and I'm taking the Batman, Cameron. I'm really driving that joke into the ground
it's like
here.
Me with Shuey.
What was the Shuey?
Chewbacca.
Oh, I thought you said Shuey. Yes.
Chewbacca.
Cameron Nairn, best available talent here for the Giants. They do like their best available talent. Forward half potency absolutely brings this in spades. Cameron Nairn. We talked about his 7-goal haul, I think, in the champs. And there is some scope for him to play higher at the ground as a ball winner. He showed that a little bit at the late season for, I forget which club he plays for, but it was the under-18s competition in SA. So Cameron Nairn to the Giants, pairing him with Harley Barker, very GWS-y picks in my opinion.
Yes, absolutely. And can just play those really specific roles. So I think that works. I'm on with Melbourne.
Yeah, you are, yeah.
What number are we up to here?
You are at pick 29 with Melbourne.
Pick 29. Pop a bid on the Bison.
Mitch Marsh again.
It's in the chat, ready to go. The Bison.
Carlton should easily match this, so they'll just get Dean and Ison, and they'll have extra firsts next year as well.
Yeah,
3. They'll have 3 first rounders in this scenario. Adelaide, Sydney's, and their own
for next year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. They're in a really good position, and 2 high-quality players here. Ison's obviously that sort of bigger-bodied mid, can play as kind of a third tall around the 190-centimetre mark, and a good kick of the footy as well. So he'll give them something a little bit different. And then I've got Melbourne taking, which would be pick 30, Louis Emmett.
Nice. Diversifies their options. So we gave them Taylor and Hibbins-Hargreaves and Emmett the forward ruck.
That's such a good draft for the Ds if they got those 3 players in the door.
Absolutely. So that is the conclusion of this draft. I will run through picks 21 to 30 there as we go through it. So where are we at? Pick 21, the Essendon Football Club matched a bid on Adam Swade, and then Sydney matched a bid on Max King. Hawthorn bolted a little bit on Rory Wright before North Melbourne took Blake Threadgold, the best available key back. Harry Kyle joined the Sydney Swans through another match bid before North swept up the Eagles NGA player, Tyler Williams as a small forward. The Dogs took Riley Onley after taking Jacob Farrow. Cameron Nairn joins the Giants along with Harley Barker. Carlton get Jack Ison to pair with Harry Dean, and Melbourne take Lewis Emmett to pair with Xavier Taylor and Noah Hibbins-Hargreaves. immediate reactions to that, Dylan, before we get to the chat?
My immediate reaction to that is, do we miss Ollie Greaves?
Yes, we did. He's still available. So where would you have him if you had to look back on it?
I don't think he'll miss the 30.
No?
I think yeah.
So I knew of it, and I was considering him at 23, but I went for Rory Wright.
Yeah.
But then after that, like North Melbourne don't take a big-bodied inside mid. I suppose the Bulldogs could, but they have Sanders and Fraser, and I don't know if they have the same need.
Yeah.
Mind you took Onley, so maybe.
It's a weird one because I took Onley, but they're not the same.
No, they're not.
Oh, wow. You would think somebody in there would pick him up, but then I mean you're kind of right. You go through and you're like, who would do it? Hawthorn, we had Rory Wright with Hawks, right?
Yep.
He feels too like the performances are too good to leave him still at 30.
Yeah. Again, the thing with Ollie is I just think it comes down to which club suits him.
Yeah.
Which is why he will move past a few. Like a North Melbourne, I think would have been a bad match.
Yep. Do you think there's any chance at all that he ends up getting taken amongst that top 10 group by
10?
one of the teams that needs a mid, wants a well-performed under-18 footballer?
The only way that happens is if Essendon prefer him to a Cumming or a Sharp.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Melbourne go there with Harvey Langford.
No.
I don't really think he's in the top 10 frame. I think Hawthorn makes sense. But who did I take for Hawthorn? I've already forgot. Oh, you took Josh Lindsay for him.
Yes, with the first pick, and then
Rory Wright the second.
Two good
pick.
kickers, two good left.
That's right.
Kickers
Yeah,
as well.
yeah.
With
the next pick, I had Richmond on the board, and it was my pick, and I would have taken Latrell Pickett there for Eagle Fruit. Asking that question.
Right.
They have some interest in a small forward. They tried to go for Malcolm Roses Jr.
They did.
And I think it makes sense.
I think they'd be pretty keen on trying to get their hands on Doveston, but they're just not going to have the value to get him overall. A lot of people saying let's do 50 picks. You had Latrell. Who are the players, I guess, outside of our 30 that you could see going in without putting you too much on notice?
Yeah, let's have a look. So we didn't take Ludovic, sorry.
Yeah, Ludwig's still there.
Ludwig's still there. Ollie Greaves is still there. Latrell Pickett's still there.
Liam Heatherton's
still there. Bo Adensall would be not far off the mix.
Yeah, definitely. Did we take Harry Kyle?
Yep.
We did. I mean, your Max Kondagiannis and your Marcus Krasnodamskis will be around the mark, I think. Jai Murray from the Gold Coast Suns would be another one. Again, whether they match on him will be another conversation. Brenton Sharp says West Coast should have taken Greaves with their teens pick in this one if they didn't take Sharp. So who did they take in?
You took Schubert.
Oh, I took the Schubert.
Unless he's referring to Doveston, because I would prefer Doveston.
Yeah. Who would you take if you're in my shoes there? Do you take Greaves or Schubert as a slider?
Schubert.
Am I doing that right?
Yeah. Depends what you're trying to do.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. Emmett. We did take Emmett.
Yeah, he went
King.
to the D's at 30.
Yeah, we took Max King.
Holmes Swadling, Mellor.
Matt Leray.
We just got a super chat come in, Jesse, from Reef Luke. Thank you very much, mate. $15. Loving the show, fellas. Do you think it's a possibility that West Coast would go into a deficit next year in order to land Williams and Banfield? It would be a real shame to lose both of them.
I don't think so when you consider that could impact pick 1 next year.
Yeah,
and it's Dougie Cochran on the board, so I wouldn't have thought so.
Yeah.
To be honest, I think it's distinctly possible West Coast can't match a bid on Tyler Williams. Banfield, I would be pretty gutted if we missed out on Banfield, but I think West Coast hope is that he doesn't attract a bid at all.
Is there any danger in this scenario, given that we took Doveston, that West Coast are like in love with Tyler Williams and just wouldn't let that happen based on other selections?
Well, their work would have to be done in advance, right? So, they may need to wait and see if Doverson's still there. Oh, sorry, I've wrapped myself up there I've gotten confused. Are you saying that they wouldn't take Doverson because they're convinced, or they wouldn't give up on Tyler Williams?
Well, yeah, I mean, in this scenario, you're taking Doverston.
And it comes at the cost of Tyler Williams?
Yeah, kind of, in a way, because it's a player.
It's totally possible.
With points picks,
yeah, it's totally possible. I think it is still possible. Like, if we trade 34 and 13 to Carlton for 9, we still hold 41. Oh, no, we traded 53. So we'd have to hope that a Tyler Williams bid comes like kind of close to that pick 41, which is a bit of a gamble, that one.
Yes. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting stuff. The Mocky. What else have we got here?
That is all we had for our usual programming.
That is our show. I reckon we take some calls if anyone is keen.
Yep.
I'm going to go for a tinkle, as Jesse would say.
Yeah.
We have the Discord chat there, guys. So if you want to jump into the Discord. You might already be there. Jump into our live call show. What's the thing called again? The part? Waiting room.
Yeah.
Go into the waiting room. Our producer will let you in, and then we will speak to you. We have some headphones set up here, so we are good to go.
We both need to tinkle before we kick that off, so I will stay with the chat for the time being. Our bids after 37 this year are matched with the next pick. Okay, thank you. Yes, you've reminded me of that. I actually forgot about that. Okay, so that means that West Coast in this Banfield conversation, if a bid comes at 38, then it's all good because our last pick is 58. So, yeah, that seems like a pretty safe bet. I suppose the same applies for Tyler Williams. Okay. It actually becomes a little bit more doable. Maybe there is a scenario we get all of them. But West Coast can't take 6 picks. So in this scenario that we mapped out, West Coast would have 4 picks and then Williams and Banfield after that. I think you'd have to give up on one of those. And I love Banfield. New Heaven says, is your ideal scenario that West Coast trade pick 2? Yeah, I mean, the equation was never complete unless I know what I'm getting. But the idea of 2 for 5 and 15, given that I don't think Cooper Duff Tytler is a priority for us, 5 and 15 together gets you a Darcy Sharp or a Sam Cumming in this scenario. So I think it makes sense. The alternative is West Coast hold pick 2 and take Sullivan Roby. I wouldn't hate that either, but I think I think Sharp and pick 15 would also be good. Or Cumming, rather. Undrafted NGAs are Cat Bs, I think. That's true. They become Cat Bs. Who does Lions take at 37 as their next pick? I haven't done the math on whether it would still be 37 because they've still got to match an animal bid.
Yeah, will that pick still exist?
I don't think so, but I haven't actually gone ahead and looked at that.
Nor have I.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, there's a few clubs in that scenario, and we get a few questions about that in the draft where we've just absorbed picks because of points, and people are like, where did that pick go? But it just evaporates essentially. Usually they'll try to trade those away, but I think pick 37 would be one that what tends to happen with the draft, in fact, it gets pushed out with these academy players, the numbers that your pick will be. And then once you get out past about 20, it starts to come back in. Right?
That's right, yeah.
As those picks get absorbed. So it's interesting how that works.
Phoenix says in regard to potential deficit, there's still Harper Banfield coming in next year, and I think he's predicted top 10. I actually don't know if that's true. I don't think Harper Banfield is likely to be that early next year, from what I've heard. But we know that predictions about next year's draft are not very valuable.
No.
So we'll see. But he looks a likely type, but I think Charlie might be the better
the
one.
one, as far as projecting next year, the one that I'm very certain is going to be right up there is Cody Walker. Dougie Cochran as well. I've seen more of Walker, but Walker looks top 3 for sure for me. What else have we got in the comments here? Our Footy's saying Max Contagianis, Max Krasnodamskis, Avery Thomas, Taylor Byrne. They're ones that didn't make our 30. Good points. I think you mentioned Blake Ochombenier as well. There's quite a number of players if you go through all the ones that are out there. That's what I was saying before. Like if you extrapolate it out, you start to read names and you're like, that guy, I think that guy could get drafted. And you're in the 60s and the 70s again. So they're not all going to get taken. Some of these guys will miss out. There'll be some rookies and stuff like that. But it's hard. It's hard to fit everyone in. It was the same last year as well, and they took even more picks. Justin says, Doveston frees up Hawks forwards and Weddle to go through the midfield. Is this a Doveston to Hawks? Yeah, I mean, I think any club would take a Dobberstein. I think he's always going to provide some flexibility with his craft. But I'd say Hawks are one of those teams that have a lot of quality small forwards. I mean, Nick Watson's there. Dylan Moore is there. Jack Ginnivan is there. So you've got a nice little balance. You could add in Dobberstein, of course. But they might look to prioritise other areas such as the midfield. Obviously, like you say there, Weddle could go through the midfield as well. Which I think is likely in the future as well. But they probably, with the midfield, like they just need to get Will Day fit and firing, don't they? Kurt Smith, can you post your final 30 prediction on screen, please? Want to match it up against mine? I think we can do that. Do we have all the small graphics there, Producer Vic? We can like put all three of them up at the same time. Perhaps we can probably do that. I'll let you work in the background and I'll keep going through. You might just have to move them on OBS a little bit so that they're in different positions and can be seen. New Heaven, is your ideal scenario that West Coast trade pick 2? I'll give that one to you, Jesse.
I did answer that before.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm probably going over old chats.
That's all right.
Alrighty. How are we going in our Discord too, producer? No fish.
That's all right. So the chat is open for you to join the Discord. The link is in the description, in the pinned comment. So if you want to join the community, if you feel like calling in, that's great. Otherwise, we can just stay chatting like this. That is up to you. But we had one caller last week or the week before, actually. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. Yep. And I think, we'd like to make this more of a regular thing if you guys are feeling like you want to chat to us. Joel's in the list. He says.
Oh, is he?
I'm very new to Discord. We did have a Discord in like 2018 on True Footy. Hey, nicely done, producer.
There's the 30. Bang. Let's have a look. You're in there.
I think.
Okay. We've got also, was that Joel that said that?
Joel Falconer, I think, said he's in the list. Says I need to claim my account. It says my email's already been used. That's a tricky one. I'm not sure.
Is this for Discord?
Yeah, I presume so.
It's probably because I've been snooping around in your account.
No. Sorry, Joel is saying that.
Oh.
Joel's saying that.
Oh, he can't get in?
Yeah, he says he's having issues with his email.
Oh, I see. I thought it was you saying that. I'm like, I think I changed your password at some point.
Sorry, Joel. I think we've been on your account.
Yeah, it's the call-in show waiting room.
So is that the producer that's in there? Maybe, because I'm not. Yes, that's fine.
That's correct. That computer's on your account.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah.
Up there.
Yeah.
So we can control the people coming through. Don't be shy, guys. Jump in. That is our mock, though, the top 30. So
I think I actually might have my own account. That's different to
got 2 usernames.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
all
which
right.
is different to the True Footy. Because you've got a bunch of channels as well that are like True Footy based ones, and then we made the Footy from the Flat one as a separate.
Oh, so you could see that, could you?
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, right. Interesting.
I'm
such a boomer. I'm younger than you as well. I have no excuse. Q Magic. Something, it's hard to pronounce that name. I reckon Essendon would be more likely to take Roby and Taylor if available. Who do we take? We took Roby and Sharp.
Yeah. And Taylor was on the board too, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. So you preferred Sharp.
Yes.
Was there a little part of you that didn't want to see Sharp slide it out of the 10 after we took him at pick 2 last week? Oh, that was a very high register.
That surely means I'm lying.
Yeah.
Is there a part of me that wants to? Not really. I feel I've come around to him a lot. Obviously, like I was a bit of a hater at the start of the year.
Yeah.
I guess I've just I suppose you fall in love with players a little bit across the season. So I've kind of had that change of heart. So I'm pretty big on him now, and I think he is. I think he suits those teams in the top end, particularly West Coast and Essendon.
Yeah. I'd agree
so I think it's unlikely that they would have to get, I think, maybe a Cooper Duff Tytler level player, the Bombers,
Yeah.
to not go for a Sharp if he was available.
Yeah. I just want to shout out the chat who has given us 101 likes today. Thank you so much. I did ask earlier that 100 likes would be a great target to hit. Thank you so much. Just helps us in the algorithm. Built up some really good momentum with this show. Really enjoy doing it with you all.
Love it. And we have 129 members in the Discord.
Yeah.
You're still welcome to join that if you would like. How do you think this draft is going to go down, Jesse? Like, I'm pumped.
The actual draft or the mock reaction? Because the mock reaction's never strong.
Both.
Actually, I think last week's didn't get too much hate. They always get a bit of hate. But
last week's was definitely the best reception that we
I
had.
think it was. There was most people saying, oh, this is my desired outcome. So
yeah,
that's pretty good, which means it's unrealistic because that never happens. The actual draft itself, I find the mock so difficult with these different permutations around pick swaps. Can only imagine how annoyed Toomey is right now.
Yeah, I was going to actually say, do you find the fact that this draft has that evenness to it? I think we talked about it particularly around that 20 mark and just inside where you feel like you're getting the same kind of players. Do you think that has the effect that there's not going to be trades? Because I do, but on the same hand, I feel like there also will be trades because of that, because teams will have a player that they particularly like.
Yes. Yeah, I think you're right. I think there will be trades this year, if I had to guess. I don't know if they'll come in the top 10. I do think West Coast will be open to it, if I had to guess. It's either CDT or like Roby that they're convinced they want. If it's Sharp, which I think is logical reasons for him, then the potential trade with Essendon is a no-brainer. And Essendon moving for pick 15, it does imply that they're looking to trade up, I reckon.
It does.
I could be wrong. Maybe they just want 15, but there is something happening there in the background. But then again, those trades haven't happened yet. This is all
the Roby
hypothetical.
Conversation is really interesting as well. I think Bombers fans they think that they want to get up for Roby, which Cal Toomey also kind of hinted at, I think, on Gettable. But there is that piece with Cooper Duff Tytler where I feel like Essendon are trying to draft a little bit around that strategy of, like team building, club building, where they're getting a lot of guys from this region, from the northern suburbs, essentially, like Quarter Cannons guys, Northern Knights guys. They've drafted Zach Johnson, Nate Caddy, Isaac Kako. They're going to get Swade and El Ashkar. And then Cooper Duff Tytler fits into that as well. They've all played football together, gone to school together and stuff like that.
Yeah, true.
So there's sort of a narrative piece in that, which I think is likely. And obviously Cooper Duff Tytler's still a really highly talented player. So it's not like they're not going to be keen on him.
Yeah, exactly right. Comments here. I'm coming around to your trade of 2 with 5 and 15. I did put it on True Eagle the other day and it didn't get a great reception. But Dersma, Sharp, Dovison, but trade 15 for a future first of the Saints so they can grab Philippou. I think that's a good option too. So West Coast, if they hold 1, 5, 9 and 15, then dangle it in front of St Kilda if Philippou's still there and bank the future first.
For a future.
Yeah.
And you guys want to do that, don't you?
I think there has been some suggestion West Coast want to trade into next year's draft, but this one also allows us a strong hand this year and banks a future first. I think that's a great result.
You don't lose too much.
Yeah.
Interesting. Like, I think the question there is like realistically, how keen is St Kilda going to be to bring Mateus Philippou's brother in? They're not going to sell the farm, are they?
Nah, but a future first probably makes sense. Like, I don't think that's selling the farm.
No, that's true.
Yeah. Especially if they rate themselves next year.
You've won me over. Yeah. I suppose counter argument, if this draft is better than, if Jevon's rated as about a 15 in the draft and this draft is weaker than next year's, is that the right thing to do? Just to get a relative?
Yeah, no, of course there's pros and cons to it. I suppose with St Kilda, there's maybe a degree of urgency to get in players now. And I do think there is some appeal to that. Get the kids in early. You don't want to sacrifice too much on quality, but I don't think Jevon Philippou for St Kilda's mid-teens or pick 12 next year is a massive loss on value. Probably a little bit.
Pick 18 when they win the flag?
Yeah. Well, if it's pick 18, it probably becomes like 26.
Yeah, it probably doesn't matter at that point as well if that's happened. Someone asked as well, again, this question's been asked a lot, but who would North have taken if they didn't trade their future first last year? I think the front runners in this draft would be Cooper Duff Tytler.
Yeah.
Sullivan Roby. That's probably it. It'd be one of those two.
Xavier
wouldn't it?
Taylor?
Yeah, Xavier.
Yeah,
Yeah, good
yeah.
one. Good one. Yeah.
And Taylor may be the most likely to be there.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
Roby
You
could
would
go to
get
Richmond.
one of those three, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Out of three, so
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Any interest in Sam Grill? Like, I know you rate him, but like from a needs point of view,
Yeah.
he's a little bit different to some of the guys you have there.
Yeah, no, it's true. I think you'd probably argue that we have a similar player in McKercher that's kind of playing that role. I think Grill has probably maybe more ability to step into the midfield in the long term.
Yeah,
than
okay.
McKercher. Maybe that's not necessarily true. McKercher's could do that as well.
Yeah, he's played plenty of midfield.
He's played plenty of midfield, yeah. So, yeah, maybe. But I think for North in particular, like it's not as if North are a team where you go, oh, yeah, we lack speed or anything like that. We're sort of pretty balanced in that sense.
Yes.
We lack winners
Yeah.
and keys.
I think Taylor would be a great fit for North.
Taylor would be perfect, I
Yeah.
think. Yeah. I mean, realistically, a bit they're not the same player, but a bit similar to Tyroo last year.
Yeah. Yeah.
But North would probably have that pick and not pick Taylor because he was seen as too much of a reach.
Mm. Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, if you're being
Probably.
consistent with other years.
Yeah.
Well, what would it go? Like West Coast Dersma, West Coast again.
CDT, let's say.
Yeah. Okay, then it would be Roby at 3 and North would have Sharp or Taylor or Grill. I think Taylor would be the sensible option there.
Yeah, who else would be in that mix? For some reason, I can't think. Who's in this? Yeah, give me some.
It's funny how much our brains relax
Oh, yeah,
spread
I
out at the
know, I
moment.
know.
I was trying to think who the like WA state of origin team was before. And I was like, who's a single West Australian midfielder?
Just because of the academies.
Yeah.
They confuse you. Patterson, Annabelle.
Well, you probably wouldn't go
Cumming.
Cumming or Sharp. I wouldn't
I
have
don't
thought.
think so.
Roby would be an option, and Duff Tyler and Taylor. I would double down on those.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Taylor would be in the mix, and I think in this draft, yeah, North would have to consider that. But yeah, again, I'm not convinced they'd make the right choice there.
Yeah.
Joe Fagan, do North have enough undersized defenders? Yeah, I mean, we lack defenders just in general, don't we? Like, we don't have a lot of guys with that defensive acumen, I think, that kind of defend first. So Taylor would be good for that, and the leadership would be good too.
Yeah, sorry, so you're saying you shouldn't pick him because he's an undersized defender?
I think so,
Yeah,
yeah.
but offers enough offensively as well, though, I think. It's not as though he's like just a lockdown 191 centimetre.
Lies, North would take another mid.
It probably would. Dyson Sharp.
What would be like the most North mid? I mean, it probably would be, in this draft, it would be like North take Dyson Sharp.
or Cumming. Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
Thread Gold would be better. Yeah, for the size of him, I agree. But I think at this point, Xavier Taylor's a more rounded footballer at this point, more accomplished. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Adam Nicotera says, would North be fine taking Harry Kyle if Sydney don't match their bid?
Oh, I think so. I think Harry Kyle's a pretty versatile player. So I think any team wouldn't mind taking him if they thought he was talented enough.
Sydney would have like basically the next pick as well. So they wouldn't have too much doubt about like who the opportunity cost is. Someone like a Cameron Nairn. They took Ned Bowman last year. That was a bit of a bold. Hey, we have someone. All right.
We caught a fish.
Yeah. All we need is your credit card details.
Let's see if we can. Let's see if we can hear. I can hear myself, which is a good start.
I bet it's Druzy.
It probably is Druzy.
Yeah, I can hear us both.
Should work. I can hear that, which is good. Welcome. Who have we got? What's their name? Let's have a look. Sharpie.
G'day, Sharpie. I bet it's Dyson.
You need to bring him into the live show because he can't be unmuted. You just right click and go move. I'm gonna go help.
Yeah.
You go to the chat, Jesse.
Okay, cool. Is Annabelle really a massive need for the Lions with Fletcher, McCluggage, Ashcroft ×2? No, probably not. But at the same time, their first pick was ballpark is 17, I think. would you rather just hold 17 and draft someone else, or would you take the top 6, 7 rated talent? I think the sensible option is just to go Annabelle. But I agree with your point. If they keep producing the same sorts of mids, at some point they will need to overlook some of them.
Do we have Sharpie here yet? No? Still coming. Kane Burgess, North 26 reminding me of Freo 22 list.
That was the year they won a final. So
yeah. That was
26, sorry, he did say, my bad. I was about to make a sarcastic comment, but I realised he meant next year.
Yeah, that was the Western Bulldogs final win.
Yep.
Want to say?
I reckon Freo still had a lot more experience on their list back then, because that was Mundy's last year, I think. 3 years younger. Walters in that team. Akers was in that team. I think Logue was in that team. I could be wrong on that.
Yeah, it would have been.
I think Logue's last year was 22, because they lost like 7 players. Oh, Akers.
Yes. Oh, there's a few in there now. Geez, we've got a lot of fish. I just got to figure out what's going on. Have we got Sharpie?
Wooden Spoon Data saying, I'm hearing the Discord notification sound.
It's
So
coming,
that's coming
through.
through.
I'll throw this back
That's
to
positive.
Hey, fellas, have you got me?
Oh, yeah, we've got someone. Yeah. Who we got here? Is that Sharpie?
Yeah, how you doing, guys?
Good, mate. How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Thanks for being here with us today.
you. Who do you go for, mate?
Wonderful West Coast Eagles
what a
gross.
on the way up.
That is the only direction we can head.
Correct. Yeah, so firstly, I just wanted to say I like the mock draft. Wasn't entirely sure about Schubert. Think we got plenty of sort of taller forwards. Yeah, so as I said, I was the one in the comments saying I thought Ollie Greaves. I know it's a bit early considering you guys didn't take him in the 30s, but I thought he's a pretty good Dyson Sharp-esque, but not Dyson Sharp.
That's fair.
Full disclosure on Ollie Greaves, he definitely slipped my mind in the 20s.
He didn't slip mine. Nah, I did consider him with Hawks. But back on West Coast, yeah, fair enough. I mean, it's kind of tricky when we alternate these picks as well, because there's not one all-encompassing strategy here. Like, I think I had 2 West Coast picks. You had 2. Honestly, though, I probably would have also taken Schubert. I just think the talent was right, and I think even if we did need a midfielder, in my opinion, Sharp is a fair bit better than Greaves.
I think
Personally.
so too. I think so too.
And same with Cumming. So I would have preferred that, but I get your point. Like, you can't argue against getting a midfielder in. And it's not as though we have a whole depth of midfield talent. So Greaves would have been a worthy shout, I reckon.
I have a quick question here, and that is, who do you see, if you think you've got too many key position forwards, who do you see as that group, I suppose, that is the next in line? Waterman's still relatively young.
27, 26?
27, so like he can be there for the relative long term. But who is going to lead this team? You'd probably say Job Shanahan. I'll give you him.
Job Shanahan, number 1, yeah. And I'm a big fan of Jack Williams. I think he's still getting pretty good stats, averaging more than a goal a game. He definitely ended 2025 quite awfully. But I think he'll get there as his body develops.
I'm with you. I love Jack Williams. The back end of the year really concerned me because he really fell off a cliff. I can only imagine and hope that was probably an anomaly, because everything else he's done for us has been really promising. So I hope you're right on that.
Yeah. And what's your predictions for West Coast going into 2026? How do you think they'll fare next season?
I still think wooden spoon or close to it is probably on the cards.
Do you agree, Jesse?
Yeah,
Yeah, sorry. I do agree, but I'll let you keep going, Sharpie.
I was just going to say, I'm hoping for a few more wins. 1-win season is tough as a fan. If we can sort of get up towards that 4 wins, 5 wins, even if we're still in last, I think I can handle that.
Yeah, totally.
And, they say next year's a good draft, so if we can get some good draft picks in that one as well, wouldn't go astray.
That's true. Imagine we get Dougie Cochran, then we don't need Schubert. That would be all right. 5 wins, still get the wooden spoon, Dougie Cochran, 2027 premiership.
That's it. I was also going to ask you guys what you thought of Cody Curtin. I was looking at his stats from the Waffle Colts, and he was averaging over 3, I think it was, goals a game. and yet he's not really being talked about anywhere in most people's sort of top 50. Is there a reason for that? And if he did make it through to the rookie draft, do you reckon someone like West Coast or another team would look at him there?
Yeah, I do actually think he will go in the open pool, considering everything across the season. I think he's another one of those players that's a bit of a victim of the size of him. Like he appears as one of those guys that's bullying players in under 18s, kicking bags of goals, but does he actually have any AFL attributes? But I know recruiters won't look at it this way, but I found his combine quite impressive, just the running ability, and that's obviously going to help him get up the ground. And as you said, like his performances are actually really incredible across the season. So we're looking at little strange narratives to pin against him, like the physicality thing and how he's beating up on younger players. So I could actually see him being a bit of a bolt in this draft. Like, well, it's not really a bolt, is it? Because he was in the academy side and stuff like that. But I could see him being inside the top 30, towards the back end of that, but in the top 30 come draft time. I wouldn't rule it out. So I think he will go in the open pool.
Excellent.
There's got to be some temptation for West Coast to pick him up and tempt Dan home.
Yeah.
There's got to be.
That was absolutely in my head, yes.
Yeah.
Fishing.
No, I love it.
Alrighty. Do we have anyone else on the call? Thanks for calling in, Sharpie.
Yeah, thank you so much, mate.
Love your
Thanks
work.
for your time, fellas.
Love to hear from you again. Do we have somebody else coming through, Vicar?
I do just want to shout out Lee, who's left a super chat for us. Thank you so much, Lee, who has been a long-time supporter of True Footy. Thank you so much.
West Coast fan?
Yep.
Who's
guess.
Who's that in the picture? Yeah,
Liam Baker.
Oh, that's Bakes.
Yeah.
Oh, I heard a noise.
Hello guys, how are you?
Who have we got here?
This is Arab. I'm a Crow supporter and I've got some questions for you guys.
Love it, mate.
So I saw that you guys in your mock trial say that we're going to give up our future first and pick 16 to move up and get Oscar Taylor. Can you explain how that makes sense when we could get him with our original pick, because he's not really rated that highly to not make it to our pick? And there are some a lot better players, more suited, I guess, for the Crows right now than Oscar Taylor. So I want to see why you guys keep doing that.
That's a great point. I guess what it comes down to is whether Adelaide think Oscar Taylor is likely to still be there at 16, because honestly, I don't think he will be, personally. I think with the Giants lurking there, but, I mean, if Adelaide feel differently, then they probably don't do the trade. It was more my creation than anything else. You're right in that there's plenty of alternatives. I think Oscar Taylor's attributes as that real dashing transition halfback player can offer something Adelaide that they don't have and could impact them from round one next year. That was my logic. But is there anyone else you'd prefer instead of Oscar Taylor?
Yeah, of course. I mean, Jacob Farrell, I think, is more suited, and we do have an Oscar Taylor. And his name is actually also Oscar Taylor from a couple of years back. He's also a speedy halfback flanker. We have
Oscar Ryan.
Charlie Edwards is being developed there as well. So there are quite a couple coming through. So I don't. And,
I'll give you Oscar Ryan. So you've got him developing pretty nicely in the SANFL. What I'd say is the biggest difference between an Oscar Taylor is just that ball control with his kicking. He's got elite disposal by foot. I think Oscar Ryan's more of a dashing athletic guy, but he probably doesn't use the ball quite as well as an Oscar Taylor. So I think the way I see Oscar Taylor fitting into Adelaide is you've kind of got, you've moved players like Rory Laird into the back line, who is a very experienced player and offers some leadership back there, but you probably still need a little bit more offensive threat and those guys that can control the football a bit more, because you've been a very long and direct side. So I think Adelaide, to go to the next level for me, they need more kickers in their team overall. And whether that comes from the midfield, like you pointed out, or whether it comes from halfback, I think that's a conversation. But I wouldn't rule it out. I think it still works. I mean, what the trade that we actually posed, Jesse, what did Adelaide lose exactly?
A future first and 16. They get a future pick back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they didn't lose. They weren't paying massively overs just to get up the board.
Oh, a little bit. It was expensive, but the Carlton would need a future first to make that work, I would imagine.
Yeah. Okay.
It's just a bit of hypothetical fun. Like they could hold their position and they could still end up with a player of a really good ranking in this year's draft, and there's some SA talent, so I'm
Yeah.
open to that as well.
I like it too. I like being challenged on these things.
Yeah, of course.
It's wonderful. Did you have any more questions for us, mate?
Don't you think that Jacob Farrow is a better kick than Oscar Taylor, and isn't he a better? I guess overall, the only thing I guess he liked compared to Oscar Taylor is his speed. So
Yeah,
is
so
that how-
what I would say about that, I would say I wouldn't say Farrow's a better kick than Oscar Taylor. I would say he's got more midfield utility. So I think in the future he could step inside and be that more contested player because of his bigger body and physicality that he brings. But then Oscar Taylor, the inverse to that, brings the speed on the outside as well. So I think they're different. I think, Adelaide have been sniffing around for a midfielder, and obviously Farrow provides that, but Oscar Taylor gives you something that you don't have also, in my opinion. And I think those two players are relatively similarly rated for me. I think Oscar Taylor's a bit different because he's more of a bolt. So he hasn't been under the spotlight for as long as I guess.
Well, thank you for that, and it's great listening to you guys. You guys always give me some good entertainment.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Thanks for calling in. Appreciate that. Love your work.
Thanks, mate. We got
Joel.
Joel.
Joel's been trying to get in for a hot minute. Absolutely loves it. It's a weird feeling, actually. Here he is. Here's Joel.
Hello.
Joel, what's going on, mate?
Oh, just navigating the world.
Mate, you've done exceptionally well. I reckon I would struggle in your shoes. I don't get this Discord or this TikTok business, but I appreciate you trying to get in.
I've got a bit of delay here. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you. It does seem to be a little delay, but we're patient men.
Mm.
Yeah, good to speak to you. I've enjoyed your stuff all year. I'm calling from Taiwan, actually.
Wow. That's awesome.
So, just pretty happy with what you guys did with the picks, with us getting Marsh, Geelong getting Marsh. That was pretty awesome. So.
Might have lost him.
Yeah.
Joe.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
I feel like I'm quite delayed here. I don't know. I haven't spoke online too many times, so I just feel this delay.
Yeah, it does seem to be. We
Hello?
lost you a little bit after you said that you were happy with the Marsh pick.
Yep. We like that, though. We like praise.
Yeah. It was a good pregnant pause.
Yeah, he's I think he's a bit underrated in his size, and I think he's a bit underrated with his size.
Yeah. I mean, you've been a big fan of him for a while, Dylan. What's he actually standing at the moment?
I think he's 191 or 190 flat at the moment off his last one, which was taken by a rookie me central at the combine. So, yeah, 100%. Like he's very athletic, can run, and I think offers for Geelong. I think he just gives them something a little bit flexible. And I think in recent times, Geelong have taken a lot of those players in the draft, guys that can play multi-position and stuff like that. They don't really just take your inside mids or your non-flexible players. So I think it works for them. He's got great foot skills as well, which I think will really suit Geelong. What did you get there in the height, Jesse?
190 according to Rookie Me. That is shorter than I thought it was.
Yeah. He's definitely not a key
I saw
position
that
height.
He's top 10 in the running vertical this year, and no other key position forward was. So maybe he's got that little bit extra to him.
Yeah, I think that also speaks to his pace a little bit as well, Mitch Marsh. Just consistently watching him this season, he seems to get a lot of separation off the mark. So players, you don't really see him taking those big contested marks that key position forwards take, but he just gets away from players. And if you've got, I think that'll suit well at AFL level where you've got players that can kick the footy really well. If he can get off his line, it's hard for players to go with him.
He leads to the right spots, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Harry Dean played on him in the game against Vic Country, and Dean couldn't really go with him. And again, Dean doesn't struggle at all when the ball's in the air and he's fighting with a player, but he couldn't really go with Mitch Marsh's pace.
Yeah, I think he'll be a steal. I think he's like the Logan Morris of the draft that will get overlooked because of a few centimeters, but then just show how good he is.
Yeah, it's not a bad comparison, actually. I do feel given the, I guess, perceived weakness of this draft, when you start to mock it out and he seems to go every time we do it in the early 20s or late teens, and every time it feels too late for me, but I'm not sure who he goes ahead of at the same time.
Yeah, I noticed today actually with your draft that because Schubert got overlooked so many times, but then I was like, that's sort of justified because I think it was Hawks and GWS and I can't remember who else, but they're just not teams that need a key position forward.
Yeah, 100%.
They've got them just like, they've got, next in line 3 deep sort of thing already.
Yeah, it's a good point, and it probably will, on some level, shape the draft a little bit with those teams looking for midfielders and looking for other players. Like we had West Coast there take a small forward as well. So I think that will be a big part of it. Joel, thanks for your questions, mate. Did you have anything else?
Sorry, but I think there'll be about 5 or 6 academy picks that end up in different places because there's just that. I think the ratings are so subjective from 20 to 40, and I think some people are going to rate others higher than others, and there's a lot of guys that could just get overlooked, like Adensel and even Bull and Tyler Williams and I've forgotten the name of the Kickett, was it? Yeah.
There's Kickett and Pickett. I don't think either are club tied.
No, that's what I was going to say. But no, there's tons. There's even Harry Kyle and Max King.
Not Eagles tied.
Tyler Williams would be, and Wes Wally.
Oh, okay. So Leon Kickett or Leon?
There's Leon Kickett, and then there's Latrell Pickett. Both
they're both open
pool.
pool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's good to know. But I think there will be so many bids that are just like maybes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think every team that after about 25, every team that has a bid will expect that potentially the team won't match.
Yeah, and there's an awkward scenario here with doing mocks. Like Sydney have 2 picks in the late 20s or something like that. Whereas if those bids don't come for Marsh and Kyle, then Sydney suddenly have 2 extra picks.
Oh, King and Kyle, yeah.
Sorry, I always do that. That's weird. King and Kyle.
Michael as well.
Yeah, that's right. If there's a scenario where nobody bids on Kyle, then Sydney have another live pick there. They could always trade that, but it's hard to do mocks in that space.
Totally.
Yeah, well, thanks for your work anyway, guys. I've enjoyed it, and I'll be listening along. So
thanks, mate. Thanks for jumping in the chat. We really appreciate it.
Yeah,
and thanks for
mate.
your support.
Appreciate it.
Bye.
See you, mate. Have to be the first caller from Taiwan.
Clearly,
you think so?
Clearly the first from
out
Taiwan.
of the 3, I reckon that might be the first one from Taiwan.
Yeah, we got there in the end. Harrison, the big dog. We've got a super chat come through here too. Mitch Finn, thanks very much, mate. Appreciate that. Any thoughts on the biggest pigs? I think we've got someone. I'll get back to that comment.
Yeah.
Harrison, have we got you there, mate? Disconnected. I might just read this super chat as you get that set up. Just give me a second. So Mitch says, any thoughts on the biggest pigs AFL fantasy guns in this draft? The biggest lock top 10 and then another later pick to be a scorer for years to come. Someone's doing some, what's it called when you do the longer seasons?
Keeper leagues?
Keeper leagues. That's it. Yeah. Who are you saying, Jesse?
In the top 10, I think Dyson, if he goes to the right club, like if he plays at West Coast, he'll get those minutes. Annabelle might not at Brisbane, for instance.
Yeah.
Dersma, maybe if he plays the same role as he did at VFL level, like maybe not your hundreds, but he'll intercept marks and kicks.
I think a nice 65 to 70 average for Dersma.
Yeah. Adensall's a bit of a pig.
That's a good one.
Sam Swaddling.
Yeah. If he gets on an AFL list, he will be getting it. Fred Rodriguez would be good too.
True.
A few of those WA boys.
We love our numbers.
Yes. Carmichael.
He's commented saying it's suppressed microphone. It's saying suppressed microphone.
Okay.
Interesting. I don't.
Interesting. Are you bringing him into the main chat, not just the waiting room? The way that it works, I'll explain this to you. The waiting room, you can't access your microphone, but then you get brought in by us to the other room and you can.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm learning.
It's a very sophisticated process. Spinkscape says similar height to Logan Morris, talking about Mitch Marsh, I assume. There is a bit of a similarity. I think Morris is better in the air than Mitch Marsh as far as like being able to take pack marks and really fly. But Marsh has really thrived like getting up the ground, just getting away from his opponent. So they kind of do it. I'd say Mitch Marsh is a little bit more Gunston-y, but he can still mark the ball.
Jacob Farrow, good fantasy option as a defender.
Good one.
I like that. Again,
if he gets the right role.
Depends on the club, his initial role. But if he plays, on a halfback flank, I reckon he has the production to get a solid average in.
Yep. Yeah, I like that. I'm trying to think.
Josh Lindsay. Of course. Yep. He'll be, again, like role dependent, of course, but I think he would. Most teams that picked up Josh Lindsay would play him in that role anyway. Yeah.
You kind of got to look, as far as like for a bit more of a smoky type option, I think you've got to look for a guy that could plug into it. The team that they go to, once the draft actually happens, that's when we can start having deeper conversations because we can see where they fit into the team. And if you get anyone that gets that sort of half-back role, that's the one that's really fantasy relevant.
Yeah.
Sheasel, obviously.
Euland?
Yeah, Euland would be a good one if he could get a half-back role at the Gold Coast Suns. Yeah. Again, a little bit similar to Annabelle where they have so many chefs in the kitchen.
That's right.
Does he actually get the gig? Freddie? No? We haven't got Freddie. Is he having the same problem? Oh, okay. No.
Justin?
Do we have you, Justin? There we go.
Ooh,
yep.
Something.
Marsh has really thrived.
Yeah. Hello?
Hello. Sorry, we got some confusing audio. Who have we got here?
Justin. Hang on, I'll turn.
That's better.
Yeah, it sounds good now, mate.
Yeah.
How are you, Justin?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Just wanted to talk about Hawthorn taking Lockie Dolliston as the first pick and why that's really good.
Yeah. I mean, you're saying that's your preference for Hawthorn's first pick. Do you think, I suppose he would probably add something a little bit different. You spent a high pick on Nick Watson, but I think in the modern game you can see.
The thing is, you have too many small forwards. Look at who kicked the goals in Brisbane's grand final.
Yeah, that's true. No, I actually do agree with that.
And him being a high half forward can free up Connor McDonald, Ginnivan, Watson, Dylan Moore to rotate through the midfield and go on the wing. And they all allow Josh Weddle to attend centre bounces, as well as more Ginnivan, Watson, and McDonald. They can all go through centre bounces as well. So,
yeah, no, it makes perfect sense. Sorry, we're just a little bit of a delay there. Keep talking.
Yeah, so he would fix the midfield problems without robbing from the forward line potency. And then I think that we could pick up Riley Onley at the next pick. He's a Hawthorn supporter. He just happened to get a hammy twinge just before the combine.
Yep.
But his pre-season testing was 2.8 seconds, and his leap was very good. In the height, it would have been his 20 meter time at 2.8, and his leaps would have been in the top 3.
Yeah. He's Riley Onley's got genuine explosivity to him. Like he's a cannonball. On your Doveston one, I think I agree, really. I mean, pretty much what every team is trying to replicate now is a forward half game, right? So everything's really compressed in the front half of the ground. So as many of those kind of slippery operators that can work in the tight spaces, when everything's really compressed in that front half are going to give you a lot. So as many of those guys, you want them in your team. I suppose the question for Hawthorn, given that probably since the Watson draft, they haven't gone really high in a draft, have they? I mean, they've probably had the odd first round pick, but they've traded a lot away.
First was Noah Moraz.
Yeah, exactly. So I suppose it's a question of balance and whether you think that you've already got enough quality players in the front half to do the job. I suppose, like, what would you look at with Hawthorn?
That's not the issue. The issue is a midfielder, and Dolston being very good high half forward. Saw him play for Box Hill against Footscray, and he stood out. Like, really, his running ability up and down the ground. Amongst a lot of good players, he stood out.
Yeah.
I think he can make an impact on round one. He can free up, as I said, he can free up a lot of players to rotate through the midfield and go on the wing, freeing up, Dylan Moore, Josh Weddle, Connor McDonald to go through the two centre bounces. Yeah, so it's the Dolston one.
I think, I definitely, I like where you're going with it, particularly with I think the Weddle's the wild card, right? If Hawthorn can unlock him to be a midfielder, and then they also get Will Day back into the team, who was pretty much injured most of the season last year. That's like two new signings for the club, right? That's two big mids. Probably, I mean, you could make an argument maybe that the player that they would need a little bit more in that midfield would be more of a contested player, like a first possession player. They've got Nuke, but they did struggle at times. Yeah, that would be the Ollie Greaves pick. Yeah, that would be the Ollie Greaves pick, of course.
Neither of them picked Ollie Greaves.
Yeah,
One of the best contested players in the draft.
Absolutely. Yeah, probably his only lack would just be on the spread, where he would be marked down. But I don't disagree with that.
That's why I said Riley Onley, the next pick.
Yes, yeah. Riley Onley's
his burst from congestion is fantastic. So I think he'd make a great winger rather than throwing him centre bounces. And then with his height and strength and speed, he can go forward.
I like it.
Freeing up other players like Connor McDonald, and even throw things like he can go, say, Riley Onley forward and Mabwai Chol into the centre bounce if you want to go left field, which I like to do.
Go a bit rogue.
Mabwai Chol as a midfielder.
Chol as a mid.
Wow.
Yeah.
Don't know if I agree with that one. That might be a little bit too colourful for me.
Said no way, he's too big.
Yeah, that one's definitely outside the box, mate. We'll jump on to the next person. Did you have any more questions before you head off?
Questions?
Or
No,
points?
not questions. I just don't think that Hawthorn would bitchy enough to bid on Adam Swade because they're more practical and they'll just think maybe we could have another bite at Merritt next year.
That's a good point.
And we don't want to burn the bridges.
That is a fair point.
And I just like to say, for God's sake, Essendon supporters, with all this talk of trading up, with Essendon trading up to get players like Roby and maybe another one, they kept on saying leading up to the trade and during the trade period, but we don't need any more picks. We've got plenty of picks. Well, don't have to take them with players. You can use them to trade up or trade into next year. And they just weren't listening to that and still aren't. Anyway.
All good points there, mate. All good points. You're definitely not still salty about the Merritt one. That's for sure.
No, I think it worked out well. But by the end, when it was put forward what we were offering, I was thinking, don't take it. You're selling away our future. We can get two good players with those picks.
No, it's true. I mean, I think it's a silver lining for Hawthorn that they get to go to this draft, get a couple of young guys.
Say Douglaston and Greaves or Onley, and there'll be a lot of good players at 22.
Yeah, I agree. I think this draft particularly is good in that space.
You had Xavier Taylor, I think, still free at Hawthorn's pick?
Nah, I think in ours.
No,
Or is it Oscar
Xavier Taylor was gone. Oscar Taylor was there. Yeah.
Yes, Oscar Taylor.
Yeah. We were.
So there's a lot of good players. I mean, Oscar Taylor would be great straight on a wing, very fast, obviously. So I think there's a lot of good players there at Hawthorn's 2 picks, and I'm glad we didn't take Merrick. He would have been great, but I'm also glad that we didn't. If that makes sense. Oh, I also wish that we would take is it George from Geelong delist.
George Stevens.
George Stevens.
George Stevens, yeah. I would really want the Hawks to take him in his draft year. Big bodied mid who can play straight away. 14 score involvements on debut. Nothing to sneeze at. He can go straight into centre bounces and once again, big body, he can go up forward, muscle other players out of the way, allowing other forwards to go through the midfield. Just that flexibility, I think that's sort of like Sam Mitchell's style, is lots of flexibility. You just have to offer him, enough to tempt him away from Geelong, to sign with Hawthorn. So offer him double what he'd get as on a primary. If Geelong picked him up as a free agent, to get about 90, 100,000, unless he's already organised something a lot more with his manager.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the base contract would be if he went to the rookie list. I think the minimum is 100, but you're right. I think things can be negotiated. I'm not sure.
More if they've got a pre-arranged thing of, we'll delist you and we'll pick you up, but we'll pay you 200.
Yeah.
But if you're offering 300, you go, oh, okay. And there's lots of Hawthorn board members who have nice houses with a bay view that they could rent out very cheaply.
Love that. Love your work, mate. No, thanks for calling in today. Appreciate all of your questions and hope
one more point.
You got one more?
Yeah. Helipad at the new Dingley Kennedy Centre by helicopter. So Zach Butters will fly you over to Bacchus Marsh after training.
Love that.
Love it, mate. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate your work.
Above board, it'll be, hey, lots of board members. They've got a lot of money. They want to fly. They want to be flown around by helicopter. It's not necessarily for Zach Butters.
True.
I like your thinking.
Okay. Right,
outside the box. Cheers, mate. Have a good one.
Thanks, mate. Have a good one.
There was a few. We got some comments going there as well as that one was unfolding. A lot of people interested in Riley Onley's role there. I think he's more of an inside mid, Riley Onley.
I've got a bit of a blind spot with him, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
I thought he was an inside mid. But
yeah. I mean, theoretically, I think he can. He could potentially go forward, but I think he's got a lot to work on to be able to get to that level. Yeah. So, do we have anyone else there waiting? We might take one more call. Danog. Yeah, let's take one more.
Yeah, hello.
Here we go.
Bonjour. Who have we got here, sorry?
My name's Matt. How are you doing?
Good, mate. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Sorry, I asked this question in the text chat a few hours ago when you were still talking prior to redoing the 2024 draft. I just don't recall if you got to it. It's basically, it's a question about this year's draft, but it kind of relates to next year's draftees as well. So if I had to guess, next year it's probably going to be bottom four, Richmond, Essendon, West Coast, and Melbourne.
Whoa.
Fitting. Well, just based on what we're seeing.
That's fair.
And it's pretty fitting considering how the draft picks are shaping out this year, those 4 clubs having the first 8 picks. And every club has retained their first rounder except Gold Coast, I believe. As a Richmond man myself, I'm kind of linking this to discussions linking Richmond with Grill, who I really do like as a player, and I think he's kind of exactly what he needs. However, how much of the linking to him is that there's just no one else really like him in this draft, when you've got potential draftees next year, like your Noah Williams, Archie Butler, even potentially like if we're finishing bottom 2, let's say Cody Walker's still probably going to get bid on, and if Carlton finish high enough or if Sydney finish high enough, they might not be able to match that. So how much of the decisions around the players taken this year is going to be dependent on what sort of players are available next year? Kind of linking like Schubert's the number 1 key position forward this year, but I wouldn't have him in the top 4 last year, for example, So like how much of that forward thinking do you think is taking place because of the, I guess, evenness of this year's draft beyond the top 7 or so?
Yeah, all really good points there, Matt. I think decision making does go into it, but of course when you're projecting years and years ahead, there's so many variables that can kind of catch you out. Like, I mean, you made a good point that those 4 teams will be down the bottom of the ladder probably, but then you don't always see that consistency of like the same 4 teams down the bottom. So if you're looking 2-3 years in advance, you never know. So on some level, I think probably my club in North Melbourne, I'd use them as the example, haven't done that particularly well. They just seem to get into every draft and kind of go best available, and they end up with this pretty one-paced, similar type midfield that of all the same player, and we lack players in different areas. So I think you do have to take some consideration, but I do get your point. I think ultimately when it comes down to Sam Grill, it's going to depend on how highly Richmond rate him specifically, which is a lot of subjectivity involved in that, of course. But for me, I would be happy to take, with where Richmond sit on the board, I would be happy to take Sam Grill where they are on the board as it is. I don't think it's too much of a reach for them. I think that's a bit more of a public perception, but it's as far as your initial question, which was more about how much clubs actually forecast these things. They certainly do. They'll be watching these guys from under 16s level and kind of having a pool in mind. Where are we going to sit approximately based on where we're at? Throwing data into the mix as well. So it's a big conversation.
I think you have to play percentages because, I mean, if we're talking about, maybe a group of players that have similar attributes to a Sam Grill, I don't know next year's draft that well, then you think, okay, there's a good percentage chance we might have access to this kind of player. But to give you an example where it probably is iffy, right? So West Coast, in this scenario, we took Schubert. Next year, what happens if West Coast have pick 1 and they have Dougie Cochran there, who's probably a key forward at this point, I think. I don't know, he's very versatile. But do they then have an oversupply if they take Cochran? So then you think, well, maybe we don't take Schubert because we got potentially pick 1 next year. But that's great unless you finish second last. So there's circumstances where you can't do it. I think you have to play the percentages.
And the 2024 conversation around the draft was consistently, when we talked about the future and we talked about the 2025 draft, it was pretty rich in tolls.
That's right.
And now we sort of get here, and is it?
That's true.
Is it rich in tolls? I mean, you've got Cooper Duff-Titley, you've got Schubert.
Ludwig.
But they're starting to get back into the 20s and the 30s. And, are you necessarily considering all of those guys? They were a lot more highly rated at the beginning of the season, guys like Emmett and Heatherton and Ludovic. So
true.
Yeah, it's tricky for that to stay consistent enough to use it.
Even like a Fred Rodriguez, right, who's ballooned out to like 40s and 50s pick. He was looked as a top 10, wasn't he? The start of the year, and Roby's come from nowhere as well. So I guess anything can happen.
So true. Yeah, like I think, for instance, West Coast might look at in the next year and go, oh, there's a lot of WA talent. Let's trade assets into next year, and then it happens like this year where Curtin and Rodriguez fall off, and it doesn't look as strong. So you have to embrace the element of risk there. I think there's a lot of downsides to thinking too far into the future.
Definitely.
Easy. Thanks, boys.
Thank you so much, mate. Great question.
Love that.
Sure.
Yeah, give Harrison a go. I love his resilience to keep bouncing back.
What a man.
Yeah. I would probably take him at pick 1.
Yeah.
Based on this.
He'll fit in well at West Coast.
Just the mentality of the man. Harrison. It's not happening.
That's a shame.
That is.
Sorry, Harrison.
We'll work this out together. We'll fix it. Joel's already been on if it's Joel Falconer.
Harrison put damn it, I'm guessing. No luck.
We're sorry too, Harrison. We are very sorry. Should we wrap it up then?
Yeah, I think we're meandering towards a climax.
This is a big stream. I think we've been on for well over 4 hours.
Yep.
We've still got 244 watching along.
Completely skipped lunch.
I'm starving, actually.
This always happens to me because we do it 11 a.m. Melbourne time. I have an enormous breakfast because every time I get hungry halfway through. But that's all right. It works for the time slot as well.
I do, like, what always happens with me, I get up and I'm like, I think I'm going to have breakfast. And I start setting up and then I start, like, getting some problems. Yeah, I'm going to take them off too.
Yeah, sounds
I
so
start getting
weird.
problems and then I have to be malleable to the situation. I don't end up getting breakfast in either.
Yeah.
And then we end up going into the afternoon and I'm just starving now.
Felix just said, keen for another few hours from you guys on the air.
Yeah, we're here. You should have jumped on, Felix.
Oh, we should do like a 10-hour stream one day. I'm sure our producer would love that.
Yeah, we should. I reckon next year we do gather round and do like a mammoth stream across the entire weekend.
Yeah.
Stream every game.
Yeah.
And just not sleep.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
Sounds great, doesn't it? All right, let's wrap this stream up. It's 3:46. It's very, very close to the draft night. We are getting there, guys, and we'll see you on next Saturday before the draft. We'll be doing another stream. We've got something a little bit special organised for that one as well, so we'll keep you posted during the week, and we'll see you in the next one.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes.
I'm tired.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. See you next time. I don't know why.